Part 0 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Part 0. From the Preface. One who has sojourned in every part of a country and for 60 years has mingled with all classes of its inhabitants, who has watched the decay and disappearance of old, and the uprise of new usages, who has been ever on the outlook for illustrations of native humour, and who has been in the habit all along of freely recounting his experiences to his friends, may perhaps be forgiven if he ventures to put forth some record of what he has seen and heard as a slight contribution to the history of social changes. Literature is rich in Scottish reminiscences of this kind, so rich indeed that a writer who adds another volume to the long list runs great risk of repeating what has already been told. I have done my best to avoid this danger by turning over the pages of as many books of this class as I have been able to lay hands upon. In the course of this reading, I have discovered that not a few of the stories which I picked up long ago have found their way into print. These I have generally excluded from the present volume, save in cases where my version seemed to me better than that which had been published. But with all my care, I cannot hope to have wholly escaped from pitfalls of this nature. No one can have read much in this subject without discovering the perennial vitality of some anecdotes. With slight and generally local modification, they are told by generation after generation, and always as if they related to events that had recently occurred and to persons that were still familiarly known. Yet the essential basis of their humour may occasionally be traced back a long way. As an example of this longevity, I may cite the incident of snoring in church, related in page 86 of the following chapters, where an anecdote which has been told to me as an event that had recently happened among people now living was in full vigour 100 years ago, and long before that time had formed the foundation of a clever epigram in the reign of Charles II. Another illustration of this persistence and transformation may be found in the anecdote of the wolf's den, page 292. The same recurring circumstances may sometimes conceivably evoke, at long intervals, a similar sally of humour, but probably in most cases the original story survives, undergoing a process of gradual evolution and local adaptation as it passes down from one generation to another. End of Part 0, Scottish Reminiscences. Read by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia.
Chapter 1 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 1. Social changes in Scotland consequent on the union of the crowns. Impetus given to these changes after Culloden in the 18th century and after the introduction of steam as a motive power in the 19th. Posting from Scotland to London, stagecoach travelling to England, canal travelling between Edinburgh and Glasgow, Loch Katrine in 1843, influence of Walter Scott, steamboats to London, railroads in Scotland, effects of steamboat development in the West Highlands. When on the 5th of April 1603 James VI left Edinburgh with a great cavalcade of attendants to ascend the throne of England, a series of social changes was set in motion in Scotland, which has been uninterruptedly advancing ever since, its progress has not been uniform, seeing that it has fluctuated with the access or diminution of national animosities on the two sides of the Tweed, until as these sources of irritation died away, the two nations were welded into one by the arts of peace. Looking back across the 3 centuries, we can recognize 2 epochs when the progress of change received a marked impetus. National animosities. The first of these dates from the failure of the Jacobite cause in 1746. At Culloden, not only were the hopes of the Stuarts finally extinguished, but a new period was ushered in for the development of Scotland. The abolition of the heritable jurisdictions, the extension of the same organized legal system over every part of the kingdom, the suppression of cattle raids and other offences by the Highlanders against their lowland neighbours, the building of good roads, and the improvement of the old tracks, whereby easy communication was provided across the country, and especially through the highlands between the northern and southern districts. These and other connected reforms led to the gradual breaking down of the barrier of animosity that had long kept Highlander and Lowlander apart, and by thus producing a freer intercourse of the two races, greatly strengthened the community as a whole, whether for peace or for war. On the other hand, the landing of Prince Charles Edward, the uprise of the clans, the victory of Prestonpans, and the invasion of England could not fail to revive and intensify the ancient enmity of the English against their northern neighbours. This animosity blazed out anew under the Bute administration, when fresh fuel was added to it from the literary side by Wilkes and Churchill. Nevertheless, the leaven of union was quietly at work all the time. Not only did Scott commingle more freely with Scott, but increasing facilities of communication allowed the southward tide of migration to flow more freely across the border. English travellers also found their way in growing numbers into that land north of the Tweed, which for centuries had been at once scorned and feared, but which could now be everywhere safely visited. What had been satirized as the wretched lot of the poor, mean, despised, insulted Scot came to be the subject of banter, more or less good-humoured. The Englishman, while retaining a due sense of his own superiority, learned to acknowledge that his northern neighbour did really possess some good qualities which made him not unworthy of a place in the Commonwealth, while the Scot on his side discovered that his old enemies of England were far from being all mere pog-puddings. As a result of this greater intimacy of association, the smaller nation was necessarily drawn more and more to assimilate itself to the speech and ways of its larger, wealthier, and more advanced partner. But the decline in Scottish national peculiarities during the 100 years that followed Culloden was slow compared with that of the second epoch, which dates from the first half of last century, when steam as a mode of power came into use, rapidly transforming our manufacturing industries and revolutionizing the means of locomotion alike on land and sea. Scott in his youth saw the relics of the older time while they were still fairly fresh and numerous, and these left an imperishable memorial of them in his vivid descriptions. Cockburn beheld the last of these relics disappear, and as he lived well on into the second of the two periods, he could mark and has graphically chronicled the accelerated rate of change. Social transformations. Those of us who, like myself, can look back across a vista of more than 80 years, and will compare what they see and hear around them now with what they saw and heard in their childhood, will not only realize that the social revolution has been marching along, but will be constrained to admit that its advance has been growing perceptibly more rapid. They must feel that the old order has indeed changed, and though they may wish that the modern could establish itself with less effacement of the antique, it may be disposed with Byron to cry out upon time, who for ever will leave but enough of the past for the future to grieve. They have at least the consolation of reflecting that the changes have been, on the whole, for the better. Happily, much of the transformation is, after all, external. The fundamental groundwork of national character and temperament continues to be but little affected. The surface features and climate of the country, with all their profound if unperceived influences on the people, remain with no appreciable change. Even the inevitable wave of evolution does not everywhere roll on with the same speed, but leaves outlying corners and remote parishes unsubmerged, where we may still light upon survivals of an older day, in men and women whose ways and language seem to carry us back a century or more, and in customs that link us with an even remoter past. Modes of travel. It would be far beyond my purpose to enter into any discussion of the connection between the causes that have given rise to these social changes and the effects that have flowed from them, the far-reaching results of the introduction of steam machinery in aggregating communities around a few centers, in depopulating the country districts, and in altering the habits and physique of the artisans, open up a wide subject on which I do not propose to touch. My life has been largely passed in the rural and mountainous parts of the country, where increased facilities for locomotion have certainly been the most obvious direct source of change to the inhabitants, though other causes have undoubtedly contributed less directly to bring about the general result. It has been my good fortune to become acquainted with every district of Scotland. There is not a county, hardly a parish, which I have not wandered over again and again. In many of them I have spent months at a time, finding quarters in county towns, in quiet villages, in wayside inns, in country houses, in remote manses, in shepherds' shielings, and in crofters' huts. Thrown thus among all classes of society, I have been brought in contact with each varying phase of life of the people. During the last 20 years, though no longer permanently resident in Scotland, I have been led by my official duties to revisit the country every year, even to its remotest bounds. I have also been enabled, through the kindness of a yachting friend, to cruise all through the inner and outer Hebrides. These favourable opportunities have allowed me to mark the gradual decline of national peculiarities, perhaps more distinctly than would have been possible to one continuously resident. As a slight contribution to the history of the social evolution in Scotland, I propose in the following chapters to gather together such reminiscences as may serve to indicate the nature and extent of the changes of which I have been a witness, and to record a few illustrations of the manners and customs, the habits and humour of the people with whom I have mingled. My memory goes back to a time before railways had been established in Scotland, when Edinburgh and Glasgow were connected only by a coach road and a canal, and when stage-coaches still ran from the two cities into England. I may, therefore, begin these reminiscences with some reference to modes of travel. Probably few readers are aware how recently roads practicable for wheeled carriages have become general over the whole country. In the 17th century, various attempts were made to run stage-coaches between Edinburgh and Leith, between Edinburgh and Haddington, and between Edinburgh and Glasgow, but these efforts to open up communication, even with the chief towns, appear to have met with such scant support as to be soon abandoned. The usual mode of conveyance for ladies as well as gentlemen was on horseback. A traveller writing in 1688 states that there were then no stage-coaches, for the roads would hardly allow of them, and that although some of the magnates of the land made use of a coach and 6 horses, they did so with so much caution that besides their other attendants they have a lusty running footman on each side of the coach to manage and keep it up in rough places. It was probably not until after the suppression of the Jacobite rising in 1715 that road-making and road repair were begun in earnest. For strategic purposes, military roads were driven through the Highlands, and this important work, which continued until far on in the century, not only opened up the Highlands to wheeled traffic, but reacted on the general lines of communication throughout the country. By the time that railways came into operation, the main roads had been well engineered and constructed, and were fitted for all kinds of vehicles. Locomotion to England. Before the beginning of the railroad period, the inhabitants of Scotland had 3 means of locomotion into England. Those who were wealthy took their own carriages and horses, or hired post-horses from stage to stage. For the ordinary traveller there were stage-coaches on land and steamboats on the sea. With a comfortable carriage and the personal effects of the occupants strapped on behind it, posting to London was one of the pleasant incidents of the year to those who had leisure and money at command. Repeated season after season, the journey brought the travellers into close acquaintance with every district through which the public road passed. They had a far greater familiarity with the details of these districts than can now be formed in railway journeys. They knew every village, church, and country house to be seen along the route, and could mark the changes made in them from year to year. At the inns where they halted for the night, they were welcomed as old friends and made to feel themselves at home. This pleasant mode of travelling, so graphically described in Humphrey Clinker, continued in use among some county families long after the stagecoaches had reached the culmination of their speed and comfort. My old friend T. F. Kennedy of Dunure used to describe to me the delights of these yearly journeys in his youth. Posting into England did not die out until after the completion of the continuous railway routes, when the failure of travellers on the road led to the giving up of post horses at the inns. Stagecoaches to London. One of my early recollections is to have seen the London coaches start from Princes Street, Edinburgh. Though railways were beginning to extend rapidly over England, no line had yet entered Scotland, so that the first part of the journey to London was made by stagecoach. There was at that time no line of railway, with steam locomotives leading out of Edinburgh. Stagecoaches appear to have been tried between London and Edinburgh as far back as 1658, for an advertisement published in May of that year announces that they would go from the George Inn without Aldersgate to Edinburgh in Scotland once in 3 weeks for £4 10 with good coaches and fresh horses on the roads. In May 1734, a coach was advertised to perform the journey between Edinburgh and London in 9 days or 3 days sooner than any other coach that travels the road. An improvement in the service made 20 years later was thus described in an advertisement which appeared in the Edinburgh Evening Courant for July 1st, 1754. The Edinburgh stagecoach, for the better accommodation of passengers, will be altered to a new genteel 2-end glass machine, hung on steel springs, exceeding light and easy, to go in 10 days in summer and 12 in winter, to set out the first Tuesday in March, and continue it from Hosea, Eastgates, the coach and horses in Dean Street, Soho, London, and from John Somerville's in the Canongate, Edinburgh, every other Tuesday, and meet at Boroughbridge on Saturday night, and set out from thence on Monday morning, and get to London and Edinburgh on Friday. In the winter, to set out from London and Edinburgh every other Monday morning, to go to Boroughbridge on Saturday night, and to set out thence on Monday morning to get to London and Edinburgh on Saturday night. Passengers to pay as usual, performed, if God permits, by your dutiful servant, Hosea Eastgate. Care is taken of small parcels according to their value. Before the end of the century, the frequency, comfort, and speed of the coaches had been considerably increased. Palmer of the Bath Theatre led the way in this reform, and in the year 1788 organized a service from London to Glasgow, which accomplished a distance of rather more than 400 miles in 65 hours. 10 years later, Lord Chancellor Campbell travelled by the same system of coaches between Edinburgh and London, and he states that in 1798 he performed the journey in 3 nights and 2 days, Mr. Palmer's mail coaches being then established. But this swift travelling was considered dangerous as well as wonderful, and I was gravely advised to stop a day at York, as several passengers who had gone through without stopping had died of apoplexy from the rapidity of the motion. The whole distance may now, 1847, be accomplished with ease and safety in 14 hours. Edinburgh and Glasgow coaches. Passengers between Edinburgh and Glasgow before the days of railways had a choice of 2 routes, either by road or by canal. As far back as the summer of 1678, an Edinburgh merchant set up a stagecoach between the 2 cities to carry 6 passengers, but it appears to have had no success. In 1743, another Edinburgh merchant offered to start a stagecoach on the same route, with 6 horses to hold 6 passengers, to go twice a week in summer and once in winter, but his proposal does not appear to have met with adequate support. At last, in 1749, a kind of covered spring cart, known as the Edinburgh and Glasgow Caravan, was put upon the road and performed the journey of 44 miles in 2 days. 9 years later, in 1758, the Fly, so called on account of its remarkable speed, actually accomplished the distance in 12 hours. The establishment of Palmer's improved stagecoaches led to a further advance in the communications between Edinburgh and Glasgow, but it was not until 1799 that the time taken in the journey was reduced to 6 hours. In my boyhood, before the stagecoaches were driven off by the railway, various improvements on the roads, the carriages, and the arrangements connected with the horses had brought down the time to no more than 4 hours and a half. Much more leisurely was the transit on the Union Canal. The boats were comfortably fitted up and were drawn by a cavalcade of horses, urged forward by postboys. It was a novel and delightful sensation which I can still recall, to see fields, trees, cottages, and hamlets flit past as if they formed a vast moving panorama, while one seemed to be sitting absolutely still. For mere luxury of transportation, such canal travel stands quite unrivalled. Among its drawbacks, however, are the long detentions at the locks. But as everything was new to me in my first expedition to the west, I remember enjoying these locks with the keenest pleasure, sometimes remaining in the boat and feeling it slowly floated up or let down, sometimes walking along the margin and watching the rush of the water through the gradually opening sluices. Loch Katrine in 1843, both the stagecoaches and the passenger boats on the canal were disused after the opening of the Edinburgh and Glasgow Railway in the spring of 1842. A few weeks subsequent to the running of the first trains, the Glasgow Courier announced that the whole of the stagecoaches from Glasgow and Edinburgh are now off the road, with the exception of the 6 o'clock morning coach, which is kept running in consequence of its carrying the mail bags. Steamboats had not yet been introduced upon the large freshwater lakes of Scotland, except upon Loch Lomond, when I visited the Trossachs region for the first time in 1843. I was rowed the whole length of Loch Katrine in a boat by 4 stout Highlanders who sang Gaelic songs, to the cadence of which they kept time with their oars. It was my first entry into the Highlands, and could not have been more impressive. The sun was almost setting as the boat pushed off from Stonachlachar, and all the glories of the western sky were cast upon the surrounding girdle of mountains, the reflections of which fell unbroken on the mirror-like surface of the water. As we advanced and the sunset tints died away, the full autumn moon rose above the crest of Ben Venue and touched off the higher crags with light, while the shadows gathered in deepening black along the lower slopes in the margin of the water. Before we reached the lower end of the lake, the silvery sheen filled all the pass of the Trossachs above the sombre forest, the forms of the hills, the changing lights in the sky, and the weird tunes of the boatmen combined to leave on my memory a picture as vivid now as when it was impressed 60 years ago. No more remarkable contrast between the present tourist traffic in this lake region and that of the early part of last century could be supplied than that which is revealed by an incident recorded as having occurred about the year 1814, 4 years after the publication of Scott's Lady of the Lake. An old Highlander who was met on the top of Ben Lomond said he had been a guide from the north side of the mountain for upwards of 40 years, but that damned Walter Scott that everybody makes such a work about, exclaimed he with vehemence. I wish I had him to ferry over Loch Lomond. I should be after sinking the boat, if I drowned myself into the bargain, for ever since he wrote his Lady of the Lake, as they call it, everybody goes to see that filthy hole Loch Katrine when comes round by lust, and I have had only 2 gentlemen to guide all this blessed season, which is now at an end. I shall never see the top of Ben Lomond again. The devil confound his ladies and his lakes, say I. Scott and the Highlands, if this indignant mountaineer could revisit his early haunts, his grandchildren would have a very different story to tell him of the poet's influence. For one visitor to his beloved mountain in his day, there must now be at least 100, almost all of whom have had their first longing to see that region kindled by the poems and tales of Scott. No man ever did so much to make his country known and attractive as the author of Waverley has done for Scotland. His fictitious characters have become historical personages in the eyes of the thousands of pilgrims who every year visit the scenes he has described. In threading the pass of the Trossachs, they try to see where Fitzjames must have lost his gallant grey. In passing Ellen's Isle, they scrutinize it, if haply any relics of her home have survived. At Carladongle Ford they want to know the exact spot where the duel was fought between the king and Roderick Dhu. At Aberfoyle they look out for the Clachan, or some building that must stand on its site, and their hearts are comforted by finding suspended to a tree on the village green the veritable coulter with which Bailie Nicol Jarvie burnt the big Highlander's plaid. So delighted indeed have the tourists been with this relic of the past that they have surreptitiously carried it off more than once, and have thus compelled the village smith each time to manufacture a new antique. Before steam navigation was introduced, packet ships sailed between Leith and London, carrying both passengers and goods, but as the time taken on the journey depended on winds and waves, these vessels supplied a somewhat uncertain and even risky mode of transit. Thus, in November 1743, an Edinburgh newspaper announced that the Edinburgh and Glasgow packet from London, after having great stress of weather for 20 days, has lately arrived safe at Holy Island, and is soon expected in Leith harbour. Steamboats to London. The first steamboats that plied between Leith and London were much smaller in size and more primitive in their appointments than their successors of today. Mineral oil had not come into use, and animal and vegetable oils were dear. Hence the saloons and cabins were lighted with candles, and as wicks that require no snuffing were not then in vogue, it may be imagined that the illumination could not be brilliant, and that candle grease was apt to descend in frequent drops upon whatever happened to lie below. The Reverend Dr. Lindsay Alexander used to tell that when he once accompanied a brother clergyman in the steamboat to London, they were unable to obtain berths in any of the staterooms and had to content themselves each with a sofa in the saloon. In the middle of the night he was awakened by a groaning which seemed to come from the sofa of his elderly friend. Starting up, he inquired if the doctor was in pain. The answer came in a shaky voice, "I'm afraid I've had a stroke of paralysis." In an instant the younger man was out of bed, calling for a light, as the candles had all burnt themselves into their sockets. When the light came, the reverend gentleman was seen to have been lying immediately below. The drip of a guttering candle and the drops of tallow falling on his cheek had congealed there into a cake that had gradually spread it up to his eye. As he could not move the muscles of his face, the poor man's imagination had transferred the powerlessness to the rest of his side. With the help of the steward, however, the hardened grease was scraped off, and the doctor, recovering the use of his facial muscles, was able once more to drop off to sleep. Railway rivalry. Railroads have been unquestionably the most powerful agents of social change in Scotland. From the opening of the first line down to the present time, I've watched the yearly multiplication of lines until the existing network of them has been constructed. Had it been possible at the beginning to anticipate this rapid development and to foresee the actual requirements of the various districts through which branch lines have been formed, probably the railway map would have been rather different from what it now is. Some local lines would never have been built, or would have followed different routes from those actually chosen. The competition of the rival companies has led to a wasteful expenditure of their capital, and to the construction of lines which either do not pay their expenses or yield only a meagre return for the outlay dispersed upon them. A notable instance of the effects of this rivalry was seen in the competition of two great companies for the construction of a line between Carnwath on the Caledonian system and Ledburn on the North British. The country through which the route was to be taken was sparsely peopled, being partly pastoral, partly agricultural, but without any considerable village. When the contest was in progress, a farmer from the district was asked to state what he knew of traffic between Carnwath and Dolphinton, a small hamlet in Lanarkshire. His answer was, "Od, there's an old wife that comes across the hills once in a fortnicht wi' a basket of ribbons, but that's a' the traffic I kenna." The minister of Dolphinton, being eager to have a railway through his parish, set himself to ascertain the number of cattle that passed along the road daily in front of his manse. He was said to have counted the same cow many times in the same day. The result of the competition was a compromise. Each railway company obtained powers to construct a new line, which was to run to Dolphinton and there terminate. And these two lines to this hamlet of a few cottages and not as many as 300 people were actually constructed and have been in operation for many years. Each of them has its terminal station at Dolphinton, with station master and porters, but there were not, and so far as I know there are not now, any rails connecting the two lines across the road. This diminutive village thus enjoys the proud preeminence of being perhaps the smallest place in the three kingdoms, which has two distinct terminal stations on each side of its road, worked by two independent and rival companies. Not long after the opening of the North British line to Dolphinton, I spent a day at the southern end of the Pentland Hills, and in the evening, making my way to the village, found the train with its engine attached. The station was as solitary as a churchyard. After I had taken my seat in one of the carriages, the guard appeared from some doorway in the station, and I heard the engine driver shout out to him, "Weel, Jock, hae ye got your passenger in?" Early days of railways. The opening of a railway through some of these lonely upland regions was a momentous event in their history. Up till then, many districts which possessed roads were not traversed by any public coach nor by many private carriages, while in other parishes, where roads either did not exist or were extremely bad and unfit for wheeled traffic, the sight of a swiftly moving train was one that drew the people from far and near. Some time, however, had to elapse before the country folk could accustom themselves to the rapidity and comparative punctuality of railroad travelling. When the old horse tramways ran, it was a common occurrence for a train to be stopped in order to pick up a passenger, or to let one down by the roadside, and it is said that this easy-going practice used to be repeated now and then in the early days of branch railways. An old lady from Coulter Parish, who came down to the railway not long after it was opened, arrived at the station just as the train had started. When told that she was too late, for the train had already gone beyond the station, she exclaimed, "Dod, I'm on Rin, then," and proceeded at her highest speed along the platform, while the station master shouted after her to stop. She was indignant that he would not whistle for the train to halt or come back for her. Railway construction in the Highlands came later than it did in the Lowlands, and entered among another race of people with different habits from those of their southern fellow countrymen. The natural disposition of an ordinary Highlander would not often lead him to choose the hard life of a navvy and volunteer to aid in the heavy work of railway construction. The following anecdote illustrates a racial characteristic which probably could not have been met with in the Lowlands. During the formation of one of the lines of railway through the Highlands, a man came to the contractor and asked for a job at the works, when the following conversation took place. "Well, Donald, you've come for work, have you? And what can you do?" "'Deed, I can do onything." "Well, there's some spade and barrow work going on. You can begin on that." "Ach, but I wadna just like to be walking wi' a spade and a wheelbarrow." "Oh, would you not? Then yonder's some rock that needs to be broken away. Can you wield a pick?" "I was never usin' a pick, whatever." "Well, my man, I don't know anything I can give you to do." Light labor. So Donald went away crestfallen, but being of an observing turn of mind, he walked along the rails, noting the work of each gang of laborers, until he came to a signal box, wherein he saw a man seated, who came out now and then, waved a flag, and then resumed his seat. This appeared to Donald to be an occupation entirely after his own heart. He made inquiry of the man, ascertained his hours and his rate of pay, and returned to the contractor, who, when he saw him, good-naturedly asked, "What, back again, Donald? Have you found out what you can do?" "'Deed I have, sir. I would just like to get 18 shillings a week, and to do that," holding out his arm and gently waving the stick he had in his hand. A desire to select the lightest part of the work, however, is not peculiar to the Celtic nature, but comes out strongly enough sometimes in the Lowlands, as was illustrated by the proposal of a quarryman to share the labour with a comrade. "If you ram, Jamie," said he, "I'll peach," that is, if his friend would work the heavy iron sledge-hammer, he himself would give the puff or pant with which the workmen accompany each stroke they make. The unpunctuality of the railways, the dirtiness of the carriages on branch lines, and the frequent incivility of the officials are only too familiar to all who have to travel much upon the system of at least one of the Scottish companies. A worthy countryman who had come from the northeast side of the kingdom by train to Cowlairs was told that the next stoppage would be Glasgow. He at once began to get all his little packages ready, and remarked to a fellow passenger, "I'm sailing for China this week, but I'm thinking I'm by the worst of the journey noo." It must be confessed, however, that the railway officials often have their forbearance sorely tested, especially in the large mining districts, where the roughness and violence of the mob of passengers can sometimes hardly be held in check, and where the temptation to retaliate after the same fashion may be difficult to resist. Having also to be on the watch for dishonesty, they are apt to develop a suspiciousness which sometimes, though perhaps needlessly, exasperates the honest traveller. Occasionally their sagacity is scarcely a match for the knavery of a dishonest Scot. Thus a man, when the ticket collector came round, was fumbling in all his pockets for his ticket, until the official, losing patience, said he would come back for it. When he returned, noticing that the man had the ticket between his lips, he indignantly snatched it away, whereupon a fellow passenger remarked, "You must be singularly absent-minded not to remember that you had put your ticket in your mouth." "No sae absent-minded as ye wad think," was the answer. "I was just rubbing out the old dot with my tongue." Steamboats on West Coast. Perhaps the most striking evidence of the effect of increased facilities for locomotion and traffic upon the habits of the population is presented by the western coast of the country, or the region usually spoken of as the West Highlands and Islands. Few parts of Britain are now more familiar to the summer tourist than the steamboat tracks through that region. Every year thousands of holiday makers are carried rapidly and comfortably in swift and capacious vessels through that archipelago of mountainous land and blue sea. They have, as it were, a vast panorama unrolled before them, which changes in aspect and interest at every mile of their progress. For the most part, however, they obtain and carry away with them merely a kind of general and superficial impression of the scenery, though the memory of it may remain indelibly fixed among their most delightful experiences of travel. They can have little or no conception of the interior of those islands, or of the glens and straths of the mainland, still less of the inhabitants and their ways and customs, nor as they are borne pleasantly along past headland and cliff can they adequately realize what the conditions of travel were before the days of commodious passenger steamers. David Hutcheson's services. When Johnson and Boswell landed in Skye in the year 1773, there was not a road in the whole island practicable for a wheeled carriage. Locomotion, when not afoot, was either on horseback or by boat. The inland bridle tracks lay among loose boulders, over rough bare rock, or across stretches of soft and sometimes treacherous bog. The boats were often leaky, the oars and rowlocks unsound, the boatmen unskilful, while the weather, even in summer, is often boisterous enough to make the navigation of the sea locks and sounds difficult or impossible for small craft. And such continued to be the conditions in which the social life of the West Highlands was carried on long after Johnson's time. During the first 30 or more years of last century, the voyage from the Clyde to Skye was made in sailing packets, and generally took from 10 to 15 days. It was not until steamboats began to ply among the coast that the scattered islands were brought under closer touch with each other and with the lowlands. To the memory of David Hutcheson, who organized the steamboat service among the Western Highlands and Islands, Scotland owes a debt of gratitude. The development of this service has been the gradual evolution of some 70 years. Half a century ago it was far from having reached its present state of advancement. There were then no steamers up the west coast to Skye and the outer Hebrides, save those which carried cargo and came round the Mull of Cantyre. During the herring season, and about the times of the cattle markets, the irregularities and discomfort of these vessels can hardly be exaggerated, when the decks were already loaded perhaps with odoriferous barrels of herring, and when it seemed impossible that they could hold anything more, the vessel might have to make a long detour to the head of some mountain-girdled sea loch to fetch away a flock of sheep or herd of Highland cattle. In most of the places of call there were no piers. Passengers had accordingly to disembark in small boats, sometimes at a considerable distance from high water mark, to which, perhaps in the middle of the night, they scrambled across seaweed and slippery shingle. As a steamboat called at each place in summer only once, in later years twice in a week, and in winter only once in a fortnight, the day of its arrival was eagerly looked forward to by the population, in expectation of the supplies of all kinds, as well as the letters and newspapers which it brought from the south. You never could be sure at what hour of the day or night it might make its appearance, and if you expected friends to arrive by it, or if you proposed yourself to take a passage in it, you needed to be on the watch, perhaps for many weary hours. In fine weather this detention was endurable enough, but in the frequent storms of wind and rain, much patience and some strength of constitution were needed to withstand the effects of the exposure. The desirability of having waiting rooms or places of shelter of any kind is even yet not fully realized by the Celtic mind. Sometimes sooner, whiles earlier. The native islander, however, seemed never to feel, or at least would never acknowledge, these various inconveniences. It was so great a boon to have the steamers at all, and he had now got so used to them that he could not imagine a state of things different from that to which he had grown accustomed, nor would he willingly allow any imperfections in David Hutcheson's arrangements, on which he depended for all his connection with the outer world. I remember a crofter in the island of Eigg, who, when asked when the steamer would arrive, replied at once, "Weel, she be comin' sometimes sooner and whiles earlier, and sometimes before that again." The idea of lateness was a reproach which he would not acknowledge. William Black, the novelist, used to tell of an English clergyman who, having breakfasted and paid his bill at Tobermory, was anxious for the arrival of the steamboat that was to take him north. He made his way to the pier and walked up and down there for a time, but could see no sign of the vessel. At last, accosting a Highlander who, leaning against a wall, was smoking a cutty pipe, he asked him when the Skye steamer would call. Out came the pipe, followed by the laconic answer, "That's her smoke," and the speaker pointed in the direction of the sound of Mull. The traveller for a time could observe nothing to indicate the expected vessel, but at last noticed a streak of dark smoke rising against the Morven hills on the far side of the island that guards the front of the little bay of Tobermory. When at last the steamer itself rounded the point and came fully into sight, it seemed to the clergyman a much smaller vessel than he had supposed it would be, and he remarked to the Highlander, That the Skye steamer? That boat will surely never get to Skye. The pipe was whisked out again to make way for the indignant reply. She'll be in Skye this afternoon if nothing happens to Skye. The order of nature might conceivably go wrong, but Hutchinson's arrangements could be absolutely depended upon. West Coast steamboats. The captains of these steamers were personages of some consequence on the West Coast, usually skilful pilots and agreeable men. They came to be on familiar terms with the lairds and farmers all along their route, whom they were always glad to oblige, and from whom they received in return many tangible proofs of recognition and goodwill. At the end of a visit which I had been paying to friends on the south coast of Mull, the captain, to whom my kind host had previously written, brought his vessel a little out of his way in order to pick me up. The shore being full of rocks and reefs, my boat had to pull some distance out to the steamer, so that the tourist passengers had time to gratify their curiosity by crowding to one side to see the cause of this unusual stoppage. When the boat came alongside, its cargo was transshipped in the following order: first a letter for the captain, next a live sheep, then a portmanteau, and lastly myself. There were many inquisitive glances at the scantiness of my flock, but the sheep had been sent as a present from my host to the captain in recognition of some little services which he had lately been rendering to the family. I've known a number of these captains, and I've often been struck with their quiet dignity and good nature in circumstances that must have tried their temper and patience. They had much responsibility, and must often have had anxious moments in foggy or stormy weather. Now and then a vessel met with an accident, or was even shipwrecked, but the rarity of such always possible mishaps afforded good proof of the skilful seamanship with which the Hutchinson fleet was handled. There was always a heavy traffic in goods. Scores of cases, boxes, barrels, and parcels of all conceivable shapes and sizes had to be taken on board and distributed at various places of call. Livestock had to be adequately accommodated, and the varying times and direction of the tides had to be allowed for. Then there was the tourist traffic, which, though small in those days compared with what it has now grown to, required constant care and watchfulness. Not improbably, the human part of his cargo gave the captain more trouble than the rest. The average tourist is apt to be selfish and unreasonable, ready to find fault if and everything does not go precisely as he wished and expected. He is usually inquisitive too, and doubtless asks the same questions that are put to the captain and seamen of the ship season after season. He has formed certain anticipations in his own mind of what he is to see, and when these are not quite realized, he wants to know why. A common hallucination among travellers south of the Tweed close. Every Highlander in a kilt and surprise is often expressed that the garb of old Gaul is so seldom seen. The answer of one of David Hutchinson's officers should suffice for all who give vent to this surprise. Oh no, nobody wears the kilt here but fools and Englishmen. Tourists on West Coast. Various anecdotes are in circulation about the passengers and crew of these western steamboats. One of these narratives, of which different versions have been told, relates how, on a dull, drizzling, and misty evening, when every attention had to be given to the rather intricate navigation, a lady began to ask questions of the man at the wheel. He answered her as briefly as possible for a time, but as she still plied him with queries, he at last lost his temper and abruptly desired her to go to the nether regions. She retired in high dudgeon, and sought out the captain, insisting that the man should be discharged, and that she would report the matter to Mr. Hutchinson. The captain tried to soothe her, expressing his own regret at the language that had been used to her, assuring her that he would make the man apologize to her for his conduct. She thereupon went down to the saloon and poured out her indignation to some of her fellow passengers. In the midst of her talk, a man in dripping oilskins and cap in hand appeared at the door, and after some hesitation, and looking round the company, advanced to the irate lady and said, "Are you the leddy I tell to gang to hell?" "Weel, the captain says ye needna gang yet." Such was the apology. I well remember when, as a lad of 18, I first visited Skye, that the steamer carrying the usual miscellaneous cargo in the hold and on deck, after rounding them all, had made so many calls and had so much luggage and merchandise to discharge at each halt, that it was past midnight of the second day before we came into Broadford Bay. The disembarkation was by a small boat, and as we made our way shorewards, the faces of the oarsmen were at every stroke lit up with the pale, ghostly light of a phosphorescent sea. The night was dark, but with the aid of a dim lantern one could mount the rough beach, where I was met by a son of the Reverend John Mackinnon of Kilbride, with whom I had come to spend a few weeks. We had a drive of some 5 miles inland, enlivened with Gaelic songs, which my young friend and his cousin screamed at the pitch of their voices. At a certain part, of the road they became suddenly silent, or only spoke to each other in whispers. We were then passing the old graveyard at Kilchrist, and when we had got to what was judged a safe distance beyond it and its ghost, the hilarity began anew, and lasted until we came to our destination between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. The telegraph in Highlands, the introduction of the electric telegraph, naturally aroused much curiosity in the rural population as to how the wires could carry messages. A West Highlander, who had been to Glasgow and was consequently supposed to have got to the bottom of the mystery, was asked to explain it. "Weel," said he, "it's no easy to explain what you will no be understanding, but I'll tell ye what it's like. If you could stretch my collie dog frae Oban to Tobermory, and if you was to clap its head in Oban, and it wagged its tail in Tobermory, or if I was to tread on its tail in Oban, and it squaked in Tobermory, that's what the telegraph is like." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 2. Traces of Paganism in Scotland. Relics of the Celtic Church. Deserts. Survival of Roman Catholicism in West Highlands and Islands. Influence of the Protestant clergy. Highland ministers. Lowland ministers. Diets of catechizing. Street preachers. The social history of Scotland has been intimately linked with the successive ecclesiastical polities which have held sway in the country. Nowhere can the external and visible records of these polities be more clearly seen than among the Western Isles, for there the political revolutions have been less violent, though not less complete, than in other parts of the country, and the effacement of the memorials of the past has been brought about more perhaps by the quiet influence of time than by the ruthless hand of man. First of all, we meet with various lingering relics of paganism, then with abundant and often well-preserved records of the primitive Celtic Church, next with evidence of the spread of the Roman Catholic faith, further with the establishment of Protestantism, but without the complete eradication of the older religion, and lastly with the doings of the various religious sects into which the inhabitants are now unhappily divided. Relics of paganism. Various memorials of paganism may be recognized, to some of which further reference will be made in a later chapter. Of these memorials, the numerous standing stones are the most conspicuous, whether as single monoliths marking the grave of some forgotten hero, or dedicated to some unknown divinity, or as groups erected doubtless for religious purposes, like the great assemblage at Callermish in the Lewis. Besides these stones, many burial mounds, resting places of the pagan dead, have yielded relics of the Stone and Bronze Ages. In some respects more impressive even than these relics are the superstitious customs which still survive amongst us, and have probably descended uninterruptedly from pagan times, such, for instance, as the practice of walking around wells and other places 3 times from east to west as the sun moves, and the practice of leaving offerings at the springs which are resorted to for curative purposes. Some of these customs were continued by the early Celtic Church, persisted afterwards through the Roman Catholic period, and even now, in spite of all the efforts of Protestant zeal, they have not been wholly extirpated. Deserts of the Celtic saints. The vestiges of the early Celtic Church by which paganism was superseded are especially abundant in the Highlands. Even where all visible memorials have long since vanished, the name of many a devoted saint and missionary still clings to the place where he or she had a chapel or hermitage, or where some cell was dedicated to their memory. The names of Columba, Bridget, Oran, Donan, Fillan, Ronan, and others are as familiar on the lips of modern Highlanders as they were on those of their forefathers, although the historical meaning and interest of these names may be unknown to those who use them now. When besides the name attached to the place, the actual building remains with which the name was first associated in the 6th or some later century, the interest deepens, especially where the relic stands, as so many of them do, on some small desolate islet, placed far amid the melancholy main, and often for weeks together difficult or impossible of approach, even now with the stouter boats of the present day. Such places, like those off the west coast of Ireland, were sought for retirement from the work and worry of the world, where the missionary devoted himself to meditation and prayer. The numerous deserts, and deserts in Ireland and Scotland are all forms of the Gaelic word desert, derived from the Latin desertum, a desert or sequestered place, and mark retreats of the early propagandists of Christianity. It fills one with amazement and admiration to contemplate the heroism and self-devotion which could lead these men in their frail coracles to such sea-washed rocks, where there is often no soil to produce any vegetation, and where, except by impounding rain, there can be no supply of fresh water. Perhaps the most striking of these deserts in Scotland is to be found on the uninhabited rock known as Sula Sgir, which rises out of the Atlantic about 40 miles to the north of the Butt of Lewis, though much less imposing in height and size than the Skellig off the coast of Kerry. It is at least 4 times further from the land, and must consequently have been still more difficult to reach in primitive times. I had a few years ago an opportunity of landing on this rock during a yachting cruise to the Faroe Islands. With some little difficulty, on account of the heavy swell, I succeeded in scrambling ashore, and found the rock to consist of gneiss like that of the Long Island. My arrival disturbed a numerous colony of seafowl. The puffins emerged from their holes and sat gazing at me with their whimsical, wistful look. Flocks of razorbills and guillemots circled overhead, filling the air with their screams, while the gannets, angry that their mate should be disturbed from their nests, wheeled to and fro still higher, with mocking shouts of ha, ha, ha. A dank grey sea fog hung over the summit of the islet. Everything was damp with mist and clammy with birds' droppings, which in a dry climate would gather as a deposit of guano. Loathsome pools of rain-water and sea spray, putrid with excrement, filled the hollows of the naked rock, while the air was heavy with the odours of living and dead birds. The only things of beauty in the place were the tufts of sea-pink that grew luxuriantly in the crannies. Some traces of recent human occupation could be seen in the form of a few rude stone huts erected as shelters by the men who now and then come to take off the gannets and their eggs, and who when there lately had left some heaps of unused peat behind them. The Saint of Sula Sgir. Yet this desolate bird-haunted rock, with the heavy surf breaking all round it, and resounding from its chasms and caves, was the place chosen by one of the Celtic saints as his desert. His little rude chapel yet remains, built of rough stones, and still retaining its roof of large flags. It measures inside about 14 feet in length, by from 6 to 8 in breadth, with an entrance doorway and one small window opening, beneath which the altar stone still lies in place. There could hardly ever have been a community here. One is puzzled to understand how even the saint himself succeeded in reaching this barren rock, and how he supported himself on it during his stay. He came, no doubt, in one of the light, skin-covered coracles, which could contain but a slender stock of provisions. When these were exhausted, if the weather forbade his return to Lewis or to the mainland, he had no fuel on the rock to fall back upon with which to cook any of the eggs or birds of the islet, and there was no edible vegetation save the dulse or other seaweeds growing between tide marks. With the decay and dissolution of the Celtic Church, probably many of the chapels erected by that community were forsaken and allowed to fall into ruin, but some continued to be used and were even enlarged or rebuilt when the Church of Rome established its rule over the whole country. Architecture had meanwhile made an onward step. The buildings erected by the emissaries of Rome presented a strong contrast to those which they replaced, for they were solidly built with lime in a much more ornate style, with a freer use of sculpture and on a much larger scale. The old church of Rodil in Harris, for example, belonging perhaps to the 13th century, is full of sculptured figures, while the cathedral of Iona would hold some dozens of the primitive cells. In various parts of the country evidence may be seen that the Celtic sculptural stones had ceased to be respected, either as religious monuments or as works of art, when the Roman Catholic churches were erected. At St. Andrews, for example, the old chapel of St. Regulus, probably built between the 10th and 12th centuries, was allowed to remain, and it still stands roofless indeed, but in wonderful preservation as regards the masonry of its walls. But of the crosses that rose above the sward around it, many of them delicately carved with interlaced work in the true Celtic style, some were broken up and actually used as building material for the great cathedral, which was begun in the year 1160. Again, at St. Vigian's in Forfarshire, a large quantity of similar sculptured stones of the Celtic period was built into the masonry of the 12th century church, erected there under the Latin hierarchy. Roman Catholicism in Hebrides. The Roman Catholic faith, which once prevailed universally over the country, still maintains its place on some of the islands, particularly Barra, Benbecula, and South Uist, and in certain districts of the mainland. In Aig, about half of the population is still Catholic, the other half being divided between the established and free churches. The three clergymen, Protestant and Roman Catholic, when I first visited the island, were excellent friends and used to have pleasant evenings together over their toddy and talk. The Catholic memorial chapel to the memory of Lord Howard of Glossop was determined to be erected in one of the Catholic islands, and Canna was chosen as its site. The building has been placed there, and with its high Norman tower, now forms a conspicuous landmark for leagues to east and west, but the crofter population is gone, and with it Catholicism has disappeared from Canna, though some 5 crofter families still live on the contiguous island of Sanday. In my peregrinations through the Catholic districts of the west of Scotland, I've often been struck with some interesting contrast between them and similar regions in Ireland, where Catholic and Protestant live together. The Scottish priests have always seemed to me a better educated class and more men of the world than their brethren in Ireland. Students who have been trained abroad have their ideas widened and their manners polished, as is hardly possible in the case of those who leave their villages to be trained at Maynooth, whence they are sent to recommence village life as parish priests. Again, there has always appeared to me to be, in the West Highlands, far less of the antagonism which in Ireland separates Catholics and Protestants. They live together as good neighbours, and unless you actually make inquiry, you cannot easily discriminate between them. Scottish Protestant clergy. No feature in the social changes which Scotland has undergone stands out more conspicuously than the part played in these changes by the clergy since the Reformation. This clerical influence has been both beneficial and baneful. On the one hand, the clergy have unquestionably taken a large share in the intellectual development of the people and in giving to the national character some of its most distinctive qualities. For many generations, in face of a lukewarm or even hostile nobility in government, they bore the burden of the parish schools, elaborating and improving a system of instruction which made their country for a long time the best educated community in Europe. They have held up the example of a high moral standard and have labored with the most unremitting care to train their flocks in the paths of righteousness. On the other hand, the clergy, having been from the very beginning of Protestantism, obtained control over the minds and consciences of the people, have naturally used this powerful influence to make their theological tenets prevail throughout the length and breadth of the land. They early developed a spirit of intolerance and fanaticism, and with this same spirit they succeeded in imbuing their people, repressing the natural and joyous impulses of humanity, and establishing an artificial and exacting code of conduct, the enforcement of which led to an altogether hurtful clerical domination. While waging war against older forms of superstition, they introduced new forms which added to the terrors and the gloom of life. These transformations were longest in reaching their climax among the Highlands and Islands, but have there attained their most complete development, as will be further pointed out in a later chapter. Happily, in the lowlands, for the last 200 years, their effects have been slowly passing away. The growth of tolerance and enlightenment is increasingly marked both among the clergy and the laity, but the old leaven is not even yet wholly eradicated, though it now works within a comparatively narrow and continually contracting sphere. Scottish ministers. Nevertheless, even those who have least sympathy with the theological tenets and ecclesiastical system of the Scottish clergy must needs acknowledge that, as earnest and indefatigable workers for the spiritual and temporal good of their flocks, as leaders in every movement for the benefit of the community, and as fathers of families, these men deserve the ample commendation which they have received. Their limited stipends have allowed them but a slender share of the material comforts and luxuries of life, and comparatively few of them have enjoyed opportunities to augment their small peculiar, yet they have as a whole set a noble example of self-denial, thrift, and benevolence. Secure at least of their manses, they have contrived to live on little with a cheerful heart, respected and esteemed of men, while supplying the material wants of their people as far as their means would allow. They have yet been able to provide a good education for their families, and to put forth their sons to seek preferment out, some to the wars to try their fortune there, some to discover islands far away, some to the studious universities. The sons of the manse are found filling positions of eminence in every walk of life. With all this excellence of character and achievement, the clergy of Scotland have maintained an individuality which has strongly marked them as a class among the other professions of the country. This peculiarity is well exemplified in the innumerable anecdotes which, either directly or indirectly connected with clergymen, form so large a proportion of what are known as Scotch stories. If we seek for the cause of the prominence of the clerical element in the accepted illustrations of Scottish humour, we shall hardly find it in any exceptional exuberance of that quality among the reverend gentlemen themselves taken as a body, though many of their number have been among the most humorous and witty of their countrymen. As they were long drawn from almost every grade in the social scale of the kingdom, they have undoubtedly presented an admirable average type of the national idiosyncrasies, though they are now recruited in diminishing measure from the landed and cultured ranks of society. Their number, their general dispersion over the whole land, their prominence in their parishes, the influence wielded by many of them in their church courts and on public platforms, and the free intercourse between them and the people have all helped to draw attention to them and to their sayings and doings. Moreover, since dissent from the national church began, the clergy have been greatly multiplied. In each parish where there was once only one minister, there are now two or even more. Clerical characteristics. A Scots proverb avers that a minister's legs should never be seen, meaning that he should not be met with out of the pulpit. So long as he remains there, he stands invested with such divinity as doth hedge a king, unassailable, uncontradictable, and wielding the authority of a messenger from God to man. The very isolation and eminence of this position call attention to any merely human qualities or frailties which he may disclose in ordinary life. His parishioners, though inwardly glad if he can shed upon them the gracious dew of pulpit eloquence, at the same time delight to find him, when divested of his gown and bands, after all one of themselves. And while they enjoy his humour when he possesses that saving grace, they are not unwilling sometimes to take his little peculiarities as subjects of their own mirthful but not ill-natured remarks. He may thus be like Falstaff, not only witty himself, but the cause that wit is in other men. Hence the clerical stories may be divided into two kinds, those in which the humour is that of the ministers, and those in which it is that of the people with the ministers as its object. In the first series there is perhaps no particular flavour different from that characteristic of the ordinary middle-class Scot, though of course the many anecdotes of a professional nature take their colour from the calling of those to whom they relate. In the second division, however, a greater individuality may be recognized, whether it be from a sort of good-humoured revenge for his incontestable superiority in the pulpit. There seems to be a proneness to make the most of any oddities in the minister's manners or character. The contrast between the preacher on Sunday and the same man during the week, it may be absent-minded or irascible or making mistakes or getting into ludicrous situations, appeals powerfully to the Scotsman's sense of humour. He seizes the oddity of this contrast, expresses it in some pithy words, and thus, often unconsciously, launches another story into the world. His humour, as in Swift's definition, is odd, grotesque, and wild, only by affectation spoiled. 'Tis never by invention got. Men have it when they know it not. It is in the country, and more particularly in the remoter and less frequented parishes, that the older type of minister has to some extent survived. We meet with him rather in the highlands than in the lowlands. He cultivates his glebe, and sometimes has also a farm on his hands. He has thus some practical knowledge of agriculture, is often a good judge of cattle, and breeds his own stock. A Highland minister. The best example of a Highland clergyman I ever knew was the Reverend John Mackinnon, minister of the parish of Strath Skye, to whose hospitable house of Kilbride I have already referred as my first home in the island. He succeeded to the parish after his father, who had been its minister for 52 years, and he was followed in turn by his eldest son, the late Dr. Donald, so that for 3 generations or more than 100 years the care of the parish remained in the same family. Tall, erect, and wiry, he might have been taken for a retired military man. A gentleman by birth and breeding, he mingled on easy terms with the best society in the island, while at the same time his active discharge of his ministerial duties brought him into familiar relations with the parishioners all over the district. So entirely had he gained their respect and affections that, when the great disruption of 1843 rent the establishment over so much of the Highlands, he kept his flock in the old church. He used to boast that Strath was thus the Sebastopol of that church in Skye. The old manse at Kilchrist, having become ruinous, was abandoned, and as none was built to replace it, Mr. Mackinnon rented the farm and house of Kilbride. There had once been a chapel there, dedicated to St. Bridget, and her name still clings to the spot. Behind rises the group of the Red Hills, further over the black serrated crests of Blaven, the most striking of all the Skye Mountains, tower up into the northwestern sky, while to the south the eye looks away down the inlet of Loch Sloppen to the open sea, out of which rise the ridges of Rum and the Skewer of Ig. The farm lay around the house and stretched into the low uplands on the southern side of the valley. The farming operations at Kilbride will be noticed in a later chapter. A Highland minister's wife in the wide Highland parishes where roads are few and communications must largely be kept up on foot, the minister's wife is sometimes hardly less important a personage than her husband, and it is to her that the social wants of the people are generally made known. Mrs. Mackinnon belonged to another family of the same clan as the minister, and was in every way worthy of him. Tall and massive and built with strength of character traced on every feature of her face, and a dignity of manner like that of a Highland chieftainess, she was born to rule in any sphere to which she might be called. Her habitual look was perhaps somewhat stern, with a touch of sadness, as if she had deeply realized the trials and transitoriness of life, and had braced herself to do her duty through it all to the end. But no Highland heart beat more warmly than hers. She was the mother of the whole parish, and seemed to have her eye on every cottage and cabin throughout its wide extent. To her every poor crofter looked for sympathy and help, and never looked in vain. Her clear blue eyes would at one moment fill with tears over the recital of some tale of suffering in the district. At another they would sparkle with glee as she listened to some of the droll narratives of her family or her visitors. She belonged to the family of Corrihatchichan, and among her prized relics was the coverlet under which Samuel Johnson slept when he stayed in her grandfather's house. That house at the foot of the huge Bean na Calech has long ago disappeared. Some fields of brighter green and some low walls mark where it and its garden stood. The younger generation at Kilbride consisted of a large family of stalwart sons and daughters whose careers have furnished a good illustration of the way in which the children of the manses of Scotland have succeeded in the world. The eldest son, as above stated, followed his father as minister of Strath. Another became proprietor of the Melbourne Argus. A third joined the army, served in the Crimea, and in the later years of his life was widely known and respected as Sir William Mackinnon, Director General of the Army Medical Department, who left his fortune to the Royal Society for the furtherance of scientific research. Most of the family now lie with their parents under the green turf of the old burial ground of Kilchrist. Miss Flora, the youngest daughter, was gathered to her rest not many months ago. The later years of her life had been spent by her at her beautiful home of Disdale in Slayett, looking across the Kyle to the heights of Ben Screel and the recesses of Loch Horn. She was a skilled gardener, and had transformed a bare hillside into a paradise of flowers and fruit. She lent a helping hand to every good work in the parish, managed the property with skill and success, and knew the pedigree and history of every family in the West Highlands. When I paid her my last visit, feeling sure it would be the last, it was sad to see her once tall, muscular frame bowed down with illness and pain, and to find her alone, the last of her family left in Skye. Highland manses, in former days before inns had multiplied in the Highlands, and especially before the advent of the crowds of tourists and the inevitable modern hotels, the manses were often the only houses, other than those of the lairds, where travellers could find decent accommodation. Their hospitality was often sought, and it became in the end proverbial. Kilbride was an excellent example of this type of manse. Not only did it receive every summer a succession of guests who made it their home for weeks at a time, but every visitor of note was sure of a kindly welcome, even if he were unexpected. Astonishing is the capacity of these plain-looking Highland houses. When the company assembles at dinner, it may seem impossible that they can all find sleeping quarters under the same roof, yet they are all stowed away, not uncomfortably, sleep well, and come down next morning with appetites prepared to do full justice to a Highland breakfast. In those Highland parishes where Gaelic is still commonly spoken, 2 services are held in the churches on Sunday, the first in that language and the second, after a brief interval, in English. This practice was followed in Strath. In the days of the Celtic Church, a chapel dedicated to Christ stood in the middle of the parish and was known as Kill Christ. On the same site, the Protestant church was afterwards erected and continued to be used until towards the middle of last century, but like the adjacent manse, it fell into disrepair and was ultimately allowed to become the roofless ruin which stands in the midst of the old graveyard of Kill Christ. Instead of rebuilding it, the Heritors, about the year 1840, resolved to erect a new church at Broadford, nearer to the chief centre of population. For 2 Sundays in succession, the services are held at Broadford. On the 3rd Sunday, they take place at a little chapel in Strathford, on the western side of the parish, for the benefit of a mixed crofter and fishing community. Sunday services in Skye. At the Gaelic service in the Broadford Church, a prominent feature used to be the row of picturesque red-cloaked or tartan-shawled old women who, sitting in front immediately below the pulpit, followed the prayers and the sermon with the deepest attention, frequently uttering a running commentary of sighs and groans, while now and then one could even see tears coursing down the wrinkles into which age and peat reek had shriveled their cheeks. The Sundays at Strathford were peculiarly impressive. The house party from the manse, family, guests, and servants, walked to the shore of the sea, inlet of Loch Slappen, embarked there in rowing boats, and pulled across the fjord, along the base of the cliffs on the opposite side. No finer landscape could be found even amidst the famous scenery of Skye, the pink and russet-coloured cones and domes of the red hills, and the dark pinnacles and crags of Blavin behind us, and the blue islands that closed in the far distance in front. During the long incumbency of the minister's father, who no built place of worship existed in Strathford, the little chapel of the early Celtic church, of which the memory is preserved in the name Kilmarie, had long disappeared, and the clergyman used to preach from a recess in the basalt crags with a grassy slope in front, on which his congregation sat to hear him. My host, however, in the early years of his tenancy of the parish, had succeeded in getting a small church erected wherein his people could be sheltered in bad weather. I can recollect one of these Sundays when the weather was absolutely perfect, a cloudless blue sky, the sea smooth as a mirror, and the air suffused with the calm peacefulness which seems so appropriate to a Sabbath. We were a large but singularly quiet party as we steered for the little bay of Kilmarie, each wrapped up in the thoughts which the day or the scene suggested. As we approached our landing place, we were startled by 2 gunshots in rapid succession on the hillside above us. The sound would, under any circumstances, have intruded somewhat harshly into the quiet of the landscape, but it was Sunday, and such a thing as shooting on the Lord's Day had never been heard of in Strath. An Englishman had rented the ground for the season, and he and his wife were now out with their guns. The surprise and horror with which this conduct was viewed by the minister and his family soon found an echo through the length and breadth of the parish. The minister of Glenelg. The sacramental season brought together to Kilbride some of the other clergymen of Skye, whom it was always a pleasure to meet. They were a race of earnest, hard-working, and intelligent men, though having remained in the establishment they would have been stigmatized by the seceding party as moderates who had clung to their loaves and fishes in spite of the example of the Free Kirk. I remember being especially struck by Mr. Macri of Glenelg and Mr. Martin of Snizort. With Mr. Macrae I had afterward more intercourse. Over and above his ministerial duties, to which he conscientiously devoted himself, his great delight in life was to be on the sea. He had a little yacht or cutter, on which he lived as much as he could, and which, as it passed up and down the locks and kyles, was as familiar as Hutchison's steamers. He was never happier than when, with his 2 daughters, he could entertain some friend on a cruise in these waters, and tell what he knew about the ruins and legends of the district, the Pictic towers, the mouldering barracks, the traditions of 1715 and 1745, the Spanish invasion, the Battle of Glenshiel, the naval pursuit, and the battering down of Eilean Donan Castle. Once, when I was staying at Inverness, the minister landed there from his little vessel, and hearing that I wished to examine a piece of the Skye shore south of Calrea, was delighted to offer to convey me there and back next day. My host jocularly remarked that the visit would be sooner made by land and crossing the Kyle at the ferry than by trusting to the minister. The little cruise, however, was arranged according to Mr. McCrae's desire, and he duly dropped anchor in front of Inverness. Next morning we started early, and with a gentle southeasterly breeze and unclouded sky made good progress down Loch Duick, but the wind soon fell, and we crept more and more slowly past the ruined Hylian into Loch Alsh. There could not have been a more glorious day for a lazy excursion, or a nobler landscape to gaze upon as hour slipped after hour. Behind us rose the great range of the Seven Sisters of Kintail. In front were the hills of Sleat, with the Quillins peering up behind them, all suffused with the varying tints of the atmosphere. It was a source of keen interest to watch how the hues of peak and crag, which one had actually climbed, were transformed in this aerial alembic, and one felt the truth of Dyer's beautiful lines: mark yon summits soft and fair, clad in colours of the air, which to those who journey near, barren, brown, and rough appear. A nautical minister. The worthy minister, in his capacity of experienced yachtsman, playfully indulged in the usual whistling incantations that are supposed by the nautical imagination to propitiate Aeolus, but without success. The air became so nearly motionless as to be able to give only an occasional sleepy flap to the sail, but we continued to move almost imperceptibly towards our destination, borne onward by the last efforts of the ebbing tide. By the time we had reached the open part of Loch Alsh, however, and had come well in sight of the coast I intended to traverse, the tide turned and began to flow. Gradually the yacht was turned round, with her prow directed up the loch, and to our disgust we saw ourselves being gradually carried back again. Helpless on a perfectly smooth sea, and without a breath of wind, we had to resign ourselves to fate, and got back opposite to Inverness, just in time for dinner. A bachelor minister, another Highland minister of a very different type, lived on the shores of Loch Striven, a long inlet of the sea, which runs far up among the mountains of Cowell, and opens out into the Firth of Clyde, opposite to Rothesay. He was a bachelor, and somewhat of a recluse, with many eccentricities which formed the basis of sundry anecdotes among his colleagues. One of these reverend brethren told me that the erection of a volunteer battery on the shore of Bute, where it looks up Loch Striven, greatly perturbed the old minister, for the reverberation of the firing rolled loud and long among the mountains. One morning, before he was awake, the chimney sweeps, by arrangement with his housekeeper, came to clean the chimneys. Part of their apparatus consisted of a perforated iron ball through which a rope was passed, and which by its weight dragged the rope down to the fireplace. By some mistake this ball was dropped down the chimney of the minister's bedroom, where, striking the grate with a loud noise, it rebounded on the floor. The rattle awoke the reverend gentleman, who, on opening his eyes and seeing, as he thought, a cannon-ball dancing across the room, exclaimed, "Really, this is beyond my patience. It is bad enough to be deaved with the firing, but to have the shot actually sent into my house is more than I can stand. I'll get up and write to the commanding officer." As he had a comfortable manse and a fair stipend, various efforts were made by the matrons of the neighbourhood to induce the minister to take a wife, and he used innocently to recount these interviews to his co-presbyters, who took care that they should not lose anything by repetition to the world outside. One of these interviews was thus related to me. A lady in his parish called on him, and after praising the manse and the garden and the glebe, expressed a fear that he must find it a great trouble to manage his house as well as his parish. He explained that he had an excellent housekeeper who took great care of him and managed the household to his entire satisfaction. "Ah, yes," said the visitor, "I'm sure Mrs. Campbell is very careful, but she cannot be the same as a wife to you. You must often be very lonely here all by yourself, but if you had a wife, she would keep you from wearying, and would take all the management of the house off your hands, besides helping you with the work of the parish. Now, Mr. Blank, there's my Isabella. If you would but take her for your wife, she would be a perfect Abishag to you." This direct and powerful appeal, however, met with no better success than others that had gone before it. The incorrigible old divine lived, and I believe died, in single blessedness. An Ayrshire minister. In the Lowlands, the younger ministers, educated in Edinburgh or Glasgow and accustomed to the modernized service of the churches and the more distinctive ecclesiastical garb of the officiating clergy, have lost the angularity of manner which marked older generations. I can remember, however, a number of parish ministers who belonged to an earlier, and perhaps now extinct type. Though thoroughly earnest and devoted men, they would be regarded at the present day as at least irreverent, and their sayings and doings would no doubt scandalize modern eyes and ears. One of these clergymen had a large Ayrshire parish. He was apt to forget things, and on remembering them to blurt them out at the most inappropriate times. On one occasion he had begun the benediction at the close of the service, when he suddenly stopped, exclaiming, "We forgot the psalm," which he thereupon proceeded to read out. Another time, in the midst of one of his extempore prayers, He was asking for a blessing on the clergyman, who was to address the people in the afternoon, when he interrupted himself to interject, "It's in the Lech Kirk, ye ken." One evening the same clergyman was dining with a pleasant party at a laird's house about a mile from the village, when it flashed across his mind that he ought to have been at that moment performing a baptism in the house of one of the villagers. Hastily asking to be excused for a little, as he had forgotten an engagement, and with the assurance that he would soon be back, he started off. It was past 9 o'clock before he reached the village, and knocked at the door of his parishioner. There was no answer for a time, and after a second and more vigorous knock, the window overhead was opened, and a voice demanded who was there. "It's me, Mrs. McClellan. I'm very sorry indeed to have forgotten about the baptism, but it's not too late yet. Oh, minister, we're in bed, and all the folk are away. We canna hae the baptism noo." "Never mind the folk, Mrs. McClellan. Is the bairn here?" "Oh, ay, the bairn's here, sure enough." "Well, that will do, and so you maun let me in, and we'll hae the baptism after all." The husband had meanwhile pulled some clothes on, and with his wife came downstairs to let in their minister. The tea things which the good woman had prepared with great care for her little festival had been carried back to the kitchen, whither the husband had gone for a lamp. The woman appeared with the child, and begged that they would come into her parlour, but the minister, assuring her that the room made no difference, proceeded with the ceremony in the kitchen. When the moment came for sprinkling the baby, he dipped his hand into the first basin he saw. "Oh, stop, Mr. Blank, that's the water I washed up the teacups and saucers in. It would do as well as any other," he said, and continued his prayer to the end of the short service. As soon as it was over, he started back to the laird's, and rejoined the party after an absence of about an hour. A riverside baptism. To this baptismal experience another may be added, where the rite was celebrated in the face of great natural obstacles. Dr. Hannah relates that a Highland minister once went to baptize a child in the house of one of his parishioners, near which ran a small burn or river. When he came to the stream, it was so swollen with recent rains that he could not ford it in order to reach the house. In these circumstances he told the father, who was awaiting him on the opposite bank, to bring the child down to the burn side. Furnished with a wooden scoop, the clergyman stood on the one side of the water, and the father, holding the infant as far out in his arms as he could, placed himself on the other. With the foaming torrent between the participants, the service went on until the time came for sprinkling the babe, when the minister, dipping the scoop into the water, flung its contents across at the baby's face. His aim, however, was not good, for he failed more than once, calling out to the father after each new trial, "Weel, hast gotten ony yet?" When he did succeed, the whole contents of the scoop fell on the child's face, whereupon the disgusted parent ejaculated, "Och, God bless me, sir, but ye've trount ta child." Dr. Chalmers, in telling this story, used to express his wonder as to what the great sticklers for form and ceremony in the sacraments would think of such a baptism by a burnside performed with a wooden scoop. A certain parish church in Carrick, like many ecclesiastical edifices of the time in Scotland, was not kept with scrupulous care. The windows seemed never to be cleaned or indeed opened, for cobwebs hung across them, and half-starved spiders preyed on half-starved flies. There was an air of dusty neglect about the interior, and likewise a musty smell. One Sunday an elderly clergyman from another part of the country was preaching. In the midst of his sermons a spider, suspended from the roof at the end of its long thread, swung to and fro in front of his face. It came against his lips and was blown vigorously away. Again it swung back to his mouth, when, with an indignant motion of his hands, he broke the thread and exclaimed, "My friends, this is the dirtiest kirk I've ever preached in. I'm like to be pushing with speeders." It is recorded of an old minister in the west of Rossshire that he prayed for Queen Victoria, that God would bless her, and that, as now she had grown to be an old woman, he would be pleased to make her a new man. The same worthy divine is said to have once prayed that we may be saved from the horrors of war, as depicted in the pages of the Illustrated London News and the Graphic. A diet of catechizing, one of the most serious functions which the Presbyterian clergymen of Scotland had formerly to discharge, was that of publicly examining their congregation in their knowledge of the Christian faith. Provided with a list of the congregation, the officiating minister in the pulpit proceeded to call up the members to answer questions out of the Shorter Catechism, or such other interrogatories as it might seem desirable to ask. Nobody knew when his turn would come, or what questions would be put to him, so that it was a time of trial and trepidation for old and young. The custom appears to be now obsolete, but reminiscences of its operation are still preserved. What is a sacrament? An elderly minister was asked to take the catechizing of the congregation in a parish in the pastoral uplands of the south of Scotland. He was warned against the danger of putting questions to a certain shepherd, who had made himself master of more divinity than some of his clerical contemporaries could boast, and who enjoyed nothing better than, out of the question put to him, to engage in an argument with the minister on some of the deepest problems of theology. The day of the ordeal at last came. The old doctor ascended the pulpit, and after the preliminary service put on his spectacles and unfolded the roll of the congregation. To the utter amazement of everybody, he began with the theological shepherd John Scott. Up started the man, a tall, gaunt, sunburnt figure with his maud over his shoulder, his broad blue bonnet on the board in front of him, and such a look of grim determination on his face as showed how sure he felt of the issue of the logical encounter to which he believed he had been challenged from the pulpit. The minister had clearly made up his mind as to the line of examination to be followed. With this pugnacious theologian looked at him calmly for a few moments, and then in a gentle voice asked, "What made you, John?" The shepherd, prepared for questions on some of the most difficult points of our faith, was taken aback by being asked what every child in the parish could answer. He replied in a loud and astonished tone, "Way made me." "It was the Lord God that made you, John," quietly interposed the minister. "Way redeemed you, John." Anger now mingled with indignation as the man shouted, "Way redeemed me." The old divine, still in the same mild way, reminded him, "It was the Lord Jesus Christ that redeemed you, John," and then asked further, "What sanctified you, John?" Scott, now thoroughly roused, roared out, "Way sanctified me?" The clergyman paused, looked at him clearly, and said, "It was the Holy Ghost that sanctified you, John Scott. If indeed ye be sanctified, sit ye down, my men, and learn your questions better the next time you come to the catechizing." The shepherd was never able to hold his head up in the parish thereafter. An old woman who had got sadly rusty in her catechism was asked, "What is a sacrament?" To which she gave the following rather mixed answer: "A sacrament is an act of saving grace, whereby a sinner, out of a true knowledge of his sins, doth rest in his grave till the resurrection." Dr. Hannah used to tell of a shoemaker who lamented to his minister that he was spiritually in a bad way because he was not very sure of his title to the kingdom of heaven, and that he was physically bad because that sweet, his landlord, had given him notice to quit, and he would have nowhere to lay his head. The minister could only advise him to lay his case before the Lord. A week later the minister returned and found the shoemaker busy and merry. "That was grand advice ye gid me, minister," said the man. "I laid my case before the Lord, as ye tell it me, and know the sweep's deed." Bobby Flockart. In connection with the regular clergy, reference may be made to the free-lancers who, as street preachers, have long taken their place among the influences at work for rousing the lower classes in our large towns to a sense of their duties. These men have often displayed a single-hearted devotion and persistence in spite of the most callous indifference or even active hostility on the part of their auditors. The very homeliness of their language, which repels most educated people, gives them a hold on those who come to listen to them, while now and then their vehement enthusiasm rises into true eloquence. The most remarkable of these men I have ever listened to was a noted character in Edinburgh during the later years of the first half of last century, named Bobby Flockart. He was diminutive in stature, but for this disadvantage he endeavoured to compensate by taking care that the apparel on his back, though coarse, was reverend, and though bare, was black. Eccentric in manner and speech, he long continued to be an indefatigable worker for the good of his fellow townsmen. He used to spend the forenoon and afternoon of every Sunday in flitting from church to church, listening to the sermons, of each of which he remained to hear only a small portion. Then in the evening, not only of Sundays, but of weekdays, he would hold forth from a chair of barrel outside the west gate of St. Giles, and gather round him a crowd of loafers from the High Street, who, it is to be feared, were attracted to him rather by the expectation of some new drollery of language than from any interest in the substance of his discourses. They would interrupt him now and then with ribald remarks, but they often met with such a rebuke as turned the laugh against them and increased the popularity of the preacher. He was discoursing one evening on the wickedness of the town, especially of the district in which his audience lived, when in his enthusiasm he pointed up in the direction of the castle, where stands the huge historic cannon, and exclaimed, "Oh, that I could load Mons Meg with Bibles and fire at Doon every close in the High Street." On another occasion he was depicting to the people the tears of the day of judgment. "I," said he, "some of you that mock me the day will be coming up to me then and saying, 'Bobby, you'll mind us that I came to hear ye, but I'll no help ye. Maybe you'll think to cling on to my coat-tails, but I'll cheat ye there, for I'll put on a jacket." He was fond of similes that could bring home to the rough characters around him the truths he sought to impress on them. He was once denouncing the careless ingratitude of man for all the benefits conferred on him by Providence, My friends, he said, look at the hens when they drink. There is not an of them but lifts his head in thankfulness even for the water that is so common. Oh, that we were a hens. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 3. The Sermon in Scottish Kirks. Intruding Animals in Country Churches. The Collection. Church Psalmody. For Centaurs and Organs. Small Congregations in the Highlands. Parish Visitation. Survival of the Influence of Clerical Teaching. Religious Mania. From the time of the Reformation onwards, the sermon has taken a foremost place in the service of the Church of Scotland. There was a time when a preacher would continue his discourse for 5 or 6 hours, and when sometimes a succession of preachers would give sermon after sermon and keep the congregation continuously sitting for 10 hours. These days of perfervid oratory are past, but a sermon of an hour's duration or even more may still be heard, and when the preacher is eloquent, will be listened to with deep interest. This part of the service maintains its early prominence. It is from his capacity to preach that a man's qualifications for the ministry are mainly judged, not merely by the church which licenses him, but by the congregation which chooses him as its pastor. The half-yearly celebration of the sacrament, which included a fast day, services on 2 or 3 weekdays, and a long diet on Sunday, was appropriately known as the preachings. The fast day, when the shops were closed and there were at least 2 services in the churches, forenoon and afternoon, became in the end a kind of public holiday in the large towns. Attracted to the country rather than to the sermons, the people used to escape from town, and railways carried an ever-increasing number of excursionists away from the services of the church. The ecclesiastical authorities at last, some years ago, put a stop to this scandal, and the fast day no longer ranks as one of the public holidays of the year. Heads of Sermons. Scottish sermons have always had a prevalent doctrinal character and a markedly logical treatment of their subject. It has never been the habit north of the Tweed to think that dullness is sacred in a sound divine. The clergy have appealed as much to the head as to the heart. In bygone generations, the doctrines evolved from the text were divided into numerous heads, and these into subordinate sections and subsections, so that the attention of those listeners who remained awake was kept up as at a kind of intellectual exercise. If anyone wishes to realize the extent to which this practice of subdivision could be carried by an eminent and successful preacher, let him turn to the posthumous sermons of Boston of Ettrick. Note, Primitiae et Ultima, or the early labors and last remains that will meet the public eye, etc., etc., of the late Reverend and learned Mr. Thomas Boston, minister of the gospel at Ettrick, now first published from his manuscript, in 3 volumes, Edinburgh, 1800. End note. Thus, in a sermon on fear and hope, objects of the divine complacency, from the text Psalm 147, verse 11, this famous divine, after an introduction in 4 sections, deduced 6 doctrines, each subdivided into from 3 to 8 heads. but the last doctrine required another sermon which contained a practical improvement of the whole, arranged under 86 heads. A sermon on Matthew 11, verse 28, was subdivided into 76 heads. If it is not quite easy to follow the printed sermon through this maze of subdivision, it must have been much more difficult to do so in the spoken discourse. All the enthusiasm and fire of the preacher must have been needed to rivet the attention and affect the hearts of his congregation. It is still usual to treat the subject of a text under different heads, but happily their number has been reduced to more reasonable proportions. It was not given to every occupant of a pulpit to rival the fecundity and ingenuity of Boston, of Ettrick, in the elucidation of his text. A subdivision of a simpler type was made by the worthy old Highland divine who preached from the verse, "The devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour," following a Highland habit of inserting an unnecessary pronoun after the noun to which it refers. He began his discourse thus: "Let us consider this passage, my brethren, under 4 heads. Firstly, who the devil he is. Secondly, what the devil he is like. Thirdly, what the devil he doth. And fourthly, who the devil he devoureth." New text to old sermon. In many instances, the sermons prepared during the first few years of a ministry served all its subsequent continuance, with perhaps some modifications or additions suggested by the altered circumstances of the time. It used to be said of some clergymen that they kept their sermons in a barrel, which, when emptied, was refilled again with the old manuscripts. Dr. Hannah, the biographer of Chalmers, used to tell of one such minister who had preached the same short round of sermons for so many years that at last the beadle was deputed by 1 or 2 members of the congregation to ask whether, if he could not prepare a new sermon, he would at least give them a fresh text. Next Sunday, to the astonishment of the audience, the minister gave out a text from which he had never before preached. Genesis, 1st chapter, 1st verse, and 1st clause of the verse. Every Bible was opened at the place, and the listeners, nearly all of whom were ignorant of the suggested arrangement, leaned back in their pews in eager anticipation of the new sermon. With great deliberation, the preacher began. "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Who this Nicodemus was, my brethren, commentators are not agreed." And the old story of Nicodemus was repeated, as it had been so often before. Sometimes the manuscript of a sermon was by mistake left behind at the manse, and the minister or the beadle had to set off to procure it. On one of these occasions, the manse being at some little distance from the church, the minister, who had to go and find the document himself, gave out the 119th Psalm, that the congregation might engage in singing during his absence. When he returned with his manuscript, he asked his man, who was waiting for him anxiously at the door, how the congregation was getting on. "Oh, sir," said he, "they've got to the end of the 84th verse, and they're just cheeping like mice." To interrupt the service by requesting the congregation to sing a psalm or hymn is an expedient which sometimes relieves a clergyman when, from faintness or other cause, he finds a difficulty in performing his duty in the pulpit. Some years ago, a young minister had recourse to this mode of extrication. On the conclusion of the service, 1 or 2 of his friends came to him in the vestry to ascertain what had ailed him. He told them that he could with difficulty refrain from laughing, and his only resource was to leave the pulpit. "Did you see," he asked, "a man with an extraordinarily red head sitting in the front of the gallery?" Yes, we noticed him, but he appeared to be a quiet, attentive listener. So he was. But did you see a small boy sitting behind him? That young rascal so fascinated me that, though I tried hard to look elsewhere, I could not keep my eyes from sometimes turning to watch him. He was holding up the forefinger of his left hand behind the red head, as if he were heating an iron bolt in a furnace, and he would then thump it on the desk in front of him, as if he were hammering the iron into shape. This went on until I had to leave the pulpit and send the beadle up to the gallery to have the young sinner cautioned or removed. A sermon below Ben Nevis. The English sermon in Highland churches was often a curious performance. As already mentioned, there were, and still generally are, two sermons, one in Gaelic as part of the earlier service, and one in English in the second part. Those of the congregation who thought they understood both languages might stay from the beginning to the end, but the purely Gaelic-speaking population generally thinned away after the Gaelic service. In some cases, the preacher's command of English being rather limited, his evident earnestness could hardly prevent a smile at his solecisms in grammar and the oddity of his expressions. Many years ago, an acquaintance told me he had been yachting in Loch, and on a Sunday of dreary rain and storm went ashore not far from the roots of Ben Nevis to attend the English service, when he heard the following passage from the lips of the preacher. "Oh, my friends, what causes have we for gratitude? Oh, yes, for the deepest gratitude. Look at the place of our habitation. How grateful should we be that we do not live in the far north? Oh no, amid the frost and the snow and the cold and the heat. Oh no, where there's a lang day to half of the year. Oh yes, and a lang nicht the tither. Ah yes, that we do not depend upon the aurora borealis. Oh no, that we do not gang shivering about in skins. Oh no, snoking among the snow like mother rats. Oh no. And how grateful should we be too that we do not live in the far south beneath the equator, and the sun aye burning, where the sky's het, ah yes, and the earth's het, and the water's het, and you're burnt black as a smiddy, ah yes, where there's tigers, oh yes, and lions, oh yes, and crocodiles, oh yes, and fearsome beasts growling and grinning at ye among the woods, where the very air is a fever, like the burning breath of a fiery dragon. That we do not live in these places. Oh no. Sleeping in the kirk. But that we live in this blessed island o' ours called Great Britain. Oh yes, and in that part o' it named Scotland, and in that bit o' old Scotland that looks up at Ben Nevis. Oh yes, where there's neither frost nor cold, nor wind nor wheat, nor hail nor rain, nor tigers nor lions, nor burning suns nor hurricanes, nor... At this part of the discourse, a fearful gust from Ben Nevis aforesaid drove in the upper sash of the window at the right hand of the pulpit and rudely interrupted the torrent of eloquence. Note: many years ago I told this story to my friend Mr. Thomas Constable, son of Scott's publisher, and a few days thereafter received a note from him asking if I would write it down. This I did, and he told me afterwards that for a time he carried my manuscript in his pocket and read from it to his friends, but that the paper becoming tender with frequent use, he had the manuscript thrown into type, struck off a number of copies, and circulated them among his acquaintance. One of these copies must have fallen into the hands of Mr. Mark Boyd, who, in his Social Gleanings, London, 1875, page 57, printed the story as here given. End note. When we remember the length and technicality of the sermons, the bad ventilation of the kirks, and the effects of 6 days of toil on a large number of each congregation, we can hardly wonder that somnolence should be prevalent in Scotland. Many anecdotes on this subject have long been in circulation. The same tale may be recognized under various guises, the preacher or sleeper being altered according to local circumstances. Perhaps no series illustrates better how such stories continue to float down through generation after generation and are always reappearing as new when they receive a fresh personal application. Sleeping in church is such a natural failing, and the reproof of it from the pulpit is so obvious a consequence, that even if no memory of the old incidents should survive, the recurrence of similar circumstances could hardly fail to give birth to similar anecdotes. For example, a story is at present in circulation to the effect that in a country church one Sunday, the preacher, after service, walked through the kirkyard with one of the neighboring farmers, and took occasion to remark to him, "Wasn't it dreadful to hear the Laird of Todholes snoring so loud through the sermon?" "Perfectly fearful," was the answer. "He wakened us all." 2 or 3 generations ago, a similar incident was said to have occurred at Govan, under the ministration of the well-known Mr. Thom, who, in the midst of his sermon, stopped and called out, "Billy Brown, ye mauna snore sae loud, for you'll waken the provost." But more than 2 centuries ago, the following epigram appeared. Old South, a witty churchman reckoned, was preaching once to Charles II, but much too serious for a court, who at all preaching made a sport. He soon perceived his audience nod, deaf to the zealous man of God. The doctor stopped, began to call, "Pray wake the Earl of Lauderdale." "My lord, why, 'tis a monstrous thing. You snore so loud, you'll wake the king." Sabbath somnolence. Though this scene took place in the south of England, it is interesting to note that the snorer specially singled out for rebuke was a Scottish nobleman. Now and then a reproof from the pulpit has drawn down on the minister a sarcastic reply from the unfortunate sleeper, as in the case of the somnolent farmer who was awakened by the minister calling on him to rouse himself by taking a pinch of snuff, and who blurted out, "Put the snuff in the sermon, sir," an advice which found not a little sympathy in the congregation. In a parish church about the middle of Ayrshire, the central passage leading from the entrance to the pulpit is paved with large stone flags. On the right side, a worthy matron had her family pew, wherein, overcome with drowsiness, she used to fall asleep with her head resting on her large brass-clasped Bible. She was an admirable housekeeper and farmer, looking after all the details of management herself. In her dreams in church, her thoughts would sometimes wander back to her domestic concerns and show that she was not mistress of herself, though China falls. One Sunday, in the course of her slumbers, she succeeded in pushing her massive Bible over the edge of the pew. As it fell on the stone floor, Its brass mountings made a loud noise, at which she started up with the exclamation, "Hoot, ye stupid child, there's anither bowl broken." The genial principal of Glasgow University, in the course of a public speech a year or two ago, told a story of an opposite kind. An old couple in his country parish had taken with them to church their stirring little grandson, who behaved all through the service with preternatural gravity. So much was the preacher struck with the good conduct of so young a listener, that meeting the grandfather at the close of the service, he congratulated him upon the remarkably quiet composure of the boy. "Aye," said the old man, with a twinkle in his eye, "Duncan's weel treated afore he gangs in." Animal visitors to the kirk. When an afternoon service is held, the attendance is sometimes apt to be scanty. A minister who was annoyed at a lukewarmness of this kind on the part of his congregation remonstrated with him on the subject. "I canna tell," he said, "how it may look to the Almighty that sae few o' ye come to the second diet o' worship, but I maun say that it's shown unco little respect to mysel." In summer weather, when the doors and windows of churches are sometimes kept open for air, occasional unwelcome intruders distract the people and disturb the preacher. Butterflies and small birds are the most frequent. Dogs are not uncommon, and in some districts these calls are varied by the occasional appearance of a goat. A dog is amenable to the sight of the minister's man approaching with a stick, and bolts off without needing any audible word of command. But a goat is a much more refractory visitor. One of these creatures entered a country church one Sunday in the midst of the service, and deliberately marched down the central passage. Of course, every eye in the congregation was turned upon it, and the luckless preacher found much difficulty in proceeding with his discourse. The beadle at last sprang from his seat and proceeded to meet the intruder. He had no stick, however, and the goat showed fight by charging him with its horns and making him beat a retreat. A friendly umbrella was thereupon passed out to him from one of the pews, and he returned to the combat. By spreading his arms and wielding the umbrella, he prevented the animal from reaching the pulpit stairs and succeeded in turning it. But once or twice it wheeled round again, as if to renew the fight. He contrived, however, to press it onwards as far as the church porch, when, lifting up his foot and dealing the goat a kick which considerably quickened its retreat, he gave vent to his feelings of anger and indignation in an imprecation distinctly audible through half the church. "Out o' the house o' God, ye brute!" Church collections. A characteristic feature of many churches in Scotland is the collection. That is, the gathering of the contributions of the congregation for the poor of the parish or other purpose. In the Highlands, where there are services both in Gaelic and English, the performance is repeated at the end of each. One or more of the elders, attired in Sunday garb, and looking as sad and solemn as if they were at a funeral, take the ladle or wooden box at the end of a pole and push it into each pew. The alms, as they are dropped into the receptacle, make a noise so distinctly audible over the building that a practiced ear can make a shrewd guess as to the value of the coin deposited. Nearly the whole contribution is in coppers, only the larger farmers and the laird's families furnishing anything of higher value. Hence, such congregations have been profanely valued at 3d. a dozen. An amusing incident in one of these collections took place at a parish church in the west of Cowell. A family, whom I used to visit there, had come to their seat in the gallery while the earlier service was still going on, and when the Gaelic ladle came round, they put into it their contributions. After the ladle had traversed the church at the end of the second service and was being brought back to the foot of the pulpit, the minister, who noticed that it had not been taken up to the laird's seat, beckoned vigorously to the man who was approaching with the money and pointed to the gallery. In response, he received only a knowing shake of the head from the collector, who, at last, impatient at the ministerial gesticulations, exclaimed aloud, "Nay, nay, sir, it's all right. I was taking the laird's money at the Gaelic." In this same kirk, on another occasion, after the whole contributions of the congregation had been collected, the box came up to the gallery, but unluckily was carried violently against the corner of a pew. The bottom came out, and the accumulated coppers rattled noisily to the floor. Another part of the church service which cannot but strike a stranger, especially in the Highlands, is the singing. In the more remote and primitive parishes, the precentor, standing in a lower desk directly under the minister, reads out one, now more usually 2 lines of the psalm, and then strikes up the tune. At the end of the first 2 lines, he reads out the second 2, which he proceeds to sing as before. The congregation usually joins heartily in the music, which is the only part of the service wherein it can actively participate. Highland precentors. It is not always easy to secure a precentor. He must, in the first place, be a man of tried good character, and in the second place, he must, of course, be able to distinguish the meters of the psalms, and have voice and ear enough to raise at least 3 or 4 psalm tunes. His repertoire is seldom much more extensive. Occasionally he begins a tune that will not suit the meter of the psalm, or he loses himself altogether. A precentor in the North Highlands to whom this happened suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Och, bless me, I'm aff the tune again." Another more sedate worthy struck up the tune 3 times, but always lost it at the second line. He paused, looked round the congregation, after solemnly saying, "Toots, toots, toots," went at it the 4th time, successfully. When the precentor at Peebles had failed twice in his efforts, the old minister looked over the pulpit and said aloud to him, "Archie, try it again, and if you canna manage it, take another tune." A precentor is naturally jealous of any more practiced and clearer voice than his own, which he rightly thinks ought to predominate. In the little free church of Reese Island, the precentor had it all his own way until the minister's sister came. She sat at the far end of the church, and having some knowledge of music and a good voice, she made herself well heard as she sang in much quicker time than the slow drawl to which the people had been accustomed. Before the precentor had done a line, she was ready to begin the next, and the half of the congregation nearest to her followed her excellent lead. This was too much for the precentor. He raised his voice till it almost cracked with the strain, and for a few notes drowned the rival performer at the other end. But he could not keep it up, and as his notes dropped, the clear, sweet voice of the lady came out as before. Sitting about the middle of the church, I was able to appreciate the strange seesaw in the psalmody. The most remarkable change which has taken place within living memory in the services of the Scottish Church is unquestionably the introduction of instrumental music. In most of the large congregations of the chief towns, the precentor has given way to an organ, which leads the choir, as the choir leads the congregation. Had anyone in the earlier half of last century been audacious enough to predict that in a couple of generations the kisto whistles, which had been long banished as a sign and symbol of black popery, would be reintroduced and welcomed before the end of the century, he would have been laughed to scorn, or branded as himself a limb of the prelatic Satan. Of course, there has been much searching of heart over this innovation, and many have been the head-shakings and even open denunciations of such manifest backsliding. But the cause of enlightenment has steadily gained ground in the lowlands, and a few generations hence it may not improbably prevail even over the highlands. Meanwhile, in most highland parishes, the first notes of an organ in the church would probably drive the majority of the congregation out of doors and lead to years of angry controversy. A church stove and popery. The horror of anything savoring of what is thought to be popery shows itself sometimes in determined opposition to even the most innocent and useful changes. Sir Louder Brunton has told me that in a Roxburghshire parish with which he is well acquainted, the church being excessively cold in winter, a proposal was mooted to introduce a stove for the purpose of heating it. This innovation, however, met with a strong resistance, especially from one member of the congregation who said that a stove had a pipe like an organ, and he would have nothing savouring of popery in the Kirk of Scotland. He actually delayed the reform for a time. In the same county, where it had been the custom from time immemorial to winnow the corn with the help of the wind, a farmer, alive to the value of modern improvements, procured and began to use a machine which created an artificial and always available current of air. He was at once rebuked for an impious defiance of the ways of Providence. A proposal to put a stove into a Fifeshire parish met with the opposition of one of the heritors, who, when the minister came to him for a subscription towards the warming of the kirk, indignantly refused, asking, "Do you think John Knox asked for a stove, even for the caldest kirk he ever preached in? Na, sir. Warm the folks with your preaching, and they'll never think about the cald." At the time of the disruption of the Church of Scotland in 1843, the congregations were apt to side with their minister if he were an able and efficient pastor to whom they were attached. Thus, in Skye, as I have above mentioned, so powerful was the influence of John Mackinnon among his people that he kept them with him in the pale of the establishment. But in most Highland parishes, the Free Church early took ground, and in a large number it has been so predominant that the congregation of the parish church sometimes consists of little more than the clergyman and his family. In such cases, the position of the adherents of the Auld Kirk may sometimes be rather trying. More especially is it felt by the minister's man, who is sometimes placed in sad straits in his endeavor to put the best face on the situation and conceal the feebleness of his flock. Without knowing his official position, or to which of the churches he belonged, I once met one of these worthies in the west of Ross-shire, and with a friend who accompanied me, had some talk with him about the parish. A minister's man. "How does the established church get on here?" we asked. "Oh, fine, sirs." "Has the minister been here a long time?" "Oh, aye. It'll be a long time noo, I'm sure." "And has he a large congregation?" "Oh, aye. It's a very good congregation, however." "Is it as big as the Free Kirk?" "Well, I'll no say that it will be just as big as the Free Kirk." "How many do you think there may be in church on Sunday?" "Well, ye see, there'll be sometimes more and sometimes fewer." "But have you no idea how many they be?" "Well, sir, I dinna think I was ever counting them." "You go to the parish church yourself, I think?" Parish visiting. "Oh, to be sure I do. Where wad you think I wad be going else?" It was quite clear that our interlocutor must be a staunch adherent of the Auld Kirk, and probably had some scantiness of the congregation to conceal. But we had no idea then of what we learnt soon afterwards, that he was no less a personage than the minister's man, and that, saving the family from the manse and an occasional stranger, he was himself the whole congregation. It has been made a matter of reproach to the clergy of the Scottish Church that though they spend more time over the preparation of their sermons and place these on a higher intellectual level than is common in the English communion, they fall short of their brethren south of the Tweed in the assiduity of their visitation of their people. Where a parish extends over an area of many square miles, it must obviously be difficult for the minister to move freely and constantly among his parishioners, so as to be in close touch with all of them in their mundane as well as their spiritual affairs. In such cases, he finds it necessary to arrange the times of his visits, which are thus apt to become somewhat formal ceremonies, announced beforehand and prepared for by those to whom notice is given. An example of this kind is related by a minister who had recently been appointed to the parish of Lesmahagow, and who made known from the pulpit one Sunday that he would visit next day a certain hilly district of the parish. Accordingly, on Monday morning he set out, and after a walk of some 7 or 8 miles, arrived at a farmhouse, where he meant to begin. After knocking for some time and getting no reply, he hailed a boy outside, when the following conversation ensued. "Is Mr. Smith at home?" "Nah." "Is Mrs. Smith here?" "Nah." "Are you their son?" "Aye." "Well, I've walked a long way, and I would like to sit and rest for a little. May I go in?" answering the question by entering. "And did your father and mother not expect me?" "Nah, they did not think ye would begin up here. Say, they're way down to the roof of Richie's farm." "Well now, my young man, are these all the books that your father has in the house?" "Aye." "Now tell me, which of them does he use oftenest?" "That ane," pointing to a large leather-covered family Bible. "Oh, the Bible. That's right. I'm pleased to know that. And when does he use it?" "On Sabbath mornings." "Only once a week? Well, how does he do? Does he read it aloud to you all?" "Nah, he sharps his razors on't." I once had quarters at South Queensferry, in a house through the centre of which ran the boundary between that burgh and the adjacent parish of Dalmeny. I asked my landlady how she arranged about the claims of the clergy. "Well, you see, I go to the burgh kirk, and my minister comes to see me frae time to time, and Mr. Muir of Dalmeny, he visits me too, but I try to be quite fair to them both. The parlour here is in the burgh, so I take my ain minister in there, and as the other half of the house is in Dalmeny, I put the other minister in the kitchen, which belongs to his parish." In the striking delineation which Wordsworth has given of the early surroundings of his wanderer, and the circumstances that molded his character, special stress is laid on the clerical influence which from infancy had guarded this son of the braes of Athol. The Scottish Church, both on himself and those with whom from childhood he grew up, had held the strong hand of her purity, and still had watched him with an unrelenting eye. Moral influence of the clergy. It is to be feared, however, that the result of such continual guardianship is to be recognized rather in the theological bent of the people than in their moral behavior. A high standard of conduct held up in the pulpit and generally followed by the clergy themselves has not prevented the statistics of drunkenness and illegitimacy from attaining an unenviable notoriety. Yet no one can turn over the pages of the records of kirk sessions and presbyteries without obtaining a deep impression of the untiring earnestness and devotion with which the Church has struggled against these two great national sins. If in the heyday of her power she could not eradicate the evils, her task must now be tenfold more onerous, when the strong hand can no longer reach large masses of the population, and when the unrelenting eye, though as keenly watchful as ever, can only note the decadence which the hand is powerless to reclaim. Unhappily, a spirit of heathen ignorance or of pagan indifference has largely replaced the unquestioning faith of an older time, especially among the artisans of the large towns and the miners of the great coal fields. It is mainly in the country districts, where social changes advance more slowly, that the religious instruction given at school and in church still continues to color the outlook of the people on life here and hereafter. If indeed we could judge from expressions that have survived from older generations, we might infer that many of the articles of the Christian faith retain a firm hold on minds which, if questioned on the subject, would probably express doubt or denial of them, such as the doctrine of a material heaven and hell, of a system of future rewards and punishments, of a personal devil intent on man's ruin, and of the sinfulness of Sunday work. Forecasting of the future. The way in which the acceptance of a material heaven and hell shows itself in ordinary conversation might be illustrated by many anecdotes. One or two examples may here suffice. About 40 years ago, a well-known, wealthy ironmaster gave a dinner party at his country house. Among his guests was an old friend of mine, from whom he had purchased a portion of his estate. The conversation turned on the great changes that had taken place in the district within the memory of those present, the dying out of old families, and the incoming of new, the making of railways, the laying out of roads, the growth of villages, and so forth, when my friend remarked, "Ah me, I dare say I would see just as much change again if I were to come down 60 years hence." Whereupon the host instantly ejaculated from the other end of the room, "What's that ye say? Come down! Tak care ye haena to come up." Of similar character is another Ayrshire story which has been told of a man who built a large and ostentatious tomb for himself and family, of which he was so proud that he boasted to the gravedigger that it would last till the day of judgment, when they might have some trouble to get up out of it. As the man's reputation was none of the highest, the gravedigger replied, "I'm thinking ye needna be wondering how ye're to come up, for if they knock the bottom out o't, ye'll aiblins gang down." A country doctor, who was attending a laird, had instructed the butler of the house in the art of taking and recording his master's temperature with a thermometer. On repairing to the house one morning, he was met by the butler, to whom he said, "Well, John, I hope the laird's temperature is not any higher today." The man looked puzzled for a moment, and then replied, "Weel, I was just wondering that mysel. You see, he died at 12 o'clock. A clergyman's son had taken to drink, and had given great trouble and pain to his worthy father. On one occasion, after a debauch of several days, he returned to the manse in the evening, and found that there had been a presbytery dinner in the house, and that the reverend fathers who had dined were now engaged over their toddy and talk in the study. He made for the room, and was immediately welcomed by his father, who tried to put the best face he could on the situation. He asked the young man where he had been. "In hell," was the answer. "Oh, and what did you find there?" "Much the same as I find here. I couldna see the fire for ministers." "It might have been war." In a country parish in the west of Scotland, the minister's man was a noted pessimist, whose only consolation to his friends in any calamity consisted in the remark, "It might have been war." One morning he was met by the minister, who told him he had had such a terrible dream that he had not yet been able to shake off the effects of it. I dreamt I was in hell and experienced the torments of the lost. I never suffered such agony in my life, and even now I shudder when I think of it. The beadle's usual consolatory remark came out, "It might have been war. Oh, John, I tell you, it was the greatest mental distress I ever suffered in my life. How could it have been worse?" "It might have been true," was the reply. Cases of religious mania have been common enough in Scotland, where questions of theology have for centuries been keenly debated among all classes of the community. It has been said that the worst of madmen is a saint run mad. Whether this dictum be true or not, there would appear to have been always cases where brooding upon some one doctrine of the Christian faith has led to mental aberrations more or less serious. An instance of this kind occurred in the north of Ayrshire, where a man who had lost his wits over theological speculation would sometimes accost a stranger on a quiet country road, and taking him by the buttonhole, would abruptly ask him, "What do ye think of effectual calling? Isn't it a damned shame? Good day to you." And off the poor fellow marched, ready to propound the same or similar problem to the next passenger he would meet. A less pronounced case of the same tendency was that of a countryman who felt much aggrieved by the story of the fall of man as told in the book of Genesis. "And it comes specially hard on me," he would complain, "for I never could bide apples raw or cooked all my days." End of chapter 3. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 22nd of January, 2022. Chapter 4 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 4. Superstition in Scotland. Holy Wells. Belief in the Devil. Growth of the rigid observance of the Sabbath. Efforts of kirk sessions and presbyteries to enforce Jewish strictness in regard to the Sabbath. Illustrations of the effects of these efforts. Although ever since the Reformation the clergy have done their best to eradicate the pagan superstitions which were alluded to in a previous chapter, traces of these superstitions have survived down to the present day in the Highlands. Even so late as the beginning of last century, people in the Lewis continued to make offerings of mead, ale, or gruel to the god of the sea. A man at midnight, between Wednesday and Thursday, walked waist-deep into the sea, poured out the offering, and chanted the following prayer: "O God of the sea, put weed in the drawing wave, to enrich the ground, to shower on us food." Those behind the offerer took up the chant and wafted it along the midnight air. An interesting account of the surviving Highland superstitions will be found in two recently published volumes by the late Reverend John Gregerson Campbell, parish minister in the island of Tiree, who devoted himself with unwearied enthusiasm to collect the fading customs and traditions of the Hebrides and the Western Highlands. In my early wanderings over Skye, I came upon many relics of the pagan period. At Kilbride, for example, one is reminded of a pre-Protestant or even a pre-Christian past by the tall, rude, standing stone known as the Clach na Hanaid, or Stone of Anat, a name which by some Gaelic scholars is thought to be that of a pagan goddess, though by others it is regarded as a term of the early Celtic Church, applied to the chapel where the patron saint was educated, or where his relics were kept. Near the obelisk is the Tobar na Hahanate, or a gnat's well. Fairies in Skye. The fairies once formed an active and important community among the population of Straith. One of their chief abodes was underneath a large green mound in the middle of the valley, called after them Sitheen, Sheehan. Such fairy dwellings were looked upon with veneration, and it was a popular belief that the people of peace who lived in them liked to have them kept scrupulously clean. Hence, to remove the droppings of any horses or cattle that had strayed upon the rich green sward was believed to be a grateful deed to those beings, who would manifest their thankfulness by some significant reward to the thoughtful cotter who took the pains to do it. With the acknowledged example of the fairies before them, I never could quite understand how the West Highlanders could themselves live in such conditions of dirt and untidiness as have been so long prevalent among them. The top of the Sitheen of Straith is crowned with a few gnarled, stunted, storm-blasted black thorns, like a group of shriveled carlines stretching out their arms towards the east. These trees, or rather bushes, have undergone no appreciable change since I first saw them half a century ago, and I was told by the minister that they had not altered at all in his time, so that they must have stood much as they are now for more than 100 years. If one first comes upon these weird forms in the midst of a stormy evening, when they seem to remain motionless, though the wind howls down the valley of Straith Suradil, one can easily realize how they might be connected in popular belief with the mysterious beings of another world. The fairy cattle, or red deer, live up in the corries of the Red Hills. On the top of one of these eminences, a carline lies buried under a cairn, and the hill is named after her, Bi'in na Caolich. Near the house of Kilbride, a spring or well has been said for more than 200 years to contain a single live trout. It is mentioned by Martin in his description of the Western Islands of Scotland, written at the end of the 17th century, where he states that the fish had been seen for many years, and the natives, though they often caught it in their wooden pails, were careful to preserve it from being destroyed. The minister assured me that there was still a trout in the well. Whether the same as that spoken of by Martin, he could not affirm. I must confess that I was never able to catch a sight of this legendary fish. Holy wells in the Highlands. As in Ireland, springs or wells in the Highlands, not improbably famous even in pagan times, have often been subsequently dedicated to Celtic saints, and have long been credited with medicinal or miraculous healing powers. There used to be a number of such wells in Skye, which were visited by the sick and the maimed, who went round them 3 times daisiel, that is, with the sun, or from east to west, and drank of the water, or bathed the injured limb with it. On retiring, they always left by the side of the spring, or on its overhanging tree, some little offering, were it only a torn bit of rag. On the mainland, some of the holy wells, or saints' wells, are still objects of pilgrimage from a distance. Thus, the well of St. Marie, or the Red Priest, on a little islet in Loch Marie, still attracts its patients and the trees that overshadow it are hung with tags of rag and ribbon which they have placed there as votive offerings. This tribute of recognition doubtless dates back to pagan times. It was adopted by the Celtic and then by the Roman Catholic Church, and in spite of the denunciations of the Reformers and their successors, it is rendered still by Presbyterians, who give it from the mere force of custom. Some years ago, while boating along the coast south of the Suitors of Cromarty, I was struck with the strange appearance of a tree that overhung the upper part of the beach. From a distance, it seemed to be decked with blossoms or leaves of black, white, red, and other colors. On landing, I found that these were bits of rag hung up by the pilgrims who had come to drink of the saint's well that gushed forth under the shadow of the tree. In the same region, the well of Creguk, parish of Evoch, has long been a place of annual resort on the first Sunday of May, old style. The water used to be taken in a cup and spilt 3 times on the ground before being tasted, and thereafter a rag or ribbon was hung on the bramble bush above the spring. In connection with this subject, it may be mentioned here that some years before his death, the late Mr. Patrick Dudgeon of Cargan in Kirkcudbright told me that he had cleared out one of these holy or pilgrim wells on his property, which had fallen into disuse, though still occasionally visited for curative purposes. Among the stuff which had gathered on the bottom of the pool, a large number of copper coins was found, extending in date from the reign of Victoria back to the times of the Stuarts. The surfaces of the coins had in many cases been dissolved to such an extent as to reduce the metal to little more than the thinness of writing paper. Yet so persistent was the internal structure superinduced by the act of minting that even in this attenuated condition the obverse and reverse could still be deciphered. Highland superstitions. Another superstitious belief of which I found lingering traces in Skye was that of the water horse, Iach Uiski, and the water bull, Tarbe Uiski. These fabulous creatures were believed to inhabit some of the lakes in the lonely moorland of the south of Strath. I could not find anybody who had actually seen one, but the belief in their existence was by no means confined to the superstitious, idle-headed Eld. I was told that the water horse had a special fondness for young women, and would seize them and carry them off into the lake, whence they were never more seen. No young woman in the parish would venture near one of these sheets of water, except in daylight, and not without fear and trembling even then. Relics of old superstitions could be noticed sometimes even among the details of domestic management in the houses of intelligent people. At Kilbride they would not make a butter at a certain state of the moon. In like manner they took care that the peats should only be cut when the moon was on the wane. Though the reason alleged was that the moon must influence the milk just as much as it did the tides, there could be little doubt that the habit was a relic of the same pagan belief which survives in bowing to the new moon and turning a coin in her honor. The prejudice against the sow as an unclean animal survived in full vigor. Not only were no pigs kept at Kilbride, but so far as I was aware, no ham, pork, or bacon ever formed part of the commissariat of the house. While the Reformed clergy endeavored to uproot the ancient superstitions, they at the same time were engaged in riveting upon the people other forms of superstition destined to exercise much more pernicious effects than those they replaced. One of these was their doctrine of the devil and his doings. and another the enforcement of the views which they gradually adopted as to Sabbath observance. The Scottish Deil. Much has been written on the subject of the devil and his influence in religion, mythology, superstition, and literature, as well as on topographical features. The subject is discussed from a historical point of view in the learned volumes of Professor Roscoff of Vienna, but there is probably still room for a dissertation on the part which the devil has played in coloring the national imagination of Scotland. As is well known, all over the country instances may be found where remarkable natural features are assigned to his handiwork. Thus we have devil's punch bowls among the hills, and devil's cauldrons in the river channels. Perched boulders are known as deil's puddingstains, and natural heaps and hummocks of sand or gravel have been regarded as deil's spadefuls. Even among the smaller objects of nature, a connection with the enemy of mankind has suggested itself to the popular mind. The common puffball is known as the deil's snuffbox. Some of the broad-leaved water plants have been named deil's spoons. The dragonfly is the deil's darning needle. Then the unlucky number 13 has been stigmatized as the deil's dozen, and a perverse, unmanageable person as a deil's bucky. In association with witches and warlocks, Satan plays a leading part in the legends, myths, and superstitions of the country. The general popular estimation of him in Scotland has never been so admirably expressed in words as by Burns, more particularly in his Address to the Deil. But even in his day, ocular proofs of the evil spirit's presence and activity were becoming scanty, and the poet had to rely partly on the testimony of his reverend granny. In the interval since that poem was written, now nearly a century and a quarter ago, the belief in a personal devil, ready to present himself as a hairy monster with a tail, cloven feet, and horns, old horny Satan, Nick or Clutie, has still further faded. The late Dr. Sloane of Ayr, however, told me that in the year 1835, after he came out from making the post-mortem examination of a poor miner who was taken out alive from a coal pit near the village of Daly, after having been shut up for 3 weeks without food, but who died 3 days after his rescue, he was accosted by some of the older miners with the question, "Did ye find his feet?" The doctor had to confess that he had not specially looked at the man's feet, whereat the miners went off with a knowing expression on their faces, as much as to say, "We thought you had not, for if you had, you would have found them to be cloven hoofs. We believe that the body was not that of our John Brown, but the devil himself, who had come for some bad purpose of his own." Belief in the Deil. Although even the most superstitious cotter in the loneliest uplands of the country would hardly expect it to be possible now that the devil should waylay him at night, relics of this belief may be found in the language of today, especially in the imprecations prompted by anger or revenge. Various versions have been given of an illustrative incident which I have been told really occurred at a slim wooden footbridge over the river Irvine in Ayrshire. An ill-tempered man was crossing the bridge when a dog, coming the opposite way, brushed against his leg. "Deil burst ye!" exclaimed he. Immediately behind him came a woman, and as they were nearly across the bridge, a small boy, trying to press past the man on the narrow pathway, was greeted with the same angry imprecation. The little fellow drew back, but was encouraged by the voice of the woman behind, who called out to him, "Never fear me, wee man. Come on here, Ottery. The deil canna harm ye inu, for he's strang on the either side o' the brig, bursting a dog." Occasionally the apparition of a dark, hairy body, crowned with a pair of horns, has received a natural explanation, but not before revealing the innate belief in the designs and power of the Prince of Darkness. There used to be a goat in Greenock, which occasionally escaped from its enclosure and prowled about the streets in the dark. On one of these occasions, in the midst of its perambulations, it came to an outside stair, which it thereupon ascended. At the top of the short flight of steps stood the closed door of a room wherein an elderly couple were asleep in bed. Nanny, being of an inquisitive turn, and having some experience in gate fastenings, easily succeeded in opening the door and entering the room. The fire still gave a low, ruddy light, and the goat at once descried a tin pitcher, at the bottom of which there remained some milk over from the frugal supper of the little household. The animal had forced its nose so well down in order to lap the last drops, that when it raised its head it brought up the pitcher firmly clasped round it, and the handle fell with a thump against the metal. The crash awoke the old woman, who in the dim light could see a pair of horns and a hairy body. Thinking it was the arch-enemy that had come for her, she called out imploringly, "Oh, tak John, I'm no ready yet." History of Sabbath Observance. The adjective devilish has in recent times come to be used by many in the humbler walks of life as almost synonymous with wonderful, extraordinary, supernatural, as may be illustrated by the ejaculation of a Paisley workman, who with a companion ascended to the top of Goatfell in Erin. He had never conceived anything so impressive as the panorama seen from that summit, with its foreground of serrated crests and deep glens. After the first silence of amazement, he exclaimed to his friend, "Man, Tam, the works o' God's deevilish." It is an interesting study to trace among the records of kirk sessions and presbyteries the gradual growth of strict Sabbath observance until it became a kind of fetish. The first reformers enjoyed their relaxation on Sunday, and for many years after, the old system had been displaced by the new. The youth of the country continued to play their pastimes after church hours. Markets were still held on Sunday, and in many places plays were performed, especially that of Robin Hood. But after the establishment of the Reformed religion in 1560, these amusements and employments came to be frowned upon more and more by the clergy, who by persistent efforts succeeded in securing a succession of acts of Parliament which made Sabbath breaking an offense punishable by a civil magistrate. Delinquents were everywhere brought up before kirk sessions and subjected to church discipline, while, if they proved impenitent sinners, they might be handed over to the civil power for more condign treatment. Nevertheless, in spite of the stringency of these regulations, the ecclesiastical authorities had to undertake a long struggle before they finally uprooted the effects of the usage of many centuries, and succeeded in impressing on the mind of the general community the belief that what they called violating the Sabbath day was an act of moral turpitude that could only be expiated by exemplary punishment and public confession of penitence. Under the head of this violation were included some of the most natural and innocent habits. Men were warned that not only must they refrain from all ordinary weekday work, but that they must not take a walk on Sunday, either in town or country, save to and from church. They must not sit at their doors, but remain within. They were expected to maintain a solemn demeanor. Laughing, whistling, or any other sign of gaiety or frivolity being rigidly proscribed. They might not bathe, or swim, or shave. They were forbidden to visit each other, to water their gardens, to ride on horseback, or to travel in any other fashion. They must attend each church service. If they failed to appear, they were searched out by church officers deputed for the purpose, and were subject to ecclesiastical censure. In short, the first day of the week was one on which all mirth was expelled from the face and all joy from the heart, and when a funereal gloom settled down upon everybody. Sabbath breaking as a crime. Sabbath breaking, as defined by this inquisitorial code of observance, was exalted into a crime more heinous even than theft. Thus an entry in the register of the Presbytery of Dingwall, of date 30th July 1650, records that the case of Alexander McGorry and his wife within the parish of Kilmorach had been referred to the presbytery for censure, the charge being profanation of the Sabbath by stealing immediately after the recowing of the sacrament. The diligence with which the ecclesiastical authorities pursued their quest after Sabbath breakers is well illustrated by the register of the Kirk Sessions of St. Andrews. During the latter half of the 16th century, infinite trouble appears to have been taken to establish what the session was pleased to term the comely order of this city. The fleshers, butchers, proved especially incorrigible. Though they had been often cited and admonished, they had not obeyed the same, but contemptuously refused to obey. At last these recalcitrant parishioners were made the subject of a stringent decree, whereby, if they did not thereafter keep holy the Sabbath day, they, their wives, children, and servants would be debarred from all benefit of the kirk, and might further be excommunicated. Nevertheless, even the vision of these dire pains and penalties did not prevent an occasional transgression. Some years later, one of the fleshers was summoned for putting out skins upon the causeway on Sunday, a practice which had formerly been general in his craft. He admitted the accusation, but stated that the fault had been committed without his knowledge by his servant. He was required to dismiss that servant, and to undertake that none of his servants in future should do the same. Otherwise, he would have to pay the penalty himself. There is an interesting entry in the register showing how far back the attractions of golf can be seen to have led men to neglect their duties. On the 19th December, 1599, it is recorded that the brethren, understanding perfectly that divers persons of their number the time of session passes to the fields, to the golf and other exercise, and he's no regard for keeping of the session, for remedy quohareth it is ordained that whatsoever person or persones of the session that hereafter be found playing and or passes to play at the golf or other pastimes of the time of session shall pay 10 shillings for the first fault, for the second fault 20 shillings, for the third fault public repentance, and the fourth fault deprivation fra their offices. Growth of Sabbatarianism. It is curious to note that rigid enforcement of Sabbath observance was not effected on the north side of the Highlands for somewhere about a century and a half after it had been secured in the lowlands on the south side. The proximity of the wilder Celtic population on the one hand, and the existence of a considerable leaven of Episcopalian Protestantism in the community on the other, probably had a large share in retarding the progress of the movement. The northern clergy themselves were not averse to sharing in the innocent amusements of their people. Marriages and funerals continued to be performed on Sunday, and to be accompanied, even in the case of the Lykewakes, with festivities that sometimes reached a scandalous excess. Against these customs, which had come down from Catholic times, the kirk sessions and presbyteries waged incessant war, but probably not until the extinction of the rebellion of 1745 and the abolition of the heritable jurisdictions, with the consequent freer commingling of the north with the south of Scotland, did the Sabbatarian spirit, which had become rampant in the lowlands, reach the intensity with which it has maintained its sway in the north for the last 3 or 4 generations. It has been suggested that this increasing strictness of observance arose from the desire of the clergy to obtain a greater hold on the minds and consciences of the peoples. According to this view, they are believed to have found that the restoration of the Jewish Sabbath, with its prohibitions and injunctions, would serve their purpose, and, being precluded by various circumstances of their situation from having recourse to the expedients of the Catholic priests to gain possession of the minds of the votaries, they have exerted all their power by its means to attain this object. It has been further asserted that these are the reasons why we hear more of the heinous crime of Sabbath breaking than of all other vices together. Obviously, it is not in human nature to keep always within the strict letter of such an artificial code of conduct. Joyousness of heart, so long as it was unquenched, could not be restrained from smiles and laughter, or from showing itself in song. The temptation to the young and happy to escape from imprisonment within the 4 walls of a house into the country, amongst birds and flowers and trees, must have been often wholly irresistible. Lapses from the strict rules of conduct laid down for observance were inevitable, and since, as Butler observed nearly 2 centuries and a half ago, "In gospel-walking times, the slightest sins are greatest crimes." Such lapses, when repeated, tended to harden the mind in transgression. Sabbath-breaking being held up as so heinous a sin, the transition came to be imperceptibly made to the breaking of the moral laws, which, according to the current dogmatic teaching, did not seem to be more imperatively binding. Hence it is, as has been pointed out, we continually find culprits at the gallows charging the sin of Sabbath-breaking, as they call it, with the origin of their abandoned course of life, and there can be no doubt that they are correct in so doing. This excessive zeal for a strict observance of Sunday has been regarded as a special characteristic of Calvinistic communities, but it does not seem to have reached anywhere else the height of intolerance which it maintained, and to a great extent still maintains, in Scotland. Doubtless the prevalent Sabbatarianism was in Sidney Smith's mind when he called Scotland "that garret of the earth, that knuckle end of England, that land of Calvin, oatcakes, and sulphur." And it may have been Byron's recollections of sanctimonious Sundays in Scotland as well as in England that inspired his exclamation, "Whet not your scythe, the suppressors of our vice, reforming saints, too delicately nice, by whose decrees our sinful souls to save, no Sunday tankards foam, no barbers shave, and beer undrawn and beards unmown display your holy reverence for the Sabbath day. Sabbatarian Code. An octogenarian friend has told me that he believes he was the first man in Edinburgh to make a practice of taking a Sunday walk. He remembers that on some of these occasions he was accompanied by a well-known professor in the university who besought him not to get back to the town until the churchgoers had safely returned to their houses from afternoon service, as he was afraid of the public odium he might draw down not only on himself, but on the university. I myself recollect when it was a common practice to pull down the window blinds on Sunday in order that the eyes of the inmates might be hindered from beholding vanity, and that their minds might be kept from wandering away from the solemn thoughts that should engage them. There was one lady who carried her sanctimonious scruples so far that she always rose a little earlier than usual on Sunday morning, and took care, as her first duty, to carry a merry-hearted and loud-throated canary down to the cellar, that its carol might not disturb the quiet and solemnity of the day. It was considered sinful to use any implement of ordinary weekday work. Hence, though a servant might perhaps scrape away with her fingers the earth from the roots of potatoes in the garden, if these were unexpectedly wanted for the Sunday dinner, on no account could a spade or grape be used to dig them up expeditiously. In the same spirit, a lad might be employed for half an hour on a Sunday morning in laboriously carrying armfuls of turnips or other vegetables for feeding the cattle, but he could not be allowed to use a wheelbarrow with which he could have done the whole work in a few minutes. As it was a heinous offense to write letters on Sunday, people used to sit up till midnight. What would have been a sin before the clock struck 12 became quite legitimate thereafter. Note: thus, Mrs. Grant of Lagan tells us that she sat up on Sunday night, 1794, that she might write a letter to a friend without infringing on a better day. End note. Happily, this rigidity is gradually being relaxed, except perhaps in parts of the Highlands. How it looks to an observer from outside may be illustrated from some of my own personal experiences. A Ross-shire Sabbath. In the summer of the year 1860, I found that the strict maintenance of the Highland view of Sabbath observance might have had serious consequences for myself. In company with my old chief, Sir Roderick Murchison, I had walked on a Saturday from the head of Loch Torridon through the wild defile of Glen Torridon to Loch Marie. Along the mountain slopes that sweep upwards from the southern side of that valley, I noticed so many features of interest, some of which, if further and more closely examined, might help to clear up problems of Highland geology for the solution of which we were seeking, that I felt I must ascend these mountains and look at their crests and corries. But we were pressed for time, and although next day was Sunday, I determined to devote it to the quest. The morning broke auspiciously, and ushered in one of the most superb days which I have ever been fortunate enough to meet with in the West Highlands. As it was desirable to save time and fatigue by driving some 6 miles to the point of the road nearest to the ground to be traversed, a request was made for a dog-cart. But the answer came that it was the Sabbath, and nobody would drive a machine on the Lord's day. There was no objection, however, to allow the use of a dog-cart, nor to charge for the same in the bill, for Highland innkeepers, like Dryden's Shimei, never break the Sabbath, but for gain. We must, however, do the driving ourselves. It was accordingly arranged that Sir Roderick's valet should drive me to the place and return with the vehicle, leaving me to make my tramp and find my way back to the inn on foot. The fresh, buoyant air of the mountains, the depth of the glens with their piles of old moraines, the ruggedness and dislocation of the cliffs and slopes, the utter solitude of the scene, broken only now and then by the bound of a group of red deer, startled from a favorite corrie, or by the whir of the snowy ptarmigan, the ever-widening panorama of mountain summit, gorge, glen, and lake, as each peak was gained in succession, and then, from the highest crest of all, the vista of the blue Atlantic, with the faint far hills of the outer Hebrides and the nearer and darker spires of Skye. All this, added to the absorbing interest of the geology, filled up a day to the brim with that deep pleasure of which the memory becomes a lifelong possession. The sun had sunk beneath the western hills before I began to retrace my steps, and night came down when there still lay some miles of trackless mountain, glen, river, and bog between me and the inn where my old chief was expecting me at dinner. Fortunately, in the end, the moon rose, and I arrived at the end of the journey somewhere near midnight. A Sutherland Sabbath. The delay in my return gave Murchison not a little uneasiness. As hour after hour passed, he grew so impatient that he began to insist on some of the people of the inn turning out with lanterns as a search party. His remonstrances, however, were met with a sullen indifference, very unlike the usual attentiveness of the household. "It was the Sabbath day," they said. "The gentleman shouldn't have gone out to walk on the Lord's day." In short, the gentleman, had he been lost, would have deserved his fate, and would have furnished to the pulpits of the district a new and pregnant illustration of the danger of Sabbath breaking. Some 15 years later, being in the east of Sutherland, I greatly desired to visit the two remarkable cones of Ben Graham, which, rising far over out of the desolate moorland, form such a prominent feature in the landscape of that region. Had they stood within easy reach of the little inn where I was staying, I would have walked over to them in order to spend a quiet Sunday in examining them and in meditation over the marvelous story of pastime which they reveal. But the distance being much more than a Sabbath day's journey, I applied to my host for a dog-cart to take me by road to the nearest point from which I could strike across the moor on foot. He confessed that none of his servants would drive me, and that he did not wish to shock the prejudices of his neighbors in the parish, but that if I would wait until the people were in the kirk, he would drive me himself. As we passed along the lonely road, he gave me his history, which had no ordinary interest. Born in the district, he had gone south early in life, and eventually became an engine driver on one of the main railways. He was next attracted by the offer of better pay and prospects to enter the service of the Chemin de Fer du Nord, and drove the first train between Paris and Calais. He continued in the service of that railway for many years, made his home in France, and finally retired with a pension from the French government. As he had no longer any daily occupation, a longing for the old country came on him and grew so strong that he, in the end, broke up his home in France and took the inn where I found him. But he soon discovered that his long stay in a freer theological atmosphere than that of Calvinistic Sutherland had taught him to look on life from a very different point of view from that still maintained by his fellow countrymen. He found them, he said, narrow-minded, prejudiced, and bigoted, disposed to look askance on him and what they thought his laxity of belief, and to show in many little spiteful ways the antagonism between them. The old home was no longer the place that had dwelt all these long years, treasured in his memory, and he seemed disposed to regret that he had ever come back to it. That Sunday was a day of sunshine, of white floating clouds and of blue distances stretching away from the purple moors to the sea on the one side and to the inland mountains on the other, a day to be alone with nature and one's own thoughts. My reverie on Ben Graham, which led me far into the backward of time, was touched now and then with thoughts of the strange fetishism of today that has turned the Sunday from a day of joyfulness to one of gloom. Highland bigotry. That this relentless intolerance of any innocent and instructive employments other than that of church-going still persists in certain quarters with undiminished rigor was brought painfully to my notice only 6 years ago in Skye. A reading party of bright young men from one of the English universities had settled down for steady work and recreation at a well-known hotel, and the landlady, anxious to obtain for them more space and quiet than they could find under her own roof, arranged for the use of a large room in a house which had been temporarily taken by a Free Church clergyman, who had been displaced during the progress of the controversy respecting the union of his church with the United Presbyterians. On the first Sunday, the young men spent the morning partly in reading and partly in examining under the microscope some of the natural history specimens they had been collecting during the week. The sight of these instruments, opened on the Lord's Day, was too much for the minister's wife. Next morning, my hostess received a letter from her requesting that the young men might be removed, bag and baggage, as she could not submit to such profanation under her roof. She concluded by beseeching that the innkeeper's children might be sent to her as a consolation, that she might hear their innocent prattle. The landlady showed me this letter, but was anxious that, at least while they were her guests, the students should know nothing about it, as she would not like them to think that this intolerance was a fair sample of Highland opinion. Sabbatarian inconsistency. I have sometimes been astonished to see how this superstitious veneration for the Sabbath has blinded intelligent men and women, otherwise liberal and enlightened in their views, to the real meaning and use of the day. Having been taught from their youth to deem certain things unlawful and reprehensible if done on that day, they studiously refrain from these, but at the same time they unconsciously allow themselves to say and do other things which, on due reflection, they would admit to be no better than those which they condemn, if not, indeed, much worse. I once spent a Sunday in a Highland Free Kirk manse, and in the afternoon was entertained by the minister's wife, who was as kindly in disposition as she was narrow in her views. We discussed the whole parish. Some Roman Catholics had come to the district, which filled her mind with dismay. She was grieved, too, that a well-known dignitary of the Church of England had called the day before on her husband, a broad-minded and accomplished scholar, and had carried him off to examine some ecclesiastical ruins in the neighborhood. She gave me an account of various marriages which were in contemplation, and of the changes that were imminent in the tenancy of the farms. At last I asked her to excuse me, as I had some letters to write which I was anxious should go by the early post in the morning. "What?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Do you mean to say that you write letters on the Sabbath?" I could not resist the temptation to assure her that I thought of writing to my friends and relatives on that day was at least as allowable as to spend the afternoon over parish gossip. A story is told of a young clergyman on the mainland who had not been long placed in his charge when rumors began to circulate about his orthodoxy. Some of his friends, hearing these reports, set themselves to enquire into the grounds for them, but they could only elicit vague hints and suggestions. At last they came upon an old woman who declared roundly that the minister was "no sound." "Not sound? What makes you think that?"
"Weel then," she answered, "I maun tell ye. I was seeing him wi' mine ain een, standing at his window on the Lord's Day, dandling his bairn."
Queen Victoria and Sabbatarianism. An incident which illustrates the strictness of Sabbath observance in the North Highlands has been told me by a friend. During one of her tours in the Highlands, Queen Victoria visited Ross-shire. When spending a Sunday at Loch the royal party, tempted by the beauty of the day, made an expedition by boat to one of the islands of the Loch. This worldly acting upon the Lord's Day caused a great scandal in the neighborhood, and eventually the Free Church Presbytery took up the matter and addressed a letter to the Queen dealing with her for her conduct. Our good Queen was naturally much disquieted that she had unwittingly offended any section of her faithful subjects, and consulted one of her chaplains, a distinguished minister of the Church of Scotland, who was then at Balmoral, as to what she ought to do. He counseled her not to take any notice of the letter, and allayed her anxiety by recounting to her the following incident illustrative of the attitude of mind of the Highlanders towards all departures, however trivial, from their notions of strict Sabbath observance. The story greatly amused the Queen, and at her request it had to be repeated to other members of the royal household. A Highland minister, after the services of Sunday were over, was noticed sauntering by himself in meditative mood along the hillside above the manse. Next day he was waited on by one of the ruling elders, who came to point out the sin of which he had been guilty, and the evil effect which his lapse from right ways could not fail to have in the parish. The clergyman took the rebuke in good part, but tried to show the remonstrant that the action of which he complained was innocent and lawful, and he was about to cite the famous example of a Sabbath walk with the plucking of the ears of corn, as set forth in the Gospel, when he was interrupted with the remark, "Oh, aye, sir, I can weel what you mean to say, but for my part, I hae never thought the better of them for breaking the Sabbath." A member of the Geological Survey was, not many years ago, storm-stayed in a muirland tract of South Ayrshire upon a Saturday, and gladly accepted the hospitality of a farmer for the night. Next morning he asked the servant if she thought her master could oblige him with the loan of a razor. In due time the razor arrived, but was found to be so woefully blunt that the maid had to be summoned again to see if a strop was available. She soon came back with this message:
"Please, the maester says this is the Sabbath, and you're just to put pith to the razor, ye canna get the strop."
Fast day superstition. The late Lord Playfair, when he was professor of chemistry in the University of Edinburgh, told me that, passing his nursery door one Sunday, he overheard the nurse stilling a child in this fashion:
"Whisht, whisht, my bonny lamb, it is the Sabbath, or I would whistle ye a sing, but I'll sing ye a paraphrase."
The sacredness of the Sabbath, by a natural transition, came to be also attributed to the fast day, which heralded the half-yearly Communion Sunday. A Fife shepherd, who was in the Grassmarket of Edinburgh on a weekday, found that his dog had strayed to some distance, and was making off in a wrong direction. He begged an acquaintance whom he had met to whistle for the animal. "Whistle on your ain dog," was the indignant reply. "Na, na, man," said the perturbed drover. "I canna do that, for you see, it's our fast day in Kirkcaldy." Nobody has satirized the Scottish perversion of the day of rest with more effective sarcasm than Lord Neaves in his Lyric for Saturday Night. "We zealots made up of stiff clay, the sour-looking children of sorrow, while not over jolly today, resolved to be wretched tomorrow. We can't for a certain tell what mirth may molest us on Monday, but at least to begin the week well, let us all be unhappy on Sunday. What though a good precept we strain, till hateful and hurtful we make it? What though in this pullin' the rain, we may draw it so tight as to break it? Abroad we forbid folks to roam, for fear they get social or frisky. But of course they can sit still at home, and get dismally drunk upon whiskey, a habit which has been followed for generations to the sound of the drum ecclesiastic is not easily thrown off. The Sabbath look of funereal sadness may still be seen on many a sturdy Presbyterian face. But happily the gloomy intolerance is passing away. In no respect is the freer air of the modern spirit more marked than in the relaxation of the old discipline in regard to the keeping of the Sabbath in lowland Scotland. A country walk on that day is no longer always proclaimed to be a violation of one of the 10 Commandments. Innocent laughter is not everywhere denounced as a sin, nor does it appear that the growth of Sunday cheerfulness leads to any depravation of character, or to a less keen feeling for whatsoever is of good report. There is now, however, a tendency for the pendulum to swing perhaps too far on the other side. Welcome though the disappearance of the old gloom may be, there would be a questionable gain if what should be a day of quiet rest and refreshment were turned into one of frivolous gaiety and dissipation. Sinfulness of dancing. In other directions, a relaxation of the old rigor in regard to the innocent enjoyments of life is to be welcomed. But these various signs of greater charity and enlightenment have made much less rapid progress in the Highlands and Islands. In these regions, the influence of the Protestant clergy, as it was longer in bringing the people into subjection, still maintains much of the vehemence which has elsewhere died down. The intolerance appears to be decidedly more marked in the Free Church communion than in that of the Establishment. One of the latest examples of it, which has come under my own observation, was that of a lady who went to a dance. For this enormity she was reprimanded by the Free Church minister to whose congregation she belonged. Things at last became so unpleasant that she left his ministrations and went to the parish kirk. End of chapter 4. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 4th of February, 2022. Chapter 5 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 5. Litigiousness of the Scots. Sir Daniel Macnee and Jury Trial. Scottish Judges. Patrick Robertson. Cullen, Neves, Rutherford Clark. The natural unreclaimed Scot is apt to be litigious. He likes to have a gingen plea, although the matter in dispute may not be worth contention. He does not care to be beaten by a neighbor, even in a trifle, and will willingly spend and be spent to secure what, in the end, is but a barren victory. This liking for law can be traced far back in history. We see it in full force during the lifetime of Sir David Lindsay, who satirized it and the ecclesiastical courts that encouraged it. He recounts how, when the pauper's mare was drowned by his neighbor, the poor man at once ran off to the consistory to lodge his complaint, and there he, happening it amang a grady mensy, they gave me first anything they called citandum. Within 8 days I get but libel endem. With any man I get ad open endem. In half any year I get interloquendum. But or they came after to concludendum. The fiend any plaque was left for to defend him. For a sentence, silver, they cried at the last. A pronunciandum, they made me wonder pain. What, I get never my good grey mere again. The litigious Scot. The same national tendency has survived down to our own times. It is excellently portrayed by Scott in several of the Waverley novels. Dandy Dinmont, for instance, having won the grand plea about the grazing of the Langtay head, was keen to have another legal tussle with his neighbour, Jock O'Doston Cluch, about a wretched bit of land that might feed a hog or aiblins twa in a good year. Not that he valued the land, but he wanted justice, and could ill bear to be overridden, even in regard to what was in itself quite worthless. The phraseology of the law courts came glibly to the tongues of men who, like Bartholine Saddletree, picked it up from attendance in the Parliament House, but had only an imperfect notion of what it meant. In some cases, such as that of poor Peter Peebles, loss of wits and fortune, together with a parrot-like facility in repeating law terms, was all the outcome of years of litigation. Burns, too, has admirably indicated the litigious quarrels of his countrymen, and a thoroughly national mode of composing them when the disputants can be induced to adopt it. We neighbours anger at a plea, unjust as wood can be. How easy can the barley bree cement the quarrel? It's aye the cheapest lawyer's fee to taste the beryl. From the number of writers, solicitors, and advocates who still every year enter the legal profession, one may infer that this national peculiarity shows no marked sign of abatement. The institution of local courts of first instance all over the country has enabled the Scot to indulge in the luxury of law without the trouble and expense of going up to Edinburgh. He can bring his case before the sheriff substitute and appeal from his decision to that of the sheriff principal. If an adverse judgment from both of these officials has not damped his enthusiasm or emptied his pocket, he has still the Court of Session in the Scottish capital to fall back on, and can there appeal to the inner house. And finally, if any fighting power should still be left in him, he may carry his case to the House of Lords. It is obvious that the legal system of the country has been admirably arranged for the gratification of his litigious propensities. Law and law courts. That admirable storyteller, Sir Daniel Macnee, president of the Royal Scottish Academy, used to delight his friends with dramatic pictures of his experience of law courts and other scenes of Scottish life. It is matter for infinite regret that his stories were never written down. I used frequently to be privileged to hear him, and may try to give from recollection a mere outline of one of his favorite narratives which had reference to legal matters. He had been engaged as a juryman in a trial, and after a long day in court had finished his duties and come back rather tired to his hotel. There he met an old acquaintance, a Western laird, who spoke with a strong Highland accent, and with whom he had the following conversation. A jury trial.
Ah, Mr. Macnee.
It was before the painter received his knighthood.
I am glad to see you again, but you look very weary. Are you well enough?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm quite well, but somewhat tired after a long day in the jury court.
A juryman? Mr. Macnee, were you a juryman? Well now, I hope you had some personal satisfaction out of the case.
I really don't know what you mean. I had the satisfaction of serving my turn and doing my duty, and I hope I'm not likely to be called again for some time to come.
Of course. You would be doing your duty whatever. But did you have no personal satisfaction in your verdict?
I am entirely at a loss to understand what you can mean. I gave the verdict which seemed to me just and according to the evidence.
Oh, no doubt, Mr. Macnee. You would indeed do that. But I'll explain by giving you an account of a case that once happened to myself.
And he proceeded to recount a narrative worthy of the days
when wretches hung that juryman might dine. Well, you see, there was a man in the village near my place, and his house was broken into, and a lot of valuable things were stolen from it. The police were on the spot next morning, but for a time they could get no clue at all. They found in the end that the last man seen at the house was a baker in the village, and their suspicions began to fall on him. Well, this baker was a notorious radical, and he was corrupting the village with his radical notions and theories. And I had determined, if I could manage it anyhow, to get him away. So I was not sorry to hear that the police were looking up the baker and his doings. At last, as they could get nobody else to suspect, they arrested him, and after a while a day was appointed for his trial. A jury was summoned, and I was one of the jury, and being the chief man in the place, I was chosen as the foreman. Well, the case went to trial, and we heard all the evidence the police could scrape together, and the jury retired to consider their verdict. When we were all met, I said to them, "Well, gentlemen, what do you think of the case?" And they answered to a man, "Oh, the baker's as innocent as any of us." So I looked amazed and said, "What's that you say, gentlemen? Innocent? I am really astonished to hear you say that. Just let us go over the evidence." So I went over all the facts and inferences, bit by bit, and showed how they all made for the prisoner's guilt. I argued down every objection,
and when they were all silenced and convinced, we marched back into the court with a unanimous verdict of guilty as libeled. You should have seen the face of the judge, but still more, you should have seen the face of the baker. But there was the verdict, and so the judge passed sentence of imprisonment on the baker, and we have never seen him more in the village. Now, Mr. McNee, that's what I mean by personal satisfaction. The Scottish judges of the type of Hermond, Braxfield, Esgrove, and others, so vividly pictured by Lord Cockburn, and of whom so many anecdotes have been recorded, have long passed away. One of the latest of them was Patrick, or as he was more familiarly called, Peter Robertson, of whose wit and humor many reminiscences have been preserved. He was noted for his obesity, which occasioned the sobriquet applied to him by Scott. According to the well-known story, Robertson, while still an advocate, was one day the center of a group in the Parliament House, which he was amusing with his drollery when Scott was seen approaching. "Hush, boys," said he. "Here comes old Peveril. I see his peak," alluding to the novelist's remarkably high skull. Scott, coming up in the midst of the general laugh which followed, asked Lockhart what was the joke. When Robertson's personal remark was repeated to him, Scott, with a look at the advocate's rotund figure, retorted with another personality, quietly remarking, "Aye, aye, my mon, as we'll Peveril o' the peak ony day as Peter o' the punch." Patrick Robertson. In his younger days, Robertson was traveling for a stage or two on the coach from Inverness to Perth, when a number of ministers were his fellow passengers, bound for the General Assembly at Edinburgh. He engaged in conversation with them, and led them to believe that he was also a clergyman from the extreme north of Scotland. When they reached the point at which he meant to quit the coach, there was a halt for breakfast, and Robertson was asked to say grace. He began with a word or two of Gaelic, but as his acquaintance with that language was but slender, he poured forth a torrent of gibberish pronounced through his nose, with an occasional Gaelic word interjected. The ministers listened with praiseworthy decorum, uncertain what particular dialect of Gaelic it might be, for it was one with which none of them had any acquaintance. But while Robertson still continued his nasal monologue, the coachman's horn blew, and the clerical guests had to hurry breakfastless back to their seats. In the early years of last century, Gaelic was frequently heard in the Court of Sessions, as Highland witnesses were often ignorant of English, and their evidence had to be translated by interpreters kept for the purpose. Sometimes the ignorance of English was more assumed than real. There is a story told of Lord Cullen, long remembered for his brilliant feats of mimicry, who had a case in court where a Highland witness was evidently hedging and prevaricating. The judge at last lost his patience and asked the Gaelic expert, "Mr. Interpreter, will you inquire of the witness whether he saw the thing or did not see it, if his language is capable of so fine a distinction?" Lord Neaves. Another witness got the better of his cross-questioner in a simple way. The question in dispute turned upon the identity of a particular box, and this witness was called to prove that the nails in the box had been made by him. The advocate for the other side ridiculed the idea that any man could recognize his own made nails. and badgered the man into desperation. The poor fellow at last leant across the witness box and asked his tormentor if he would allow him to look at a sheet of paper lying in front of the counsel, who had been making some jottings on it. Having got the paper into his hands, the man turned to the advocate and asked, "Is that your hand of right?" "Yes, it is," was the reply.
"But who can you prove it's yours? Could you swear to it anywhere?"
"Of course I could."
"Well then, if you can swear to your hand of right, who the devil should I no swear to me ain nails?"
One of the last of the old race of Scottish judges was Lord Neaves, an excellent lawyer and accomplished scholar, with so much humour, wit, and bonhomie that he generally became the centre of any company where he might be. One of his favourite diversions was to write songs, which he sang at convivial gatherings, such as the Royal Society Club in Edinburgh. Many of these appeared first in print among the pages of Blackwood's magazine, to which he was for many years a valued contributor, and he collected them into a little volume entitled Songs and Verses, Social and Scientific, by an old contributor to Maga. Some of these were inimitably clever, and as sung or chanted by him in his cracked, unmusical voice, with appropriate gesticulations and modulations, they were irresistibly droll. Some of the scientific ditties, dashed off in the intervals of work in court and sung the same evening at the club, were brimful of fun and wit, hitting off points in theory or in dispute with great acumen. Among these may be mentioned The Origin of Species, a versified account of Darwin's views, Stuart Mill on Mind and Matter, and The Origin of Language. Some of the social ditties were likewise delightful, such as I'm Very Fond of Water, The Permissive Bill, Let Us All Be Unhappy on Sunday, which has already been cited, and The Sheriff's Life at Sea. A verse of one or two of these may be quoted here. "Pray, what is this permissive bill that some folks rave about? I can't with all my pains and skill its meaning quite make out."
"Oh, it's a little simple bill that seeks to pass incog, to permit me, prevent you from having a glass of grog."
When appointed Sheriff of Orkney and Shetland, Neaves had at stated times to proceed by steamboat from Granton to these northern isles, and in one of the songs above enumerated he gives a humorous account of his experiences, which shows that he was not always a good sailor. "The ziffer soon becomes a gale, and the straining vessel groans, boys, and the sheriff's face grows deadly pale as he thinks of Davy Jones, boys. Thinking here, sinking there, wearily, drearily, shakingly, quakingly, not from fear or sickness free, is the sheriff now at sea, my boys." Lord Rutherford Clarke. The late Lord Rutherford Clarke was an admirable example of the cultured lawyer, quiet and restrained in manner, with a keen sense of humor and a singular power of witty criticism. One evening, at the house of the late Professor Suller, he came up to me before dinner with a grave face and remarked, "There is a geological problem that puzzles me a good deal. Perhaps you can throw some light on it. How does it come about that all the Scottish hills with which I am acquainted are so much higher and steeper than they used to be 30 years ago?" Towards the end of his life, I met him on the shore at Cannes. Being a keen golfer, he had brought his clubs with him to the Mediterranean, and enjoyed a daily game there. but the disease which carried him off had already fastened its grip upon him, and I saw him no more. An advocate of the Scottish bar, whom I remember, was a somewhat pompous orator, and went by the name of Demosthenes. He had written a book on bills, and in the course of pleading one day in court, he had occasion to refer to his work. In a loud voice he called out to the attendant, "Bring me myself on bills." Edinburgh lawyers. Some of the writers to the Signet and solicitors of the old school still survived in my younger days. One of these characters had some odd peculiarities. He paid his clerks more liberal salaries than were common with other lawyers, but he insisted on unremitting attention to duty. He used to carry a thermometer in his pocket, and from time to time would go downstairs to the room in which the clerks worked. If he found one of them off his stool, he would clap the thermometer upon it, and should the mercury not rise a certain number of degrees, he inflicted a money fine on the unfortunate occupant. But for the large salaries, he could not have retained the men in his service, or gratified his propensity for fines. Another venerable writer to the Signet had a good library, and on his shelves a fine series of the Scottish philosophers. He insisted that if at any time a clerk should finish his task before another piece of work was ready for him, he must come into the library and take a book, so as not to be a moment idle. One of the staff selected Hume's Essays, but every time he put the book away in his desk for further perusal, he found next morning that it had been removed and replaced on the shelves. The old gentleman was an ardent free churchman, and excluded Hume from the authors that his clerks might read. End of Chapter 5. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 1st of December, 2021.
Chapter 6 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 6. Medical Men, Sandy Wood, Knox, Nairn, and Sir William Gull, a broken leg in Canna, changes in the professoriate and students in the Scottish universities, a St. Andrews professor, a Glasgow professor, some Edinburgh professors, Pillins, Blackie, Christison, McLaughlin, Playfair, Chalmers, Tate, Scottish schoolmasters. Among the professions, that of medicine has long held a high place in Scotland. Its reputation at home and abroad has been maintained for a century and a half by a brilliant succession of teachers and practitioners. The schools of medicine in Edinburgh and Glasgow continue to attract students from all quarters of the British Islands and from our colonies. Every year, hundreds of medical graduates are sent out from the universities, and they are now to be found at work in almost every corner of the wide globe. Lang Sandy Wood. At the beginning of the 18th century, one of the noted medical characters in Edinburgh was the surgeon eulogized by Byron in the couplet, "Oh, for an hour of him who knew no feud, the octogenarian chief, the kind old Sandy Wood." He was greatly admired for his medical skill and beloved for his kindly nature. His popularity saved him once from instant death. During a riot, the mob, mistaking him for the provost, were preparing to pitch him over the North Bridge, when he shouted out to them, "I'm Lang Sandy Wood. Take me to a lamp, and you'll see." He used to take a constitutional walk to Real Stelrigg in the evenings and frequently met a tailor carrying a bundle, whom he invariably saluted with, "Weel, Tam, are ye gone hame wi' your work?" The tailor rather resented this monotonous inquiry, and one day he had his revenge. Noticing the tall figure of the well-known surgeon walking at the end of a funeral procession, he instantly made up to him to ask, "Weel, doctor, are ye gone hame wi' your work?" Rather later came the times of Burke and Hare, with the terrace of resurrectionists. A prominent individual in Edinburgh at that time was Robert Knox, the anatomist, to whose dissecting room the bodies of the victims murdered in the Westport were sold. He was for many years a successful lecturer, but afterwards got into difficulties when he tried to retrieve his position by announcing courses of lectures or a single lecture on a sensational subject. When one of the teachers in the medical school, who had introduced the practice of illustrating his lectures with models, was discoursing on the anatomy of the ear, Knox posted up a notice that on a certain day he too would give a lecture on the human ear, illustrated with the modern methods of demonstration. When the day came, the lecture room was crowded with students on the outlook for amusement. The lecturer began his demonstration by holding up an ear, which he had obtained from a human subject, and pointing out the leading features in its structure. At a particular part of his lecture he gave a signal, and the door behind him was opened by two men who carried in a monstrous and grotesquely shaped model of an ear. It was set down on the table, and in a little while Knox, holding up the ear he had already exhibited, said, "This, gentlemen, is the human ear, according to God Almighty, and that," pointing to a huge model, "and that is the human ear, according to Dr. Somebody." Extramural medical schools. There was once a good deal of rivalry between the medical staff of the universities and the extramural schools of medicine. On one occasion, a university professor, wishing to make fun at the expense of a distinguished member of the non-university school, told a story of a man who consulted a famous surgeon as to constant pains in the head. The surgeon pronounced that the complaint could be completely cured by the removal of the brain and the excision of some diseased parts. The man consented to the operation and was told to come back in 10 days, when the renovated brain would be ready for him. The 10 days elapsed, however, and gradually grew into 3 weeks without the patient having returned. At the end of that time the surgeon met him on the street and anxiously inquired why he had never reappeared. The man answered that since the operation he had obtained a government appointment, and thought that as he was getting on very well without the brain, he had better remain as he was. A titter of course went through the audience, in the midst of which the extramural lecturer, against whom the tale was pointed, rose and calmly said, "May I inquire of the speaker whether the crown appointment in question was a university professorship?" The laugh was thus most effectively turned the other way. A medical professor having been appointed physician to Queen Victoria, the announcement of this honour was written up on the blackboard of his classroom just before the hour of lecture. A wag among the students, seeing this notice, wrote in large letters underneath it, "God save the Queen." It is not unusual for medical men to have 2 practices, one in this country and one abroad. A man may attend a circle of patients during the summer in London, at Harrogate, or in the north of Scotland, and another circle during the winter on the Riviera, in Italy or in Egypt. One able physician, for example, had an excellent practice for half of the year at Nairn, and for the other half in Rome. He was on a friendly footing with Sir William Gull, whose patients, worn out with the distractions of London, were sent up to him to be looked after in the salubrious climate of the Moray Firth. A lady resident of Nairn, who believed herself to be far from well, and to be suffering from some complaint which the local doctor did not understand, insisted upon going to London and consulting Sir William Gull. That eminent physician diagnosed her case and prescribed. "What you chiefly require, madam," he said, "is to live for a time in a dry, bracing climate. There is one place which I am sure would suit you admirably, and that is Nairn, in the north of Scotland." Doctoring in the Hebrides. One of the difficulties of life among the smaller islands of the Hebrides has long been the inadequacy of medical attendance. A stranger who first enters the region and realizes from some painful experience what are the conditions of the people in this respect may be forgiven if at first he may be inclined to think that the authorities, whose duty it should be to provide such attendance, share the opinion of Churchill that the surest road to health, say what they will, is never to suppose we shall be ill. Most of those evils we poor mortals know from doctors and imagination flow. It must be remembered, however, that many of the islands are too small, and many of the districts too thinly inhabited to provide work for a resident practitioner, even if the funds for his salary were readily procurable. All that has hitherto been attempted is to place a doctor in some central position whence, commanding as wide an area as he can be supposed able to undertake, he may be ready to proceed to any case where his services may be required. But the distances are sometimes considerable, and the weather often stormy, so that for days at a time no boat can pass from one island to another, even under the most favorable skies. It often happens that when a message arrives, urgently requesting the attendance of the medical man, he is found to be engaged with another serious case in an island some leagues distant, from which he may not be expected to return for some days. An instance which happened a few years ago in the little island of Canay will illustrate this feature of social life in the Inner Hebrides. A broken leg in Canay. One of the workmen engaged in building a dry stone dike met with a serious accident. The materials he had to use consisted of large rounded boulders and blocks of basalt, which required some little care to adjust in order that the structure might remain firm. When the wall had been raised to its full height, a portion of it gave way, and some large masses of heavy basalt fell on the workman, smashing one of his legs. His companions, on extricating him from the ruins, saw the serious nature of the injuries, but there was no doctor on the island, nor anywhere nearer than at Arisaig, a distance of some 25 miles across an open sea. No time was lost in getting the poor man carried into a boat, which two of his comrades navigated to the mainland. On arriving there, however, they found that the doctor had gone away inland and would not be back for a day or two. As there was no time to lose, the boatmen at once set out for Tobermory in Mull, where the next medical man was to be obtained. They had to traverse a tract of sea which is often rough. Even in calm weather, more or less commotion may always be looked for in the water round the point of Ardnamurchan, the headland of great waves. It was some 36 hours after the accident before the poor sufferer was at last placed in medical hands. The first thing to be done was, of course, to amputate the mangled leg. The patient stood the operation well, and in 2 or 3 weeks was sufficiently recovered to be able to be taken back to Canay. His 2 faithful comrades, who had waited on with him at Tobermory, had him carried down to the pier, where their boat was ready for him. When he came there, he looked all round him with some anxiety, and at last exclaimed, "But where's my leg?" "Your leg? In the kirkyard, to be sure. But I maun hae my leg. But I tell ye canna hae your leg. It's been buried this fortnicht in the graveyard." "Weel," said the lamenter, steadying his back against a wall, "I'll no stir a fit till I get my leg. Do ye think I'm to gang tramping aboot at the last day looking for my leg?" Finding persuasion useless, the unhappy boatman had to interview the minister and the procurator fiscal, and obtain authority to dig up the leg. When the lost limb came up once more to the light of day, it was in such a state of decomposition that the men refused to have it in the boat with them. Eventually a compromise was effected. A second boat was hired to convey the leg, and with a length of 10 yards of rope between them, was towed at the stern of the first. In this way the procession reached Cannae. Progress of the universities. Throughout the Highlands, the desire to be buried among one's own kith and kin remains widespread and deep-seated, and it would also appear that a Highlander cannot bear that the parts of his body should be interred in different places. The Cannae dyke builder only gave expression to the general feeling. Footnote: more ludicrous still was the desire of the Highland porter in Glasgow, who, as Dr. Norman MacLeod relates, sent his amputated finger to be buried in the graveyard of the parish, beside the remains of his kindred. It is said also that a bottle of whiskey was sent along with the finger, that it might be entombed with all honor. End of footnote. In due time, the natives felt it necessary to celebrate in an appropriate way the recovery and return of their fellow islander, and the re-interment of the leg in its native soil. With an ample provision of whiskey, a banquet was held, and continued till a late hour. On the way back from this orgy, the hero of the accident stumbled across a heap of stones, and broke the wooden leg that had replaced his own. Partly from this fresh accident, but largely, no doubt, from the effects of the debauch, the man could not regain his cottage, but lay where he fell, until in the morning light he was picked up and helped home. That gradual modification of the national characteristics which is observable in all parts of the social scale has not allowed the universities to escape. On the one hand, the professoriate is now constantly recruited from the south side of the Tweed by the selection either of Englishmen or of Scotsmen who have been trained at the English universities. On the other hand, a considerable proportion of the students, more particularly in medicine, come from England, Wales, Ireland, and the colonies. Some of them even hail from the continent and from India. Footnote: the statistics for Edinburgh University during 1903 show that of the 1,451 students of medicine, 677, or over 46%, belonged to Scotland. 333, or nearly 23%, were from England and Wales, 118 from Ireland, 72 from India, 232, or about 16%, from British colonies, and 19 from foreign countries. End of footnote. As the non-Scottish leaven thus introduced has no doubt tended to enlarge the culture of the teachers and perhaps to soften the asperities of manner in the taught, the change has been welcomed. The reproach that used to be levelled at the nation that it was too clannish and acted too much on the principle of its own unsavory proverb of keeping its ain fish guts for its ain sea maws certainly cannot justly be brought against its educational institutions. For many years the obvious and earnest endeavour has been to secure the best men, no matter from what part of the globe they may come. The gradual obliteration of the peculiarly Scottish characteristics of the professors and students is part of the price to be paid for the general advancement. Yet we pay it with a certain measure of regret. There was a marked originality and individuality among the professors of the older type which gave a distinctive character to the colleges where they taught, and in some degree also to their teaching. A St. Andrew's professor. About the middle of last century, the professor of mathematics in the University of St. Andrews was an able mathematician and a singularly picturesque teacher. He spoke not only with a Scottish accent, but used many old Scottish words, if they were effective in making his meaning clear. If, for instance, he noticed an inattentive student looking anywhere but at the blackboard on which he was demonstrating some proposition, he would stop and request the lad to the beard look at the board. He lectured in a dress suit, and as he always wiped his chalky fingers on his waistcoat, his appearance was somewhat brindled by the end of the hour. One of his old students gave me the following recollection of an incident that took place in the classroom. A certain student named Lumsden was one day conspicuous for his inattention. The professor at last stopped his lecture and addressed the delinquent thus: Mr. Lumsdale, will you come for it here and sit down on that bench there in front of me? I've 3 reasons for moving you. In the first place, you'll be nearer my een. In the second place, you'll be nearer my foot. And in the third place, you'll be nearer the door. Among the Glasgow professors towards the middle of the century, one with a marked individuality was Alan McConaughey, afterwards McConaughey Wellwood. Coming of a race of lawyers, for he was the son of one Scottish judge and the grandson of another, he took naturally to the bar and became professor of law in 1842. Being prompt and decisive in his business habits, he soon acquired a considerable practice as referee and arbiter in disputed cases among the mercantile community of Glasgow, and thus saved the disputants the long delays and heavy expenses of the Court of Session. He gave himself up with much energy to the work of his chair and to college business during the session, but as soon as the winter term was over, he used to depart at once for the Pyrenees, where he possessed a chateau and where he would spend most of his time until he had to resume his professional labors in this country. During these years of residence abroad, he acquired facility in speaking Spanish, and he would make long solitary excursions, mingling freely among the people. A Glasgow professor in Spain. In the year 1854, his father, Lord Meadowbank, succeeded to the fief estates of Garvock and Pitliver, and then took the surname of Wellwood. About the same time, the reform of the Scottish universities began to be mooted, and as the professor looked forward with much dislike to some of the proposed innovations in the constitution and arrangements of these institutions, he resigned his chair and established himself as a country gentleman at Pitliver, near Dunfermline. Having lost his first wife, he had lately married Lady Margaret Dalrymple, daughter of the Earl of Stair. I was a frequent guest at Pitliver, and much enjoyed his racy reminiscences of Glasgow and of his experiences in Spain. One of these last, which he told me, seems worthy of now being put on record as an instance of the courage and boldness of a peaceable Scottish professor. During the 40s of last century, Spain was convulsed with revolution. McConaughey had a strong desire to travel through some of the disturbed districts and see the state of the country for himself. He accordingly arranged to make a long detour and cross the frontier to a French town, where his wife was to await his coming. Disguising himself as a miner, he procured a bag, a pick, and a few pieces of rough stone. His money he carried with him in gold, which he enclosed in lumps of plaster of Paris, coloured and dirty to look like bits of natural rock. Thus accoutred, he set out on his journey and passed through the districts where the insurrection was hottest. At night he would come into a village inn filled with insurgents, and throwing his bag into a corner, would retire to see after his horse. Coming back to the chamber where the warriors were assembled, he sometimes found them examining the contents of his bag, and holding some of his specimens in their hands, with an exclamation about their weight. Plomo, plomo, they were sure the stones must be bits of lead ore. He would then join in the talk, and so disarm all suspicion of his nationality, that he had no difficulty in gathering from them all the information he wanted, while they, on their side, took him for a Castilian miner, prospecting through the country for metals. Spanish insurgents. In this way he travelled through all the tract he wished to see, and had come at last to the Spanish town nearest to the frontier place, where he was to meet his wife. He now discarded his disguise, and attired himself in ordinary costume. The horse that had carried him was a sorry nag, which he had chosen to be in harmony with the general outfit of his supposed occupation. He now made himself known to the mayor of the town, and asked his assistance to procure a good horse. It so happened that a fine animal, which had belonged to a government official recently deceased, was for sale, but the price asked for it was beyond the means of those who would fain have bought it. The professor, however, had money enough with him to acquire the horse, and to fit himself for the rest of his journey. A guide was procured to conduct him through the mountains, and he was advised to go armed, and to be constantly on his guard. In particular, he was warned on no account to stop at the top of the last pass, where the road descended in sharp zigzags into the plain of France. All went well until he came to that very place, when his guide said they must halt a little. This he refused to do, but insisted on his companion riding on in front of him. They had not gone far down when voices from above called on them loudly to stop. The guide turned round, put his horse across the narrow road, and on McConaughey, trying to brush past him, drew out a pistol from his belt. The professor, suspecting some action of this kind, was on the alert, with his hand already on his own pistol, which he had once discharged at the breast of the guide, who rolled off his horse into the bushes below. Realizing now the plot against him, and that there were accomplices above, he put spurs to his horse and dashed down the road. So steep was the descent, and so shaded with trees and bushes, that he could only be seen at the bends, at each of which a shower of bullets whizzed past him. He succeeded in keeping ahead of his assailants, who continued to pursue and fire at him until they were almost within gunshot of the French sentries. As soon as he arrived at the town, he sought the commandant and told his story. The officer, on learning where he had got his horse, told him that he owed his life to the animal, not merely for its speed. It appeared that the insurgents knew the horse well, and desired to procure it for one of their leaders. When they heard that it had been sold, they had evidently planned to possess themselves of it, and had arranged the ambush to which the professor of law had nearly fallen a victim. But it was the horse they wanted, not its rider. Had mere robbery been their object, they could easily have shot the horse, and whether or not they put a bullet through him also, they would have stripped him of all his possessions. But they purposely fired high, for fear of wounding or killing the animal which they had expected to be able to present to their leader. Professor Pillins, Robert Chambers, used wittily to classify mankind in two divisions, those who had been under Pillins and those who had not. I'm glad to be able to range myself in the first class. Pillins was professor of Latin, or humanity, as the subject used to be termed in Scotland, in the University of Edinburgh. Perhaps his name was most widely known from its having been unwarrantably pilloried by Byron in his English bards and Scotch reviewers. He was a born educationist, far in advance of his time in certain departments of teaching, more particularly in his recognition of the place that should be assigned to geography in the educational system of the country. When I sat in his classroom, he had reached his 77th year and was no longer as able as he had once been to control a large gathering of lads fresh from school. But even then no one who was willing to learn could fail to find much that was suggestive in his prelections. As he sat in his chair behind his desk, his small stature was not observable. One only saw the round, bald head, the rubicund cheeks, the mild blue eyes, the hands wielding a huge reading-glass, for he would never consent to wear spectacles, and the shoulders wrapped round in his velvet-collared black gown. He was a scholar of the antique type, more intent on the subject, spirit, and style of his Latin favourites than on grammatical niceties or various readings. How he loved his Horace, and how he took to his heart any student in whom he could detect the rudiments of the same affection. Having gained his friendship in this way, I saw a good deal of him in later years. He kept up the pleasant old custom of asking his students to breakfast with him. In later years I met some of his early friends at that meal, among them Leonard Horner. I remember one morning having a talk with him about English literature, when he said, "I've been all my life fond of poetry, and I find great solace in it still, but I must go back several generations for what really interests and pleases me. There is Tennyson and another writer, Browning, that I hear people raving about. I've tried to read them, but I confess that I cannot understand much of them, and they give me no real pleasure. When I want to enjoy English verse, I go back to the masterpieces of Dryden and Pope." Professor Blackie. Pillins was one of the early pioneers in the organization of infant schools. He energetically combated the system of teaching by rote, and of compelling young children to burden their memories with genealogies and dates. He once remarked to me, "I was in an infant school lately, and you won't guess what question I heard put to a class of little tots, not more than 4 or 5 years old. How long did Jeroboam reign over Israel? The most perfervidly Scottish professor of my time was undoubtedly John Stuart Blackie, who taught a multifarious range of subjects, including some Greek, of which he was professor, although those of his students who really wanted to increase their knowledge of Greek would fain have been spared some of his disquisitions on the current politics or problems of the day. They could not but recognize his boundless enthusiasm, his cheery good nature, and his high ideals of life and conduct. In my time he wore a brown wig which was so manifestly artificial that we used sometimes to imagine that it was coming off, and speculated on what the professor would be like without it. But in later years he allowed his own white hair to grow long, and with his clean-shaven face, his broad, soft felt hat, and his brown plaid over his shoulders, he became by far the most picturesque figure in the Edinburgh of his time. He had been so much in Germany, and was so well versed in German life and literature, that he seemed naturally to assume the manner of a German professor. There was indeed a good deal of external resemblance between him and the late venerable historian Mommsen, but Blackie was distinguished from his more typical continental brethren by the boisterous exuberance of his spirits. Even in the classroom this feature could not be wholly repressed, but it reached its climax among friends at a dinner table, more especially at such gatherings as those of the Royal Society Club. After eloquent talk he would eventually be unable to remain seated, but would start up and march round the room, gesticulating and singing a verse of some Scottish song or one of his own patriotic ditties. Sir Douglas MacLachlan. Besides the genial Blackie, the Senate of Edinburgh University, when I was a member of it, contained some other less vociferous but extremely clubbable professors. 2 of them deserve special mention here, Christensen and MacLachlan. Sir Robert Christensen was excellent company. With his ample fund of reminiscence and anecdote at the club dinners, Sir Douglas MacLachlan never failed to regale us with one of his inimitable songs. He had a good voice, and sang with much expression and humour. His Battle of Glentilde was a source of endless pleasure to his friends, and he entered so thoroughly into the spirit of it that one could almost see the scene between the Duke and his gillies on the one side, and the botany professor and his students on the other. Some of the touches in that ditty are full of sly fun, such, for example, as the description of the botanizing. Some folk'll take a heap of thatch for unco little in man, and mickle time and mickle cash for knock away they'll spend none. They chaps have come 100 mile for what was hardly worthy the while. 'Twas a tupu, some gursing that grew on Ben Medu, that ne'er a coo would care to pitter mooth till. On rare occasions Christensen and MacLachlan sang a humorous duet in the most dolorous tones, acting the character of 2 distressed seamen begging on the street. It was comical beyond description. Another of the luminaries in the Edinburgh University was Lyon Playfair, professor of chemistry, who, after quitting his chair and entering Parliament, devoted himself mainly to politics, and was finally raised to the peerage. He too was a true Scot, though most of his life was passed in England. He enjoyed and could tell a good story, and relished it none the less if it bore against himself. In his later years he used to pay a yearly visit to America, and from one of these journeys he brought back the account of an experience he had met with among the Rocky Mountains of Canada, which he would tell with great vivacity. He had halted at some station on the Canadian Pacific Railway, and in the course of a stroll had made his way to the foot of a heap of material that had been tumbled down from the mouth of a mine. He was poking out some of the pieces of stone with his stick when a voice saluted him from the top of the bank, and the following conversation ensued. "Hey, what are you daring there? I'm looking at some of these bits of stone, but there is nae allowance here. Is there not? I think you must be a Scotsman like me." "Aye, man. And are ye frae Scotland? And what's your name?" "My name is Playfair. Maybe you'll be Lyon." "Yes, that's my name. How do you come to know it?" "Oh, man, your name has travelled far nor the wee legs'll ever carry yourself." Chalmers and the dentist. When at the time of the disruption the theological chairs were resigned by the professors who seceded to the Free Church, the classes of the new college, which that church established in Edinburgh, were held in a house next door to a well-known dentist. Dr. Chalmers was one of those who had left the university, and he had an enthusiastic body of students in the new rooms. The applause with which they greeted the professor's bursts of eloquence proved, however, rather trying to the dentist and his patients, for the house partitions were none of the thickest. The story is told that a polite note was sent to Dr. Chalmers, asking whether it would be possible for him to moderate the noise made by his pupils. Next day the doctor, before beginning his lecture, explained the circumstances to his class, and begged them to remain quiet, for he added, "You must bear in mind that our neighbor is very much in the mouth of the public." The late Professor Tate, so widely known and so affectionately remembered, used to cite one of the answers he received in a class examination. The question asked was, "Define transparency, translucency, and opacity," and the following was the answer. "I'm sorry that I cannot give the precise definition of these terms, but I think I understand their meaning, and I will illustrate it by an example. The windows of this classroom were originally transparent. They are at present translucent, but if not soon cleaned, they will become opaque." The professor, in repeating this reply, laughingly said that he had allowed the man full marks for it. Old type of Dominie. The Scottish schoolmaster of the old type is probably as extinct as the parish school system under which he flourished. What with revised codes, inspectors, examinations, grants and aid, Board of Education, and other machinery, the educational arrangements of Scotland have during the last half-century been transformed to a remarkable degree. There can be no doubt that on the whole, and especially in recent years, the changes have been in the right direction. Nevertheless, we may regret the disappearance of some of the characteristic features of the old regime. The parish schools served to commingle the different classes of the community, and there was a freedom left to the teachers which gave them scope in their methods and range of subjects, and enabled them to send up to the university numbers of clever and well-trained scholars. Untrammeled by the fear of any school board or education department, the dominie was left to develop his own individuality, which, though it sometimes took the form of eccentricity, was in most cases the natural outgrowth of a cultivated mind, and was a distinct benefit to his pupils. In the delightful Memories Grave and Gay of Dr. Carr, who has spent his active life in practically furthering the cause of education in the country, an interesting account is given of the process of transformation, together with many anecdotes of his experience of country schools and country schoolmasters. To his ample stores those interested in the subject should turn. In the early days of examinations, an inspector came to a school, and in the course of the reading stopped to ask the class the meaning of the word curfew. In Gray's line, "The curfew tolls, the knell of parting day." There was complete silence in the room. He tried to coax the boys on to an answer, but without effect, until the teacher, losing patience with them, exclaimed in vexation, "Stupid fools, do ye no ken no sawap? Why, being Scottish for Cooloo." A clerical friend of mine was many years ago visiting a parish school in Argyllshire, where Gaelic was taught as well as English. He spoke to them in Gaelic, and asked them to spell one of the words he had used. They looked in blank amazement at him, and gave no reply. At last the master, turning round deprecatingly to the clergyman, said, "Oich, sir, there is surely no spelling in Gaelic." A story is told in the north of Scotland of a certain school in which a boy was reading in presence of an examiner, and on pronouncing the word bull, as it is ordinarily sounded, was abruptly corrected by the schoolmaster. A dominie's pronunciation. "John, I've told you before, that word is called ball," pronouncing it like skull. "Excuse me, sir," said the examiner, "I think you will find that the boy has pronounced it correctly." "Oh no, sir, we always call it ball in this parish. But you must pardon me if I say that the boy's pronunciation is the usual one. Have you a pronouncing dictionary?" "Dictionary? Oh yes, Charlie. Run round to the house and fetch me the big dictionary. Meantime, John, go on with the reading." So John went on with ball, and Charlie brought the dictionary, which the master turned up in triumph. "There, sir, is the word with the mark above the U, and there are the words that is to be sounded like: put, push, pull, pronouncing these all like butt, brush, doll, And now, John, you will go on with Ball. The questions put by the examiners are not always judicious. The man who asked if Alfred the Great were alive now, what part of our political system would he be likely to take most interest in, need not have been surprised to receive the answer, "Please, sir, if Alfred the Great were alive now, I think he'd be so old he wouldn't take interest in anything." The difference between the pronunciation of Latin on the two sides of the Tweed used to give rise to curious confusion, whether we gave up Cicero to C or K. I remember a boy who had previously attended a grammar school in Yorkshire and had come to the Edinburgh High School, being called on to read the introductory lines of the first book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. He began pronouncing in the English way, "Ante Mari et Tullus." What do you say?" interrupted Dr. Boyd. "Auntie Mary, forsooth. I suppose we shall have Uncle Robert next." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 7. Old and New Type of Landed Proprietors in Scotland. Highland Chiefs. Second Marquess of Breadalbane. Late Duke of Argyll. Ayrshire Lairds. T.F. Kennedy of Dunure. Slidery Braes. Smith of Auchengree. Fengisk and Charles Martin. New Lairds of Wealth. The most outstanding change in regard to landed proprietorship during the last half-century has been in Scotland. As elsewhere in Britain, the successive extinction or displacement of families that long held their estates, and, proud of pedigree but poor of purse, have had to make way for rich merchants, bankers, brewers, ironmasters, and manufacturers. Of the great landowners, the most striking personality in my time was undoubtedly the second Marquess of Breadalbane. Tall and broad, with a head like that of Jupiter Tonans, having the most commanding presence combined with the most winning graciousness of manner, he was the incarnation of what one imagined that a great Highland chief should be. When, in 1860, at the head of his Highland volunteers, all in kilts of the clan tartan, he marched to the great review held by Queen Victoria in Edinburgh, one's thoughts travelled back to the days of Prince Charlie, for since that time there had been no such mustering of warlike men straight from the Highland glens, and no such chieftain in command of them. When, in the autumn, he established himself at the Black Mount and filled his hospitable house with guests, he would start off for a day's deer-stalking, mounted on the box of a large drag, with the reins and whip in his hands, his friends seated around him, and his gillies behind. No one of the party was a keener or more successful sportsman than he. A liberal and enlightened landlord, he had done much to improve his vast estates, and was beloved by his tenantry and people. He never could understand why the Scottish mountains should not supply abundance of metallic ores, and afford a source of wealth to the country. For years he employed a German expert to prospect all over his property, and he continued to work his mines at Tyndrum even at a loss. Among his acquirements, he had gained some knowledge of mineralogy. Sir Roderick Murchison, when visiting him in 1860, after a tour through the Western Highlands, remarked to him at dinner that one great difference between the oldest rocks of the northwestern and those of the central highlands lay in the presence of abundant hornblende in the former and its absence from the latter. "Stop a bit, Sir Roderick," interrupted the Marquis. "You come with me tomorrow, and I'll show you plenty of hornblende." Next day a walk was taken across a tract of moor near the Black Mount, Sir Roderick accompanying some ladies, while the chief marched on in front. At last, when the rock in question was reached, the Marquis shouted out in triumph, "Here's hornblende for you!" And he was right, as Murchison, with a queer nonplussed look on his face, had to admit. Nevertheless, the geologist's generalization, although not universally applicable, had in it a certain element of truth. The late Duke of Argyll. Another distinguished Highland chief of last century was the late Duke of Argyll. Gifted with great acuteness and versatility of intellect, he directed his thoughts to a wide range of subjects, and having a remarkable command of forcible language, he was able to present these thoughts in such a form as to compel attention to his reasonings and conclusions. As orator, statesman, historian, poet, naturalist, geologist, agriculturist, chief of a great Highland clan, and landed proprietor, he was undoubtedly one of the living forces of his country during his active career. Moreover, he never failed to show that, like the long line of his illustrious ancestors, he was an ardent and patriotic Scot. In the midst of his conversation, he would every now and then throw in a Scottish word or phrase as more tersely expressive of his meaning than anything he could find in English. He knew the west of Scotland better than most of his countrymen, for not only was he born and bred there, and passed most of his life in the midst of his ancestral possessions, but for many years he kept a yacht on which he peered into every bay and creek among the Western Isles. He had considerable artistic power, and was never happier than when sketching some scene that delighted him. After a great speech, or during the intervals in the preparation of one of his published volumes, he found rest and solace in working up his sketches, of which he left a large collection. Inverara Castle. Though cast in a smaller bodily mould than his burly kinsman of Breadalbane, he carried himself with a singular dignity of bearing. His finely formed, expressive face and his abundant golden hair made him a conspicuous figure in any assembly. But he was perhaps best seen under his own roof at Inverary, entertaining the landed gentry of Argyllshire, when met for the transaction of county business, including many of the Campbell clan who counted the MacCollum More as their chief, and from some of whom he could claim feudal service. One of them, in particular, used to be prominent from the massive silver chain which he wore with a key hung at the end of it. His castle was now a ruin, but in accordance with ancient usage, he was bound to present the key of it when he came to see his chief. The Duke moved about among the guests as the Grand Seigneur, entering into animated talk, now about land and rent, or improvements in the county, or some recently opened tumulus, dredgings in Loch Fyne, the political situation of the country, or the probability of getting fossils out of his schists and limestones. He was keenly desirous to preserve every relic of antiquity on his property, and had made a kind of museum in the central hall of the castle, in which he kept the smaller objects that had been picked up. Among these, he was especially proud of an old knife with what he believed to be Rob Roy's initials on it that had been found near the place where that Highland freebooter lived when he placed himself for a time under the shelter of the Argyle of his day. Kennedy of Dunure. Perhaps no county in Scotland could furnish an ampler list of landed proprietors than Ayrshire, both of the old stock and of the newcomers. The former included both titled possessors of large estates and smaller lairds who could trace their genealogy back to a remote ancestry. One of the best examples of these landed gentry whom I have known was the Right Honourable Thomas Francis Kennedy of Dunure. Educated in Edinburgh under Pillins and Dugald Stewart, he was associated from his youth with the brilliant literary coterie which then flourished in that city, and delighted to recount his reminiscences of the men and the clubs of the time. As he was born near Ayr, and had passed much of his life in Ayrshire, where he possessed considerable estates, he retained a lively recollection of the state of the southwest of Scotland in the closing years of the 18th and early part of the 19th century. I have heard him tell of the hardships of the peasantry and small farmers in his boyhood, how in severe winters they were compelled to bleed their cattle and mix the blood with oatmeal to keep themselves in life. He used to describe the cuisine of his early days and the contrast between it and modern cookery. One of the dishes, rather a favorite in Carrick, was roast solan goose from Ailsa Craig, but his account of it was not itself appetizing, for he told how they had to bury the bird for some time in the garden, and when it came to be cooked, all the windows in the house had to be kept open to let out the ancient and fish-like smell. White and black puddings, now almost entirely banished, still maintained their place, together with crappet heads, singed sheep's head, and sundry other national dishes which have long been banished from the tables of polite society. He used sometimes to revive a few of these dishes, and I thought them excellent, but he never, so far as I experienced, tried the solan goose again. He was a gentleman of the antique caste, courteous and stately in his manners, proud of his descent and of his ancestral possessions, and tenacious of his rights, which he was sometimes thought to insist upon rather more than he need have done. When I came to know him about the year 1863, he had retired from public life and devoted himself to the care of his property. He looked carefully after his breeds of cattle and was keenly alive to new inventions for the improvement of agriculture, which he was always ready to test on his own land. Part of one of the smallest coalfields in Scotland underlay his estate of Dalhouarn, and he worked the mineral according to the best known methods. Yet he had been an active politician in his time. He was for 16 years in Parliament as member for the Ayr Burghs. In association with Coburn, Jeffrey, Horner, Murray, Graham, and others, he took a leading part in the preparations for the Scottish Reform Bill. On retiring from Parliament, he obtained an official appointment in Ireland, where he spent some years, until in 1850 he received a commissionership in the Office of Woods and Forests. Owing to some dispute in the staff, he retired from this appointment in 1854, and thereafter lived entirely at his Ayrshire home, save that for some 20 years he continued to come up for the season to London. The government of the day would not grant him a pension, a decision for which he believed that Gladstone was mainly responsible. His friend, Lord Murray, thought him so badly used that he settled a pension of £1,200 a year upon him, which he enjoyed up to the time of his death. Though no longer actively interfering in politics, he continued to take the keenest interest in the events of the time, kept himself in touch with his old Whig friends in and out of Parliament, and gave free vent to his disapproval when he had to criticize their policy. His wife, a daughter of Sir Samuel Romilly, was a singularly gentle and gracious old lady. They had been married 20 years before a son, their only child, was born to them. Kennedy used to remark on the curious coincidence that he himself was also an only child, born after 20 years of wedlock. The inhabited Dolwarren Castle is a large modern mansion, built in a massive but rather tasteless style, a strange contrast to the older castle which it replaced, and which now stands as a picturesque ivy-clad ruin a short distance off, near the river. The laird remembered when this ruin still had its roof on, and was partly habitable. Another Ayrshire laird had a row of fine silver firs in the avenue to his romantically placed old castle. As several of these trees had been struck by lightning during a series of years, his wife asked me one day if I thought it possible that the lightning was attracted by a seam of ironstone in the ground beneath. She hoped it was not, for if her husband suspected such a thing, she knew he would have lawn, avenue, trees, and everything else dug up in order to get at it. I was able to assure her that there was no ironstone there, and that the attraction was in the trees themselves. In the same country, I was acquainted about 40 years ago with a bachelor laird who possessed a fine estate on which he lived with 2 maiden sisters. He had a large collection of minerals, and more particularly of gems, many of which were mounted as rings. When low-spirited, he would array himself in his dressing-gown, retire to his library, cover his fingers with rings, and lay himself out on a sofa to gaze at and admire them. He dabbled a little also in watercolors, and it used to be said of him that he painted a picture every day, and on Sundays he painted a church. Sliddery Braes. One of the oddest specimens of a laird I ever personally knew was the owner of a small estate to the north of Kilmarnock, where he lived with 2 unmarried sisters. He had nicknames for everybody and everything. His mansion house, owing to the steepness of the approach to it, he always called Sliddery Braes. His sisters he used to speak of, the one as the Mutiny at the Nore, the other as the Battle of the Baltic, because they were born in the years when these 2 events occurred. He used to take whims, pursue them with great earnestness for a time, and then change to something else. Many of these occupations had a theological cast. At one time, he devoted himself to a serious study of the book of Revelations, and in order to get better at its meaning, he took to the Greek original. He found that Dr. Sloane of Ayr had a more modern lexicon than that at Sliddery Braes. So he would come down day after day and work with this volume in the doctor's consulting room. His presence there, however, becoming troublesome, the book was sent upstairs to the drawing room, and instructions were given to the servant to take the laird there the next time he came. On entering that room one day, he found the doctor's sister sitting at the window, engaged in some needlework. With apologies for his interruption, he begged her not to allow him to disturb her, for he would be engrossed in his study of the chapter on which he was then engaged. After some time, he turned to Miss Sloane and said, "I've been investigating the account given in Revelation of the White Horse, and I think I now understand about it. The animal must have been a large beast, for standing in the street there, its back would be up on a level with the window you're sitting at." And he proceeded to describe in the most whimsical way the look and qualities of this wonderful horse. His narrative was so comical that the poor lady could hardly repress her laughter. At last he noticed that his discourse had not in the least solemnized her, and he thereupon started up, remarking, "Ah, Miss Sloane, you may laugh, but it's no laughing to some of them. Good day." So ended his Greek studies. His eccentricities at last became so great that Dr. Sloane thought it right to send a letter to the elder sister, pointing out the desirability of having her brother watched and provided with an attendant for his own sake as well as for that of others, since the doctor did not think it was safe to allow him to go about alone. The lady thoughtlessly left this letter inside her blotting book, where it was soon afterwards found by the laird himself. He immediately sat down and wrote a long letter to Dr. Sloane, beginning, "I am not mad, most noble Festus," and maintaining that he knew what he was about and could manage himself and his affairs without the help or interference of anybody. The doctor told me that for a long time afterwards he himself went about in some fear of his life, for he never could be sure what revenge Slittery Braes might be prompted to take. An eccentric laird. But the laird had really no homicidal mania. He grew, however, queerer every year. One of his last crazes was to hunt up all the graves of the persecuting lairds of Covenanting times. On one occasion he set out on horseback for Dunscore, to see where the notorious Grierson of Lag, damned to everlasting fame, was buried. As he made his way through the lonely uplands of Dumfriesshire and was nearing his destination, he overtook a peddler with his pack and asked him to mount on the horse behind him. When at last he reached the graveyard, tying the horse to the gate, he insisted on his companion accompanying him to look for the tombstone of the persecutor, and on finding it, proceeded to read out and sing a psalm, in which his companion was also instructed to join. At the end of this performance, the laird turned suddenly round, looked the peddler sternly in the face, and exclaimed, "Now, sir, do ye ken where ye are? Ye're sitting on the grave of a man that's been in hell mair than 100 years. It's a long time, sir, a long time." The poor peddler, now convinced that he was in the hands of a madman, made his escape from the place and left the laird to complete his devotions and execrations. About the same time that this whim possessed him, he determined to see the portrait of a certain member of the Cassilis family, who had likewise distinguished himself for his zeal against the Covenanters. But the difficulty was how to get access to the picture, which formed part of the collection at Culzean Castle, the seat of the Marquis of Ailsa, and was hung in a room reserved for private use. Watching for an opportunity when the family was from home, he succeeded in prevailing upon the housekeeper to open this room for him and let him see the portrait in question. He used to describe his experience thus: "I stood looking at the picture for a while. It was really a good-looking face, not what I thought a persecuting laird would be like. But at last I saw the truth in his eyes, for as I watched them, I could see that they had the true twinkle of damnation. Eccentric Ayrshire lairds. Another crack-brained laird in the same county has left inscribed on a stone monument upon his property a record of his eccentricity. I came upon it standing by itself near an oak tree at Pod Hills in the parish of Dalry. On the west side of the stone the following inscription has been cut. There is an oak tree, a little from this, planted in the year 1761. It has 20 feet of ground round it for to grow upon, and all within that ground reserved from all succeeding proprietors for the space of 500 years from the above date by me, Andrew Smith, who is the offspring of many Andrew Smiths who lived in Auchingree for unknown generations. On the south side, the stone bears the subjoined lines, My trustees, Robert Glasgow, Esquire of Montgreenan, William Cochrane, Esquire of Ladyland, I stand here to herd this tree, and if you please to read a wee, in 1761 it was planted then at 3 feet long. I'll tell more if you would ken, it was planted at the beer end. I'll tell you more, you'll think a wondered. It's allowed to stand for years 500. It has 12 yards across and round about. It belongs to no man till that time is out, but to Andrew Smith, though he were dead. He raised it out of the seed, so cut it neither top nor tail, lest that the same you do bewail. Cut it neither tail nor top, lest that some evil you o'ertake. Erected by Andrew Smith of Todd Hills, October 1817. When in the year 1867 the British Association met in Dundee, some of the members were entertained at Fingask, that charming old Scottish chateau, with its treasures of family and Jacobite antiquities. Among the visitors was Professor Charles Martin of Montpelier, who so delighted the Mrs. Mary Threepland with his enthusiasm for Scotland and everything Scottish, that they bade him kneel, and taking a sword that had belonged to Prince Charlie, laid it on his shoulder, and, as if the blade still possessed a royal virtue, dubbed him knight. Some years afterwards I chanced to meet him on a river steamer upon the Tiber, bound for Ostia, with a party from the University of Rome. He was delighted to be addressed as Sir Charles Martin, and recalled with evident enthusiasm the charms of Fingask and of the distinguished ladies who so hospitably entertained him there. New Lairds. The new lairds include many excellent and cultivated men, well worthy to take their place among the older families. Their command of wealth enables them to improve their estates and to beautify their houses in a way which was impossible for the impoverished owners whom they have replaced. Their taste has created centers of art and culture, and their public spirit and philanthropy are to be seen in the churches, schools, and village reading rooms which they have erected, and in the good roads which they have made where none existed before. On the other hand, among their number are some of whom the less said the better, and who make their way chiefly in those circles of society wherein a man of wealth is dubbed a man of worth. Many incidents have been put into circulation regarding the race of coal and iron masters who, starting as working miners, have made large fortunes in the west of Scotland. A good number of these tales are probably entirely mythical. Others, though founded on some original basis of fact, have been so improved in the course of narration that they must be looked upon as mainly fabulous. Yet the alterations have generally kept to the spirit of the story and represent the current estimate of the character and habits of the individual round whom the legend has gathered. According to one of these tales, a wealthy ironmaster called on a country squire and was ushered into the library. He had never seen such a room before, and was much impressed with the handsome cases and the array of well-bound volumes that filled their shelves. The next time he went to Glasgow, he made a point of calling at a well-known bookseller's, when the following conversation is reported to have taken place. "I want you to get me a library." "Very well, Mr. Blank. I'll be very pleased to supply you with books. Can you give me any list of such books as you would like?" "You ken more about books than I do, so you can choose them yourself." "Then you leave the selection entirely to me. Would you like them bound in Russia or Morocco?" "Russia or Morocco? Can you no get them bound in Glasgow?" A wealthy ironmaster. One of these men went to see Egypt, and took with him a kind of guide and companion, an artist of some note. When they came to the Great Pyramid, the magnate stood looking at it for a time, and in turning away remarked to his friend, "Man, what na wrath of mason work not to be fetching in ony rent." On the same occasion the ironmaster, now getting tired of sightseeing, was with some difficulty persuaded to cross over and see the Red Sea. He made no observation at the time, nor on the way back, but after getting to bed he found vent for his ill humor. Opening the mosquito curtains, he blurted out to the artist, who occupied another bed in the same room, "D'ye ca' yon the Red Sea? It's as blue as ony sea I ever saw in my life. Good night." It is told of a Paisley manufacturer that at the time of one of the meetings of the British Association at Glasgow, he entertained a large company of the members, a number of whom invited him to visit them when he came to London. He had noticed that his guests had various initials printed after their names on the programs of the association: FRS, FCS, DCL, LLD, etc., and thinking that this was customary in good society, he selected 3 letters to affix to his own name on his visiting cards. In due time he made his appearance in the South, and presented his cards. Some of his southern acquaintances ventured to ask what the letters after his name were intended to signify. "Oh," said he, "I saw it was the right thing to hae the letters, and as I dinna very weel ken what you folks' letters mean, I thought I would put just LFP. That means lately frae Paisley." End of chapter 7. Read by Carrie Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 9th of February, 2022.
Chapter 8 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 8. Lowland Farmers, Darlings of Priest Law, Sheep Farmers, Hall Pringle of Hatton, Farm Servants, Ayrshire, Milkmaids, The Consequences of Salting, Poachers, Called, Sowens out a pewter plate, Farm Life in the Highlands, A Skye Eviction, Clearances in Reyesse, Summer Sheelings of Former Times, That Boy of Soay, A West Highlanders' First Visit to Glasgow, Crofters in Skye, Highland Ideas of Women's Work, Highland Repugnance to Handicrafts. The vicissitudes of agriculture have told on the farmers and farm labourers of Scotland, as they have done everywhere else in the British Islands. To a large extent the small farms have been swallowed up in enlarged holdings. It is much less common now than it used to be to find one of them worked by a single family, where the husband, wife, sons and daughters all take their respective shares of the labour. The extensive adoption of agricultural machinery and the replacement of corn crops by pasture have reduced the number of labourers needed in a farm, while the attractions of town life have still further tended to deplete the rural population. These important changes could not take place without affecting the position and characteristics of the farming class. It is for the most part only in the remoter districts of the country that one can now meet here and there with a specimen of the type that was prevalent a generation or two ago. Darlings of Priest Law. 40 years since there lived at Priest Law in the heart of the Lammermuir Hills a family of farmers, Darling by name, who were perhaps the most excellent examples of that type I've ever encountered. The farm had been tenanted by their forebears for several generations, and the occupants were now 2 brothers and a sister, all unmarried. Active, intelligent, kindly, and honourable, they were universally respected and esteemed throughout Lammermuir, far and near. One of the brothers was once riding home from a fair when he was attacked by one of the navvies who were engaged in draining a neighbouring farm. The ruffian had pinned the old man to the grassy bank by the side of the road, and was dealing him some heavy blows when a group of farmers returning from the same fair came in sight and rushed forward to save life. When they saw who the victim proved to be, their indignation rose to such a height that before the intervention of the policeman, who happened to come up with another large contingent of pedestrians, they would have executed summary justice themselves. Some of the party conveyed the injured farmer to Priest Law, while the great majority of the company marched their prisoner off to Haddington, a distance of some 12 miles, and never relaxed their hold of him until they saw him locked up within the police cell. The brothers were delightful men to converse with. The sister, besides the family charm, had a keen interest in natural history and in all the legends and traditions of the hills. I had come to the district to carry on the geological survey there, and on making Miss Darling's acquaintance, found from her that when a girl she had accompanied Sir James Hall and Professor Playfair in their excursions up the Fastney Water. She had seen no geologist since then, she said, some 60 years before, and she would fain hear something of what was thought and said about the history of the earth now. We exchanged wallets, I giving her such information as I had been able to gather regarding the rocks around her home, and she, on the other hand, retailing to me a most interesting series of traditions that clung to particular spots visible to us as we sat in her garden, looking over to the Whitatter and across into the heathy uplands. One of her tales has always seemed to me to carry a strong appeal in favour of the trustworthiness of persistent local tradition. Ever since the time of the Battle of Dunbar, she said, it had been handed down that Cromwell, finding his way barred by Leslie and the Covenanters, sought to discover some route through the hills practicable for his army, and sent out scouts for that purpose. 2 of these men, disguised as peasants, had made their way down the valley of the Whitatter as far as the mouth of a little dell or cliff, when a gust of wind from the hollow blew their cloaks aside and shoved their military garb to some of Leslie's emissaries who were on the outlook. They were promptly shot and buried, and tradition had always pointed to a low mound with some gorse bushes as marking the site of their grave. Miss Darling sought and received permission from the proprietor, who I think was the Marquis of Tweedale to open a trench at the place with the view of seeing whether any corroboration of the tradition could be obtained. To her great delight she found, among some decayed bones, a few buttons and a coin or two of the reign of Charles the First. Lammermuir traditions. It was arranged that, after I had taken a few weeks of holiday, I should return to Priestlaw, where she was to have a collection of stones brought up from the river, that I might discourse to her from them, while she, on her part, promised to continue her stories and legends. But when it came back to the Lammermuirs, Miss Darling and one of her brothers had been already laid in their graves. The farmhouse of Priestlaw stands not far from one of the old tracks or drove roads through the hills which, though now comparatively little used, serves as the chief thoroughfare for pedestrians from East Lothian into the Merse of Berwickshire. It appeared that one day a tramp had halted at the door of Priestlaw, from which, as was widely known, no needy beggar was ever turned away empty. The man looked ill, and when Miss Darling saw him, she would not let him trudge any further on his way, but had a shake-down of straw made for him in one of the outhouses. She would not allow any of her servants to attend on him, lest he should have some infectious complaint, but took charge of him herself. It proved to be a case of scarlet fever. The man ultimately recovered, but she and one of her brothers caught the infection and died. With this most excellent woman, I fear much of the unwritten history of Lammermuir perished. She had from girlhood collected and treasured in a tenacious memory of every tradition of the district. She had watched every excavation, whether for draining or building, and had gathered every relic of antiquity on which she could lay hands. The past was a living reality to her, and she found a keen pleasure in recounting it to any one of like tastes and sympathies. Of her, unhappily, it may be truly said that she is among those which have no memorial, who are perished as though they had never been, and are become as though they had never been born. But these were merciful men, whose righteousness had not been forgotten. Among the Scottish farmers, though the general type is actively intelligent and progressive, examples may be found in the remoter upland districts of men who scorn a lad should teach his father's skill, and having once been wrong, will be so still. Sheep farmers. Thus a small farmer in Cunningham, in descanting upon the changes he had himself witnessed in the agriculture and general conditions of his own neighbourhood, and had ruefully to make the confession, "When I was young, I used to think my feyther hadna muckle sense, but my sons look on myself as a born idiot." A sheep farmer in the Cheviot Hills had been told that it was useful to have a barometer in the house, for it would let him know when the weather would be good or bad. He was accordingly persuaded to procure a mercurial instrument with a large round dial, which he hung up in his lobby, and duly consulted every day without much edification. At last there came a spell of rainy weather, while the barometer marked set fair. The rain continued to fall heavily, and still the hand on the dial made no sign of truth. At last he took the instrument from its nail, marched with it to the bottom of the garden, where a burn, swollen with the drainage of the higher slopes, was rushing along, brown and muddy. He then thrust the glass into the water, exclaiming, "Will you believe your ain een new, then?" Another farmer, who had also procured a barometer, had greater faith in its predictions. The ploughing on his farm had been stopped on account of the rain, but he noticed at last that the glass had begun to rise, whereupon he sent his daughter to get the ploughing begun again. "Ye're to gang on with the ploughing new, John, for feyther says the glass is rising. De'il may care the rain's I fortin," was the gruff response. The hill farmer has been the subject of a good many stories, not much to the credit of his intelligence. One of these men, whose holding was on the hills to the north of Strathmore, had laid in at Perth his stock of matches for the winter. On his wife opening the first box, she found that she could not get the matches to strike upon it. The husband also tried unsuccessfully. The next time he had to revisit Perth, he took the pile of match-boxes with him, and going to the shopkeeper from whom he had bought them, threw them indignantly down on the counter with the ejaculation, "They wunna licht." A Fife farmer. "Wunna licht," exclaimed the shopkeeper in amazement, as he opened a box. Taking out a match, he drew it smartly across the side of his trousers, and brought it up alight. He repeated the same action with a second and a third, each of which burst into flame as before. "What do you mean," asked the aggrieved shopkeeper, "by saying that they matches wunna licht?" "Ay, answered the farmer, and if you think I can come doon the way to Perth to have a rub o' your breeks every time I want a licked. Hall Pringle was in my boyhood the tenant of a farm near Largo in Fife, and belonged to an antique type of farmer. He still wore knee breeches, and when dressed for church or for a visit to Edinburgh, he used to mount a blue tailcoat with brass or gilt buttons, a broad-brimmed beaver hat, and a formidable walking stick. He was tall and broad-shouldered, walked with a swinging pace, and when he appeared on the pavement of Prince's Street, he cleared a way for himself and attracted universal attention. He was a great friend of John Goodsir, the anatomist, for they were both Largo men, and when in Edinburgh he usually stayed with the professor, who in return used from time to time to pay him visits at Hatton. On the occasion of one of these visits, Pringle was full of indignation over the postmistress of the village, who he maintained was in the habit of opening his letters. He declared to Goodsir that he would not rest until he got her removed from her situation. The professor wagered him a new coat that he would fail in his endeavour. The task proved more difficult than he supposed, but in the end, with the assistance of the post office officials at headquarters, he succeeded in gathering such unquestionable proofs of the delinquencies of the postmistress that she was dismissed. In due time the bet, with the existence of which the village was well acquainted, was paid, and the new coat duly arrived at Hatton. On the first Sunday thereafter, Hall came to church wearing the garment, and as he passed the pew of the postmistress, he was observed to give the tails of his coat a triumphant flourish. I was once seated on the top of a stage-coach in the Lothians, with a peebless sure farmer next to me, who had a sarcastic remark to make upon most of the farms as we passed along. I remember one place in particular where the owner had built a new house and had taken infinite pains to lay out his garden, which he had stocked well with fruit trees, herbaceous plants, and annuals. I had often admired the taste with which the whole had been planned and carried out, and turned to my neighbour to ask if he had not a good word to say for at least that little property. "Oo, aye," was his remark. "It's a bonny bit place. The only thing it wants is soil." An Ayrshire milkmaid. The farm servant changes more slowly than his master. When resident in Ayrshire, I frequently entered into talk with the hinds, as they are called, and found among them some intelligent men. The young women who attend to the cows are often admirable specimens of their sex, comely, well grown, and strong, with a frankness and good humour delightful to meet with. I was once walking up a hilly road on the south side of the valley of the Girvan water, and overtook one of these girls who was trundling a heavy wheelbarrow, in which lay a large cheese and other supplies for the farm. She had already come a distance of some miles, and was evidently a little tired with her exertions. I volunteered to take the wheelbarrow for a little, an offer which she willingly accepted, and she walked alongside, giving me an account of her farm, her master, his family, the farm servants, the cows, the dairy, and so forth. I soon found that to arms unaccustomed to the task, it was much harder to push a heavy wheelbarrow up a hill than might have been supposed. The girl's bare arms were muscular, and seemed fit for any amount of hard work. As we drew near her farm, we could see the master and some of the servants at work in the field below the road, which now wound round the side of the hill. She named each of them, and laughed aloud when she saw them looking up at our little cavalcade, evidently puzzled to make out who the stranger could be that Jean had got hold of. "Oh, look at Tam Glen," she burst forth. "See how he's glowering." I presumed that Tam had a special interest in her, so not to give him cause for jealousy, I dropped the wheelbarrow at the corner of the steading, and went on my way, with the good wishes of the milkmaid, who assured me that if ever I passed that way, she would see that I got a good big glass of milk. Salted food. It is interesting to hear these young women calling to their cows, "Prue, prue, prue, chiamoo," a cry which the animals understand and obey. The words are said to be a corruption of "pro chez moi," and to date from the time 300 years ago when French ways and French servants were widely in vogue throughout Scotland. A farm servant in service among the hills above Dingwall changed to another farm a long distance off. He was found there by some acquaintances, who inquired why he left his former situation. "Well, you see," said he, "I was not very fond of sailed. But what had sail to do with your shifting? Well, I'll tell you all about it. The maester was a very prudent man, and when a cow died he wad be say alten the beast, and we wad be eating her. Then by and by there was a great mortality among the cocks and hens, and they died faster than we could be eating them, and the master he say altered the cocks and the hens, and we wad be eating them too. Well, ye see, it was coming on for Martinmas, and the weather was mortal cold, and at last the older man, the maester's father, he died. The maester, he came to me the next morning, and said he, Donald, I see we're running short of sail, so I'm thinking you'll need to be going down to Dingwall for some more. Well, you see, I went down to Dingwall, what for, but I was never going back to Alkengreen at all. Occasionally a farm labourer becomes a dexterous poacher, and shows by the ingenuity of his methods how well he would have succeeded had fortune opened a way for him in an honest calling that would have given scope for his abilities. The experienced poacher is not infrequently a successful competitor in games where skill as well as strength is required. In curling, for instance, which even more than golf brings together men of all ranks in the social scale, the sheriff may sometimes be seen playing in the same game with men on whom he has had to pass sentence. There is a story of one of these associations wherein a notorious poacher, who had often been imprisoned, shouted out to the sheriff who had tried him, Now, sure, drive the stain in, gie her 6 months, 6 months imprisonment being an extreme display of the sheriff's legal power with which the speaker had made practical acquaintance. Called Sowens, a former minister of the parish of Kirkmichael in Ayrshire, was resting in his study one Saturday afternoon after having finished the preparation of his sermon for next day, when he was startled with sounds of violent quarrelling in his own house. He jumped up from his easy chair, opened the door, and heard the angry voice of his own man shouting in the kitchen, Nay, nu, ye limmer, though I chase you to Jericho, I'll catch ye. The minister rushed off to save life, burst into the kitchen, and found there, to his great surprise, nobody but the man himself who worked on the glebe, and who was now seated at a table taking his supper. John, what's the meaning of this? What were ye swearing at? What were ye fetching with? Me, minister, said the astonished John. I'm no fetching. I'm no swearing at anybody. I'm only supping they could Sowens oot a pewter plate with this thick horn spoon, and they are gay and fickle to catch. Let me now turn to some recollections of farm and crofter life in the Highlands, as they presented themselves to me in the year 1854 and thence onwards. The house which for some happy weeks in that year, and at Orvilles for 40 years afterwards, became my home in Skye, was Kilbride, to which I have already made reference as the residence of my friend the minister of Strath. Besides his ministerial duties, Mr. McKinnon had a large farm, most of which was rough pasture for sheep and cattle, but with some arable land in the valley bottom, where crops of oats and potatoes were grown. Farming in the neighbourhood of a deer forest entailed in those days some serious trials, besides what arose from scanty soil, tempestuous seasons, uncertain crops, and late harvests, and with these trials I soon came actively to sympathize at Kilbride. The farm lay at the west end of the valley of Strath, immediately at the foot of the range of the Red Hills. These heights formed part of Lord Macdonald's deer forest, and though the deer were not numerous, the fields of oats or green crops at Kilbride and the neighbouring hamlet of Torrin offered a tempting pasturage to them as the change from their sterile granite quarries above. Barbed wire, or indeed wire of any kind, had not made its way to these parts as a help towards the enclosing of land. The fields were only fenced in with low dry stone dykes, which offered no protection against inroads even from stray sheep. Hence it was needful to watch all night and to make noise enough to frighten away the deer. I can remember sometimes awaking before daylight and hearing the thumping of trays, blowing of horns, and shouting of the watchmen, and yet with all this labour and some occasional depredation and loss, when the deer contrived to elude detection, one seldom heard any complaints, and I never in those days knew of a deer being shot or injured either by the farm servants or by the crofters around. Farming in Skye, another source of vexation in the farming operations at Kilbride, arose from a very different cause. Although the arable fields were more or less enclosed, it had not been found possible to enclose the farm as a whole, much of the ground being rough hill pasture. Sheep and cattle were thus liable to stray elsewhere unless watched. Through the lower ground, where the herbage being best, the animals chiefly grazed, ran the only road from Strathherd to the east coast. To prevent the flocks from escaping along this thoroughfare into other pastures, a rude fence had been constructed there for some distance on either side of the road, across which a gate had been placed. Except the scattered crofters, who gave no trouble as they performed their journey on foot, and willingly closed the gate when they had passed through, Kilbride had no near neighbours. On the west side, however, some 6 miles off, there lived an eccentric and somewhat quarrelsome laird. He received inebriates in his remote dwelling with a view to their cure by distance from temptation. If all tales we heard were true, he was by no means a teetotaler himself, It was even reported that he allowed strong Greek to be placed on the dinner table, and partook of it himself, but required his patients to pass the bottle round without helping themselves. We did not wonder that under such a regime, some of them, like Lucio, had as lief have the foppery of freedom as the morality of imprisonment, and that we now and then met those who had escaped and who were walking all the way to Broadford, some 9 miles off, and back again, in order that they might once more have a glass or two of whisky. Summary justice in Skye. Between the Laird and the Kilbride family there was no love lost. As the public road passed through the heart of the minister's farm, it was necessary to have a gate across it at the farm boundary wall, otherwise the cattle and sheep would have escaped. But this gate was a dire offence to the Laird. For a while, every time he drove that way, he would lift the gate off its hinges and fling it into the loch at Kilchrist. At last the consequences of this conduct became too serious to be tolerated, and the minister was preparing to take legal steps to protect himself, when 2 of his giant sons quietly resolved to take the law into their own hands. Ascertaining when the Laird would pass along the road, they concealed themselves among some copse on the hillside immediately above the gate, and waited for their man. In due time he arrived, and finding the gate closed as usual, he jumped from his dog-cart, wrenched it off its fastenings, and threw it with an angry imprecation into the lake. In an instant he was seized by the 2 young men, and after receiving a sound horsewhipping, was sent on his journey. As the result of this escapade, the assaulters were summoned before the sheriff and fined, but they let it be widely known that they would willingly pay the fine 10 times over for the pleasure of thrashing the Laird once more, if he ever ventured to remove the gate again. He never did remove it, but he always left it wide open thereafter, and some lad had to be employed to see that it was duly shut after he had passed. At the head of the sea inlet at Loch Slappin lies an alluvial plain, through which a broad stream brings down the drainage of the valley of Strathmore. On this plain the water has gathered into a lake, a favourite haunt of sea trout, which the minister had the right of dragging with the net. The days set apart for this employment were red-letter days at Kilbride. He sometimes hauled ashore large numbers of fine fish, which in various forms, fresh, dried, and pickled, supplied the commissariat for some time thereafter. During my earlier visits to Skye, I saw much of the crofters. On distant excursions, I used to find quarters for the night in their cottages, being franked on to them by some minister or other friend who knew them well. In those days the political agitator had not appeared on the scene, and though the people had grievances, they had never taken steps to agitate or to oppose themselves to their landlords or the law. On the whole, they seemed to meet a peaceable and contented population, where they had no factors or trustees to raise their rents or to turn them out of their holdings. In a later chapter, which will contain some reminiscences of my wanderings as a geologist among the Western Isles, I shall give some particulars of my intercourse with the crofters of Skye. A Skye eviction. One of the most vivid recollections which I retain of Kilbride is that of the eviction or clearance of the crofts of Suish Nish, the corner of Strath between the 2 sea inlets of Loch Slappin and Loch Isort, had been for ages occupied by a community that cultivated the lower ground, where their huts formed a kind of scattered village. The land belonged to the wide domain of Lord MacDonald, whose affairs were in such a state that he had to place himself in the hands of trustees. These men had little local knowledge of the estate, and though they doubtless administered it to the best of their ability, their main object was to make as much money as possible out of the rents, so as on the one hand to satisfy the creditors, and on the other to hasten the time when the proprietor might be able to resume possession. The interests of the crofters formed a very secondary consideration. With these aims, the trustees determined to clear out the whole population of Suish Nish and convert the ground into one large sheep farm, to be placed in the hands of a responsible grazier, if possible from the south country. I had heard some rumours of these intentions, but did not realize that they were in process of being carried into effect, until one afternoon, as I was returning from my ramble, a strange wailing sound reached my ears at intervals on the breeze from the west. On gaining the top of one of the hills on the south side of the valley, I could see a long and motley procession winding along the road that led north from Suish Nish. It halted at the point of the road opposite Kilbride, and there the lamentation became loud and long. As I drew nearer, I could see that the minister with his wife and daughters had come out to meet the people and bid them all farewell. It was a miscellaneous gathering of at least 3 generations of crofters. There were old men and women, too feeble to walk, who were placed in carts. The younger members of the community, on foot, were carrying their bundles of clothes and household effects, while the children, with looks of alarm, walked alongside. There was a pause in the notes of woe as the last words were exchanged with the family of Kilbride. Everyone was in tears. Each wished to clasp the hands that had so often befriended them, and it seemed as if they could not tear themselves away. When they set forth once more, a cry of grief went up to heaven. The long plaintive wail, like a funeral coronach, was resumed, and after the last of the emigrants had disappeared behind the hill, the sound seemed to re-echo through the whole wide valley of Strath in one prolonged note of desolation. The people went on their way to be shipped to Canada. I've often wandered since then over the solitary ground of Shoesnish. Not a soul is to be seen there now, but the greener patches of field and the crumbling walls mark where an active and happy community once lived. Reyese clearances. Another island that formerly possessed a considerable crofter population is Reyese. When I paid it my first visit from Kilbride, the crofters had only recently been removed. Many of their cottages still retained their roofs, and in one of these deserted homes I found on a shelf a copy of the Bible, wanting the boards and some of the outer pages. When I revisited the place a few years ago, only ruined walls and stripes of brighter herbage showed where the crofts had been. In diminution of population, the island has changed much from what it was when Johnson was charmed with the society and hospitality of the MacLeods. The old house, indeed, in which he was entertained still stands, but so built round with ampler additions as to be almost concealed behind the wings and frontage of a large modern mansion. The natural features of the island, however, must be pretty much as he saw them. The Duncan, one of the most wonderful monuments of geological denudation in the Inner Hebrides, rises as a truncated cone, the flat top of which forms the summit of the island. This conspicuous landmark is the last fragment left of the sheets of lava which stretched eastwards from Skye across Reyese towards the mainland. Besides the geological importance it has long had for me a sentimental interest, for at a picnic on the top, my old friends John McKinnon of Kilbride and his future wife became engaged to each other. Life in Reyese. One of the characteristics of this island is to be found in the holes, tunnels, and perforations which in the course of ages have been made by rainwater descending through the calcareous sandstone that forms the higher part of the eastern cliffs. These holes open on the moor above, and as they are apt to be concealed by bracken and heather, they form dangerous pitfalls for sheep. In former days, when numerous crofts stretched along the eastern slopes and there was some traffic across the middle of the island, even an occasional crofter would be lost if benighted, or during the thick fog that sometimes settles on these heights. It is told that a woman on her way back from the store on the west side of the island fell into one of these chasms in the dark. Bruised but not seriously injured, she succeeded in slowly descending between the rough walls, and was found late on the second day, crawling along the track below the cliff not far from her own cottage, with her clothes torn into tatters. All over the West Highlands the tradition is current that such subterranean tunnels have been traversed by dogs, which, on emerging at the further end, have appeared without any hair, their exertions in squeezing themselves through the long narrow passages having rubbed them bare. One of the hamlets on the east side of Reyese, built beneath the cliff and at the top of the steep declivity that descends from the base of the precipice to the edge of the sea, was known by a Gaelic name meaning Tether Town, because, to prevent them rolling down the slope into the sea, the small children had ropes tied round their waists and were tethered to pegs firmly driven into the ground. Up till towards the close of the 18th century, it was the general practice in the Highlands to move the cattle and sheep in the summer up to the hills, where the pasture was held in common. One of the great events of the year was this migration to the Sheelings, where for some happy and busy weeks the women and children made butter and cheese, and their flocks gained strength and flesh in the fresh open air and on the sweet young herbage. But the rapid development of sheep rearing in large farms drove the communities away from their summer retreats, and began that impoverishment of the Highlanders which has continued ever since. Many a time in my wanderings among the mountains have I come upon the traces of these Sheelings, patches of greener verdure, with ruined walls or heaps of stones overgrown with nettles and other plants indicative of human occupation, but all now solitary and silent. The fat boy of Soay, at the mouth of Loch Scaveg, lies a small flat island of red sandstone named Soay, which when I first came to the district was chiefly noted for possessing the fattest boy in the West Highlands. The soil of this island is thin and poor, the climate rather moist, and the situation facing the Atlantic cuts the island off from constant communication with Skye. The crofters had their little bits of land, and some of them possessed also frail boats with which they ferried themselves over the sound to the Skye shore, and added to their slender fare by a little fishing. But one family owned the fat boy, and the brilliant idea occurred to his parents to take him to Glasgow and earn an honest penny by exhibiting him to the public. They left the island for this purpose, with bright visions of success, but they had no Barnum to take charge of them, nor do they seem to have fallen into the hands of any other showman experienced in all our antique sights and pageantry, which English idiots run in crowds to see. Had large posters been widely placarded, now announcing that the veritable fat boy of Pickwickian fame could be seen in all his rotundity for the modest charge of sixpence, enough money might have been made, not only to keep the family for the rest of their lives, but perhaps to buy up the whole island and establish a dynasty of kings of Soay. But the young prodigy and his disappointed parents had sorrowfully to return wiser and poorer to their northern home. The first visit to Glasgow is a memorable event in the lives of those West Highlanders who have never seen more people together than at a fair or a sacrament, or more houses than make one of their little clatchins. Donald's astonishment at the crowded streets, the interminable array of high houses, and the bustle and swirl of city life has been chronicled in many ludicrous anecdotes. One of these may be quoted as illustrative of one aspect of commercial dealing. Many years ago, a newly arrived Highlander was being shown the sights of Glasgow by a fellow countryman who had now got used to them. As they crossed a street, they saw in the distance a dense crowd of people, and the newcomer naturally asked what it meant. He was told that there was a man being hanged. He then inquired what they were hanging him for, and was told it was for sheep stealing. He looked aghast at this news, and at last exclaimed, "Aachen, Aachen, hanging a man for stealing sheep! Could he no have bought them and no paid for them?" A Highland Fair. The best opportunity of seeing the whole crofter population of a district is furnished by the summer fairs or markets. In Strath, this important gathering is held on an open moor, not far from Wadford. Everybody who has anything to sell or to buy makes a point of attending it, from far and near, accompanied by a still larger number of idlers intent only on fun and whiskey. Old and young, men, women, and children, horses and cattle, sheep and dogs find their way to the stands. Whether or not much business profitable to the crofters was done, the fair to the outside spectator used always to be eminently amusing and picturesque. The quantity of whiskey consumed on these occasions must have been enormous. There was likewise a kind of epidemic of bargaining. I remember the case of a woman who brought a small terrier dog for sale, which she had named Eider, a Gaelic word equivalent to our expression at all. Having sold her dog, she passed on, complaining, "Ja, Neil, Magged, Eater, Eater. This is no market at all," sounding out the last word so loudly as to reach the ears of the dog, which when it came to her she caught up in her arms and sold again in a more distant part of the fair. Another occasion which brought the scattered crofter communities of Strath together was the half-yearly celebration of the Communion in Broadford Church. Not only the people of the parish, but numbers of others from adjacent parishes tramped many a long mile to attend the services. One cannot live much in the Highlands without meeting with instances of that inveterate laziness already alluded to, more especially on the part of the men. They have a certain code of work for women, and another for themselves, and that of the women is generally the heavier of the two. This national characteristic has been often noticed. Writing as far back as 1787, Mrs. Grant of Laggan gave what is not improbably its true explanation. After alluding to the Highlanders as formerly fighters, hunters, loungers in the sun, fond of music and poetry, she continues thus: haughtily indolent, they thought no rural employment compatible with their dignity, unless indeed the plough. Hence they left all the domestic and family concerns to their women, who worked the farms, attended to the cattle, and other cognate labours. The men are now civilized in comparison to what they were, yet the custom of leaving the weight of everything on the more helpless sex still continues. The men think they preserve dignity by this mode of management. The women find a degree of power or consequence in having such an extensive department, which they would not willingly exchange for inglorious ease. Women's work in Highlands. More than 100 years have passed since these words were written, yet the usage as Mrs. Grant described may still be seen in operation. A few years ago, in boating along the north shore of Loch Carron, on a warm day, I passed a field where the women were hard at harvesting work, while the men were leaning against a wall, with tobacco pipes in their mouths and their hands in their pockets. I remarked to my 2 boatmen that these hulking fellows should be ashamed of themselves to let the women do that heavy work under the hot sun while they looked on in idleness. The answer was characteristic and not unexpected. Ye surely wadna hae men doing women's work, wad ye, sir? This habit of allowing the women to do menial drudgery, so characteristic of uncivilized races, seems hard to throw off, though probably it is now undergoing amelioration. Burt, writing in the earlier part of the 18th century, gives an amusing instance of how the treatment of women in the Highlands appeared to a foreigner. A French officer coming hither to raise some recruits for the Dutch service met a Highlandman with a good pair of brogues on his feet and his wife marching barefoot after him. This indignity to the sex raised the Frenchman's anger to such a degree that he leaped from his horse and obliged the fellow to take off the shoes and the woman to put them on. In commenting on this incident, the editor of the 5th edition of Burt's volumes records an instance in which a stout fellow of the very lowest class in Arguer took his wife and daughter with wicker baskets on their backs to a dunghill, filled their baskets with manure, and sent them to spread it with their hands on the croft. Then, with his greatcoat on, he laid himself down on the lee side of the heap to bask and chew tobacco till they returned for another load. A stranger merely looked at the outside of things would hardly believe that this man was a kind and tender husband and father, as he really was. The maxim that such work, which must be done by someone, spoils the men, has been so long received as unquestionable by the women that it makes a part of their nature, and a wife would despise her husband and expect the contempt of her neighbors on her husband's account, if he were so forgetful of himself as to attempt to do such a thing, unless her situation at the time did not admit of her doing it. Manufactures have never flourished in the Highlands, yet the region has many advantages for the establishment of industries, especially abundant water power, and the existence of numerous inlets and natural harbors, to and from which commodities could easily be shipped. Whiskey making, indeed, has long flourished, the traditions of the small still, no doubt, making it natural to take service in a large distillery. Mrs. Grant of Lagan maintained that nature never meant Donald for a manufacturer. Born to cultivate or defend his native soil, he droops and degenerates in any mechanical calling. He feels it as losing his caste, and when he begins to be a weaver, he ceases to be a Highlander. Fixing a mountaineer on a loom too much resembles yoking a deer in a plough, and will not in the end suit much better. The indignant imprecation which Scott puts into the mouth of Rob Roy when honest Bailey Nicol Jarvie proposes to make the Highlanders' sons weavers represents the ingrained national repugnance to mechanical crafts. In recent years, a few industries have been introduced on a small scale into some of the little Highland towns, such as Inverness, Oban, and Campbelltown. These innovations, however, make slow progress. Possibly the utilization of the Falls of Foyers by Sassenach company of manufacturers may prove to be the forerunner of other similar invasions, but if the future of the Highlands be left to Donald himself, the lovers of the unspoilt charms of the mountains may console themselves with the belief that these charms will remain, much as they still are for many a long day to come. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 9. Island Ferries and Coaches, The Charms of Iona, How to See Staffa, the Outer Hebrides, Stones of Callernish, St. Kilda, Sound of Harris, The Cave Massacre in Eigg, Skeleton from a Clan Fight, Still Unburied in Jura, The Hermit of Jura, Peculiar Charms of the Western Isles, Influence of the Clergy on the Cheerfulness of the Highlanders, Disappearance of Highland Customs, Dispersing of Clans from their original districts, Dying out of Gaelic, Advantages of knowing some Gaelic, Difficulties of the language. In continuation of the Highland Reminiscences contained in the last chapter, reference may here be made to some further characteristics of the Western Isles, and to a few of the more marked changes which during the last half-century have affected the Highlands as a whole. 50 years ago, Highland ferries were much more used than at the present day. when railways and steamers have so greatly reduced the number of stagecoaches and post-horses. These little pieces of navigation across rivers, estuaries, and sea locks afforded ample scope for certain Celtic idiosyncrasies. The ferryman could, as occasion served, contract his knowledge of English, and on one pretext or another contrive to exact more than the legal or reasonable fare, remaining imperturbably insensible to the complaints and remonstrances of the passengers. An illustrative story is told by Dr. Norman MacLeod in his charming Reminiscences of a Highland Parish. A Highland friend of his who had been so long absent in India that he had lost the accent but not the language of his native region, had reached one of these ferries on his way home, and asked one of the boatmen in English what the charge was. The question being repeated in Gaelic by the man to his elder comrade, the answer came back at once in the same language. Ask the Sassenach, 10 shillings. He says, explained the interpreter to the supposed Englishman, he is sorry he cannot do it under 20 shillings, and that's cheap. No reply was made to this extortion at the moment, but as the boat sailed across, the gentleman spoke to the men in good Gaelic, whereupon, instead of taking shame to himself for his attempted cheat, the spokesman turned the tables on the traveller. I am ashamed of you, he said. I'm indeed, for I see you are ashamed of your country. Ach, to pretend to me that you were an Englishman, you deserve to pay 40 shillings, but the ferry is only 5. Highland Ferryman. On another occasion, when the sea lock had to be crossed where a strong current swung the ferry boat round, and some manoeuvring with the oars was required, the chief ferryman kept saying Furig Donald to the one assistant, and Furig Angus to the other. At the other side of the lock, the passengers paid the fare, and then said to the ferryman, Now I'll give you another shilling, if you will tell me what you mean by Furig, which I have heard you say so often in the passage across. It must surely have many different meanings. The coin was duly pocketed, and the Highlander thus deliberately explained, it's t' English of the Gaelic, Furig, 'at you was wanting to know. Well, I'll tell you its meaning. Wait, stop, it means, hold on, never do the day what you can, by any possibility, put off till tomorrow. I was once crossing in an open rowing boat from Skye to Reyse, propelled by 2 men, a younger Highlander, who sat nearest to me, and an elderly man on the bench beyond. The latter was dressed in a kilt, and with his unkempt locks and rugged features made a singularly picturesque figure. My neighbour caught my eye now and then, fixed on his comrade, and at last he broke silence with a question. You're looking at Sandy, sir, I see. Yes, he is well worth looking at. He must be an old man, though he seems to pull his oar well still. Aye, I'm sure, he's an old man new, but ye was hearing a Sandy afore. No, I don't think I have ever seen or heard of him before. What about him? Do you mean, Sir Raleigh, now, that you never heard tell a Sandy of the Braes? No, really, I never did. What is he famous for? Aachen, was ye never kenning aboot his medal? Medal? No, so he is an old soldier, is he? What battle was he at? Sodger. He's never been at ony battles, for he was never oot o' Skye and the islands. But how did he come to get a medal, then? Just to think that ye was never hearing of that. Will you see, there's some society in Embro, I was thinking they call it the Healing Society, and they gied Sandy a medal, for he was never wearing anything but a kilt all his days. Highland stage coachmen. Besides the ferrymen, the drivers of the old Highland coaches included some quaint characters who have disappeared with the vehicles which they drove, and occasionally capsized. Half a century ago, the coach that ran between Loch Goilhead and St. Catherine's through the pass known as Hell's Glen was driven by a facetious fellow, one of whose delights was to make fun at the expense of his English passengers. One day when he had brought the coach to the top of the pass and halted the horses, he got down, remarking to an English lady who sat on the box seat beside him, and on whom the brunt of his sarcasms had fallen, that if now this place had been in England, he would doubtless have to search a long time before he could find a bit of old leather to stick into the drag for the run down hill. Looking under a stone, he pulled out an old shoe, which of course he placed there on a previous journey, and which he now held up as a proof of the great superiority of Scotland. Some weeks afterward a barrel arrived addressed to him. As he was not accustomed to such presents, he opened it with not a little excitement. Pulling out some straw, he saw a large paper parcel inside, and after removing a succession of coverings, came at last upon a small packet carefully sealed. He felt sure it must be something of great value, from the pains that had been taken to protect it, so he opened it with trembling hands and found that it contained a pair of old shoes, with the compliments of the lady whom he had made his butt. Among the Western Isles, two of small size have attained a distinguished celebrity, Staffa and Iona. 3 times a week in the summer season, a large and miscellaneous crowd is disembarked upon each of them from MacBrain's steamboat, which, starting from Oban in the morning, makes the round of Mull, and returns in the evening. If any one desires that the spell of these 2 islets should fall fully upon him, let him avoid that way of seeing them. They should each be visited in quietude, and with ample time to enjoy them. There is a ferry from the Mull shore to Iona, and in the Sound a stout boat or smack may usually be obtained for the voyage to Staffa. Iona. I once spent a delightful week in Iona, where a comfortable inn serves as excellent headquarters for the stay. There was a copy there of Reeve's edition of Adamnam's Life of St. Columba. Reading the volume where it was written, and amidst the very localities which it describes, and where the saint lived and died, one gets so thoroughly into the spirit of the place. The present seems to fade so far away, and the past to shine out again so clearly, that as one traces the faint lines of the old monastic enclosure, the mill stream and the tracks which the monks must have followed in their errands over the island, one would hardly be surprised to meet the famous White Horse and even the gentle Columba himself. But apart from its overpowering historic interest, Iona has the charm of most exquisite beauty and variety in its topography. Its western coast, rugged and irregular, has been cut into bays, clefts, and headlands by the full surge of the open Atlantic. Its eastern side is flanked by the broad, smooth, calm Sound, which, where it catches the reflection of a cloudless sky, rivals the Mediterranean in the depth of its blue, while towards the north, where the water shallows over acres of white shell sand, it glistens with the green of an emerald. Then, as if to form a fitting background to this blaze of colour, the granite of the opposite shores of Mull glows with a warm pink hue, as if it were ever catching the reflection of a gorgeous sunset. For wealth and variety of tints, I know of no spot of the same size to equal this Isle of the Saints. Staffa. If Iona seems to be profaned by a crowd of gaping tourists, I always cross to the west side of the island on steamboat days. Staffa, on other grounds, no less, requires solitude and leisure. The famous cave is undoubtedly the most striking, but there are other caverns well worthy of examination. The whole coast of the island, indeed, is full of interest from the point of view both of scenery and of geology. It combines, on a small scale, the general type of the cliffs of Mull and Skye, with this advantage that, as the rocks shelve down into deep water, they can be approached quite closely. My first visit was made in a smack, which I found anchored at Bunasan in Mull, and from which I got a boat and a couple of men who pulled me slowly round the whole of the shore, stopping at every point which interested either myself or my crew. My eyes were intent on the forms and structure of the cliffs. Theirs were directed to the ledges, where they saw any young cormorants crowded. They scrambled up the slippery faces of rock, and seizing the birds which were not to fly, pitched them into the bottom of the boat. These captures, however, were not made without some loss of blood to the huntsmen, for the birds, though they had not gained the use of their wings, knew how to wield their beaks with good effect. I was told that young cormorants make excellent hare soup, and for this use the men took them. A less legitimate cause of stoppage was found in the desire to pull up the lobster creels, of which we saw the corks floating on the surface of the water. Several pots were examined, and I am sorry to say that, in spite of a mild protest on my part against this act of piracy on the open sea, some of the best of their contents were abstracted. The boatmen could not understand why I should decline to share in the spoil. 2 or 3 years ago I landed on Staffa with the captain and officers and a few of the crew of the Admiralty surveying vessel. Research, some 40 years had intervened between the two landings. I found the place to be no longer in its primitive state of wild nature. Ropes and railings and steps had been placed for the comfort and convenience of the summer crowd. A laudable object, no doubt, but I prefer to remember these cliffs when they showed no trace of the presence of the 19th century tourist. From the west side of Skye, the chain of the Outer Hebrides can be seen in one long line of blue hills rising out of the sea at a distance of some 25 miles. The outlines of these hills had long been familiar to me before I had an opportunity of actually visiting them. In later years, thanks to the hospitality of my friend Mr. Henry Evans of Ascog, I have made many delightful cruises among them in his steam yacht Astor of 250 tons, and have been enabled to sail round the moist marge of each cold Hebrid isle. Standing stones of Callernish. One of his favourite anchorages has been Loch Roag on the west side of Lewis, where the typical scenery of these islands is well displayed. A hummocky surface of rounded rocky knolls, separated by innumerable lakelets and boggy or peaty hollows or green crofter holdings, the land projecting seawards in many little promontories, and the sea sprinkled with islets. On one of the cruises we landed and examined with some care the famous stones of Callernish, the most numerous group of standing stones in the British Islands. Seen from the sea on a grey, misty day, they look like a company of stoled carlines met in council. On a near view they are found to be disposed in the figure of a cross and circle, the longer limb of the cross being directed about 10 degrees east of north. The monoliths consist of between 40 and 50 slabs of flaggy gneiss, the largest being 17 to 18 feet in height. It was interesting to observe that after the purpose for which they were erected had perhaps been forgotten, boggy vegetation began to spread over the ground and form a layer of peat, which in the course of centuries increased to a depth of 6 feet or more. The lower portions of the upright monoliths were thus buried in the peat. The late proprietor had this vegetable growth removed so as to lay bare the original surface of the ground, but the upper limit of the turbary could still be traced in the bleached aspect of that lower part of the stones which had been covered by the peat, the organic acids of the decaying vegetation having removed much of the colouring material of the gneiss. How long this accumulation of peat took to form must be matter for conjecture. Loch Roag makes a convenient starting point for St. Kilda, to which I have several times crossed in the Astor from the higher eminences around this loch. The top of St. Kilda may be seen in clear weather, the distance being not more than about 50 miles. But it is the open Atlantic which lies between, and the anchorage of St. Kilda is not good, there being only one available bay, from which, however, a vessel had better at once depart if the wind should shift into the southeast. On one of our visits we were fortunate in finding the weather calm and sunny, so that it was possible to pull in an open boat round the base of the cliffs. And such cliffs and crests! It is as if a part of the mountain group of Skye had been set down in mid-ocean, the same purple-black rocks as in the Cullen Hills, split into similar clefts, and shooting up into the same type of buttresses, recesses, obelisks, and pinnacles, and in the lofty hill of the conical forms and pale tints of the red hills. But it is the bird life which most fascinates a visitor. In the nesting season, the air is alive with wings and with all the varied cries of northern seafowl, while every ledge and cornice of the precipices has its feathered occupants. Each species keeps to its own part of the cliff, The puffins swarm in the crannies below, while higher up come the guillemots, razor-bills, and kittiwakes. The gannets breed on the smaller islets of the group. We could watch the sure-footed natives making their way along ledges which, seen from below, seemed impracticable even to goats. These men, however, from early boyhood, along the Atlantic rock, undreading climb, and of its eggs despoil the Solon's nest. St. Kilda. In ascending one of the crags on the west side of St. Kilda, I was fortunate enough to come unperceived within a few yards of some fulmars, and had a good look at these most characteristic birds of this island. They yield a strongly odoriferous musky oil, of which the natives make much use, and of which every one of them smells. In passing between the main island and Borere, we sailed under a vast circle of those majestic birds, the gannets, wheeling and diving into the sea all around us. After swallowing their catch, they bent their wings upward to rejoin the circle and make a fresh swoop into the deep. While watching this magnificent meteor-like birdplay, we were surprised by the appearance of 3 whales, parents and son, which slowly made their way underneath the swarm of gannets. It seemed as if the backs of these huge animals could hardly escape being transfixed by some of the crowd of descending bills, but we could trace their leisurely and unmolested course by the columns of spray which they blew out into the air every time they came up to breathe. One of the most curious sea inlets in the Outer Hebrides is the passage known as the Sound of Harris, a tortuous channel between the Long Island and North Uist, strewn with islets and rocks, and giving a passage to powerful tides. The navigation of this sound is extremely intricate and needs good weather and daylight. On one of my cruises to St. Kilda, the open sea had been rather rough, but once inside the archipelago, the water became rapidly smooth, showing only the swirl and foam of the tidal currents that sweep to and fro between the Minch and the Atlantic. At the eastern end of the sound stands the nearly perfect ancient church of Rodil, an interesting relic of the ecclesiastical architecture which followed that of the Celtic church. West Highland Castles. As one moves about among the western highlands and isles, now so peaceful and in many places so sparsely peopled, it is difficult to realize the conditions of life there 2 or 3 centuries ago, when the population was not only more numerous, but was subdivided into clans, often at feud with each other. Of these unhappy times, many strikingly picturesque memorials remain in the castles perched on crags and knolls all along the shores. Most of these buildings were obviously meant mainly for defense, but some suggest that the chiefs who erected them sought convenient places from which to attack their neighbors or to sally forth against passing vessels, each of them strongly constructed of local stone and of lime, which must often have been brought from a distance, might have seemed designed to be afforded residence against the tooth of time and razor of oblivion. But almost without exception they are now in ruins. The tourist who would try to picture to himself what these fortalices meant should sail through the Sound of Mull and note the succession of them on either side, from Duart at the one end to Mingarry at the other. Dunvegan in Skye, the ancient stronghold of the MacLeods, which still remains in good preservation and inhabited, affords an idea of the aspect of the more important of these strengths in old times. But many of them were little more than square keeps, strong enough, however, to withstand sudden assault and even to endure a siege as long as provisions held out. Other memorials of ancient strife and bloodshed, less conspicuous than the castles, but even more impressive, may here and there be found, which bring the brutal realities of savagedom vividly before the eyes. Within my own recollection, Professor Macpherson, then proprietor Weig, gathered together the skulls and scattered bones in the cave on that island, where some 200 MacDonalds, men, women, and children, were smothered alive by an invading band of MacLeods, who kindled brushwood against the cave mouth. For nearly 300 years these ghastly relics of humanity had lain unburied where the victims fell, and might be kicked and crushed by the careless feet of any inquisitive visitor. Even now, although every care has been taken to remove them, stray vestiges of the massacre may perchance still be found on the rough, dank floor of the dark cavern. From the mouldering straw and heath I picked up many years ago the finger bone of a child, an unburied skeleton. The tragic fate of the MacDonalds of Ige is a well-known event, but here and there one comes upon relics of unchronicled slaughters. The most impressive of these which I have ever met with is to be found on the west side of Jura. In a cruise round this island in the Astor with Mr. Evans, we were accompanied by Miss Campbell of Jura, who in the course of a talk about clan battles in the Highlands referred to the last raid that had been made on Jura, where, according to tradition, a party of Macleans had landed and were opposed by Campbells. She added that the skeleton of one of the Macleans who was slain lies on the moor still. On my expressing some incredulity as to this last statement, she assured me that it was true, and that I might verify it with my own eyes. So the yacht was turned into a little indentation of the coast, at the head of which stood a shepherd's cottage. We landed from the longboat, and the shepherd, recognizing the party, came down to meet us. Miss Campbell asked him where the skeleton was, and he pointed to an overhanging piece of rock about 100 yards from where we were standing. On reaching this spot, we found a few rough stones lying at the foot of the low crag. These the man, stooping down, gently removed, and below them lay the bleached bones. We took up the skull, which was well formed and must have belonged to a full-grown man. A piece of bone about the size of half a crown had, evidently by the sweep of a claymore, been sliced off the top of the skull, leaving a clean, smooth cut. This wound, however, had not been considered enough, for the head had been cleft by a subsequent stroke of the weapon, and there was the gash in the bone, as sharply defined as on the day the deed was done. We gently replaced the bones with the stones above them, and there they remain as a memorial of battles long ago. Legends in Jura. The west side of Jura is pierced by many caves, which were worn by the sea at a remote period when the land stood somewhat lower than it does now. At the far end of one of these caves a human skull is said to lie. This grim relic has more than once been removed and buried, but always in some mysterious manner finds its way back again. Nothing appears to be known of its history, and nobody likes to say much about it. If it exists at all, its return to its cavern may be due to a superstitious feeling on the part of the natives, some one of whom secretly transfers it back to what is regarded as its rightful resting place. These Jura caves are the scenes of certain weird legends where a black dog, a phantom hand, and a company of ghostly women perform some wonderful feats. When I first visited the island in 1860, the proprietor of Jura was a keen deer-stalker and used to live for a day or two at a time in one of these caves when his sport took him over to that side of the island. On one occasion a party of ladies from an English yacht, then at anchor in the inlet, had landed, and in passing the mouth of the cave had noticed the laird inside, whom they took to be a hermit, retired from the vanities of this world. Pitying his forlorn condition, and the necessarily scanty supply of food which he could scrape together in so wild a place, they, on their return to the yacht, very kindly made up a basket of provisions, and sent it ashore for his sustenance. Next morning, before the anchor was weighed, a boat came alongside with a gamekeeper, who had brought a haunch of venison for the owners of the yacht, with the thanks and compliments of Campbell of Jura. Charm of the West Highlands. I cannot pass from the subject of these Western Isles and the adjacent part of the mainland without a reference to their indescribable charm, and an expression of my own profound indebtedness to them for many of the happiest hours of my life. To appreciate that charm, one must live for a while amidst the scenery, and learn to know its infinite diversity of aspect under the changing moods of the sky. The tourist who is conveyed through this scenery in the swift steamer on a grey, rainy day naturally inveighs against the climate, and carries away with him only a recollection of dank fog through which the blurred bases of the narrow hills could now and then be seen. Nor even if he is favoured with the finest weather, when under a cloudless heaven every island may stand out sharply in the clear air, and every mountain, corrie, and glen on the mainland may be traced from the edge of the crisp blue sea up to the far crests and peaks, can he realize on such a day how different these same scenes appear when the atmospheric vapour begins to show its kaleidoscopic transformations. Having sailed along a good part of the coast of Europe, including Norway and the Aegean Sea, I'm convinced that for variety of form, the west coast of Scotland is unsurpassed on the continent, while for manifold range and brilliance of colour it has no equal. One who has passed a long enough time amidst the scenery, more especially if he has made his home upon the water, sailing across firth and sound, threading the narrows of the Kyles, and passing from island to island, can watch how the very forms of the hills seem to vary from hour to hour as the atmospheric conditions change. Features that were unobserved in the full blaze of sunlight come out one by one, penciled into prominence by the radiant glow of their color as the cloud shadows fall behind them. In the early morning, when the sun climbs above the Invernessshire and Argyllshire mountains, and the mists ascend in white wreaths from the valleys, there is presented to the eye a vast and varied panorama comprising the highest and most broken ground in the British Isles, rising straight out of the Atlantic. In the evening, when the sun sets behind the islands, and the hills, transfigured by the mingled magic of sunlight, vapor, rain, and cloud, glow with such luminous hues as almost to be lost in the glories of the heaven, one feels that surely earth has not anything to show more fair. Wandering through these scenes, one's mind comes to be filled with a succession of vivid pictures, printed so indelibly on the memory that even after long years, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. Among these mental impressions, some stand out with especial prominence in my own memory, such as a sunset seen from the top of the lighthouse on Cape Wrath, when above the far ocean horizon there rose a mass of cloud, piled up into the semblance of mountains and valleys, with sleeping lakes and bosky woods, castle-crowned crags, and one fair city with its streets and stately buildings, its steeples and spires. The late Professor Renard of Ghent had accompanied me to that far northwestern headland, and we amused ourselves naming the various parts of the topography of this gorgeous aerial Atlantis. Another memorable sunset was seen from the observatory on the top of Ben Nevis, when the chain of the Outer Hebrides, at a distance of 100 miles, stretched like a strip of sapphire against a pale golden sky. Next morning, a white mist spread all over the lower hills like a wide sea, with the higher peaks rising like islets above its level surface. Through all these memories of landscape there runs as a tender undertone the recollection of the human interest of the scenes. One's mind recalls the fading relics of ancient paganism, the devoted labors of the Celtic saints who first brought the rudiments of civilization to these shores, the coming of the Vikings from the northern seas, the feuds and massacres of the clans. The landscapes seem to be vocal with the pathos of Celtic legend and song, and with the romance of later literature. In each low wind, methinks, a spirit calls, and more than echoes talk along the walls. Origin of Highland demureness. The demureness of the Scottish Highlander appears to have been in large measure developed during last century, and especially since the disruption of the national church and the domination of the Free Kirk. At the time of the Reformation, and for many generations afterwards, he was wont on Sunday to play games, throwing the stone, tossing the caber, shinty, foot races, horse races, together with music and dance. It was formerly usual for him to be able to play on some musical instrument, in older times on the harp, and in later days on the pipes, the fiddle, or at least the Jew's harp. Writing in 1773, Mrs. Grant of Laggan averred that in the Great Glen there is a musician in every house, and a poet in every hamlet. In 1811, she could still say there are few houses in the Highlands where there is not a violin. Wherever there was a good storyteller, or one who could recite the old poems, songs, tales, legends, and histories of former times, the neighbors would gather round him in the evenings and listen for hours to his narratives. These customs continued in practice until the early part of last century, and some of them still sparingly survive among the Catholic islands of the Hebrides. But the Presbyterian clergy in later times have waged ceaseless war against them. The good ministers and the good elders preached against them, and went among the people and besought them to forsake their follies and to return to wisdom. They made the people break and burn their pipes and fiddles. If there was a foolish man here and there who demurred, the good ministers and the good elders themselves broke and burnt their instruments, saying, "Better is the small fire that warms on the little day of peace than the big fire that burns on the great day of wrath." The people have forsaken their follies and their Sabbath breaking, and there is no pipe and no fiddle here now. Clerical raids against fiddles. The same sympathetic observer from whose pages these words are taken has given the following illustrative example of the clerical methods A famous violin player died in the island of Eigg. A few years ago he was known for his old-style playing and his old-world airs, which died with him. A preacher denounced him, saying, "Thou art down there behind the door, thou miserable man, with thy grey hair, playing thine old fiddle, with the cold hand without, and the devil's fire within." His family pressed the man to burn his fiddle, and never to play again. A pedlar came round and offered 10 shillings for the violin. The instrument had been made by a pupil of Stradivarius, and was famed for its tone. "It was not at all the thing that was got for it," said the old man, "that grieved my heart so sorely, but the parting with it, and that I myself gave the best cow in my father's fold for it when I was young." The voice of the old man faltered, and the tear fell. He was never seen to smile again. Taught to think their ancient tales foolish and their music and dancing sinful, the people have gradually lost much of the gaiety which, with other branches of the Celtic race, they once possessed. Highland songs. One who was familiar with the Highlands in the middle of last century will be struck with the further decay or disappearance of various customs which even then were evidently fading out of use. Of these vanished characteristics, one of the most distinctive, whose loss is most regrettable, was the practice once universal of singing Gaelic songs during operations that required a number of men or women working together to keep time in their movements. This picturesque usage appears to have died out on the mainland, though it still survives among the Catholic islands of the Outer Hebrides. There were many such songs, each having a marked rhythm to which it was easy to adjust the motions of the limbs. I have already referred to the boat songs that kept the rowers in time. Besides these, there were songs for reaping and other labor in the field. Indoors, too, each kind of work wherein 2 or more persons had to move in unison had its music. Thus, when 2 women grind corn with the quern or handmill, as they still do in some of the outer isles, they move to the rhythm of a monotonous chant. When they thicken, walk, homespun cloth, they keep themselves in time by singing, a practice which may also still be heard among the Catholic parts of the Hebrides. I've only once seen the quern in use, but when I first visited Skye, the song still continued to be sung, though not as accompaniments to concerted movement. In some of the Outer Hebrides, milking songs are still in use, and the cows are said to be so fond of them that in places they will not give their milk without them, nor occasionally without their favourite airs being sung to them. There are likewise herding songs sung when the flocks are sent out to the pasture, which, unlike most of the Gaelic music, are joyous ditties appropriate to what was once over all the Highlands one of the happiest times of the year. A notable change among the cottages and houses in the Highlands during the last 50 years is to be seen in the disappearance of some of the old forms of illumination consequent on the introduction of mineral oil. Candles, of course, remain, but in former days a common source of light was obtained from the trunks of pine trees dug out of the peat mosses. The wood of these trunks, being highly resinous, burned with a bright though smoky flame. Split into long rods, it made good torches, or if broken up into laths and splinters, it furnished a ready light when kindled among the embers of a peat fire. If a bright light was wanted, the piece of wood was held upright with the lighted end at the bottom, when the flame rapidly spread upward. If, on the other hand, it was desired to make a less vivid light last as long as possible, the position of the wood was reversed. Metal stands were made to hold these pine splinters, the simplest form consisting merely of a slim upright rod of iron, fastened below into a block of stone, and furnished with a movable arm which slid up and down, and was furnished at the end with a clip that would hold the wood at any angle desired. In Moray, sure, these stands were known as Puremen. A few years ago, Mr. James Lynn of the Geological Survey secured from the farms and cots of that district an interesting collection of these objects which had been thrown aside and neglected after they were superseded by cheap oil lamps. This collection has since found a place in the Museum of National Antiquities at Edinburgh. Dispersion of the clans. Another old Highland characteristic, which has been constantly waning since 1745, has had its rate of diminution greatly accelerated since railways and steamboats were multiplied, the localization of clansmen in their own original territories. It is true that the clan name may still be found predominant there. In Strathspey, for instance, most families in the Granttown district are Grants. Mackays prevail in the Ray County, Campbells in Argyllshire, McKinnons in Strath, and MacLeods in the north of Skye. But in all these old clan districts there is a yearly increasing intermixture of other Highland names, together with many from the lowlands. The application of the clan name Macintosh to a waterproof has sometimes given rise to odd mistakes, real or invented, as where an Englishman who had got out of one of the stations on the Callander and Oban Railway is reported to have come back to the carriage from which he had descended, and into which 4 or 5 stalwart natives had meanwhile mounted, whom he asked, "Did you see a black Mackintosh here?" "Nay," was the answer, "we're a red McGregor's." But unquestionably the most momentous of all the changes which have come upon the people of the Highlands is the gradual but inevitable dwindling of their native spoken language. Ever since the barriers against the free intercourse of Celt and Saxon were broken down, Gaelic has been undergoing a slow process of corruption, more especially in those districts where that intercourse is most active. English words, phrases, and idioms are gradually supplanting their Gaelic equivalents, until the spoken tongue has become, in some districts, a mongrel compound of the 2 languages. One may still meet with natives who know, or at least say that they know, no English. J. Neil Burra La Cum, I have no English, is sometimes a convenient cover for escaping from troublesome questions, but unless among the more remote parishes and outer islands, the younger generation can generally speak English at least sufficiently well for cursory conversation. Gaelic topographical names. It is much to be regretted that the Sassenach hardly ever takes the trouble to learn even a smattering of Gaelic. Apart from the pleasure and usefulness of obtaining a firmer hold of the goodwill of the natives, some little knowledge of the language provides the traveller with an endless source of interest in the meaning and origin of the place names of the Highlands, which are eminently descriptive, and often point to conditions of landscape, of human occupation, of vegetation, and of animal life, very different from those that appear today. The old Gaels were singularly felicitous and poetical, as well as wonderfully profuse in their application of topographical names. In my early wanderings over Skye, I used to be astonished to find that every little hummock and hollow had a recognized name, not to be found on any map, yet well known to the inhabitants, who by means of these names could indicate precisely the route to be followed across a trackless moorland or a rough mountain range. Even if no attempt may be made to speak the language, enough acquaintance with it may easily be acquired for the purpose of interpreting a large number of place names. The same descriptive term will be found continually recurring, with endless varying suffixes and affixes of local significance. To speak Gaelic, however, without making slips in the pronunciation is difficult. Some of the sounds are hard for Saxon tongues to accomplish, and unless they are accurately given, the uneducated peasant has often too little imagination to divine the word that is intended. Thus a lady whom I knew on the west side of Cantyre told me that when she first came to live there, being a stranger to Highland manners and customs, she was desirous at every turn to increase her knowledge of them. One day she asked her cook, a thorough Highlander, "Kate, what is a fillibag?" "A what, ma'am?" "A fillibag. I know it's a part of a man's Highland dress." "Och, ma'am, I was never hearing of it at all." Some time afterwards, having meanwhile ascertained what the word signifies, she happened to come into the kitchen when a Highlander in full costume was standing there. "Oh, Kate, I asked you not long ago to tell me what is a fillibeg, and you said you had never heard of it. There's a fillibeg," said she, pointing to the man's kilt. "That, ma'am, of course. I know that very well, I'm sure. If you said feelibeg, I would be knowing at once what you was asking about. I've knew what is a feelibeg ever since I was born." Difficulties of Gaelic. It seems hardly possible for a lowlander, unless he begins early in life and has abundant practice, to lose all taste of the English in his Gaelic talk. Thus a pre-disruption minister with whom I was well acquainted in Argyllshire, and who was not a native Celt but had learnt Gaelic in his youth, made mistakes in the language up to the end of his long life. One of his co-presbyters so highly appreciated humour that some of the stories he told of my old friend were suspected to be more or less touched up by the narrator, and many were the stories thus circulated through the Synod of Argyll. One of them, I remember, referred to a Gaelic sermon of the ministers in which he meant to tell his hearers that they were all P-catch, Caelta, that is, lost sinners, but as pronounced by him, the word sounded like Poo-catch Salta, which means salted cutties or coalfish. On another occasion, being in a hurry to start from a distant inn, he called the waiting maid, wishing to desire her to have the saddle put to his horse. The Gaelic word for a saddle is dio le dick, and he got the first half of it only, which makes a word with a very different meaning, so that what he did say was, "Put the devil, diabole, on the horse." Professor Blackie, who threw himself with all the ardour of his enthusiastic nature into the study of Gaelic, laid the Highlands and all Highlanders under a debt of gratitude to him for his untiring labours on their behalf. He gained an accurate grammatical knowledge of the language and a considerable acquaintance with its literature, but he never properly acquired the pronunciation. During a visit I once paid to him at his picturesque home on the hillside near Oban, we crossed over to Kerara. After rambling along the western and southern shores of that island, the professor said he would like to call on a farmer's wife who was a friend of his. Accordingly, we made our way to the house, where he saluted her in Gaelic. The conversation proceeded for a little while in that tongue, but at last the good lady exclaimed, "Oh, Professor, if you would speak English, I would understand you." Experiences in Gaelic. In my early rambles over Skye, I found that a little Gaelic is a dangerous thing. I had sufficient acquaintance with the language to be able to ask my way, but had made no attempt to drink deep at the Celtic spring. On one occasion, when passing a night in a crofter's cottage, I could make out that the conversation which the inmates were carrying on related to myself and my doings. In a thoughtless moment, I made a remark in Gaelic. It had no reference to the subject of their talk, but it had the effect of putting an end to that talk, and of turning a battery of Gaelic questions on me. In vain I protested that I had no Gaelic. This they good-humouredly refused to believe, repeating again and again, "Cha Gaelic gu dior, you have Gaelic enough, but you don't like to speak it." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 10. The Orkney Islands, the Shetland Islands, Faroe Islands contrasted with Western Isles, burning the water, a fisher of men, salmon according to London taste, trout and fishing poles, a wolf's den. The Orkney Islands. The Orkney and Shetland Islands present in many respects a strong contrast to the Hebrides. Differing fundamentally in their geological structure and consequently also in their scenery, they are inhabited by a totally distinct race of people, and the topographical names, instead of being Gaelic, are Norse or Swedish. The natives, descendants of the old Norwegian stock that once ruled the north and west of Scotland, still retain many marks of their Scandinavian origin. Blue eyes and fair hair are common among them. They are strongly built and active, with an energy and enterprise which strike with surprise one who has long been familiar with the West Highland indolence and procrastination. My first descent upon the Orkneys was a brief but interesting expedition, when, after a ramble along the north coast of Caithness, I had reached, with my colleague Mr. B.N. Peach, the little inn of Hoona, near John O'Groat's house. For geological purposes, we were desirous of visiting the nearest of the Orkney group, Stroma, the island of the stream, a name which graphically marks its position in the midst of the broad tidal current of the Pentland Firth that sweeps past it like a vast river, and with a flow fully 3 times faster than that of an ordinary navigable river. We engaged the old ferryman who used to run the mailboat from Caithness to Orkney, and were warned by him that, as the weather looked threatening, and the tide in the evening would be against us, he could not give us more than an hour on the island, and he would not allow the men to have any whisky on the voyage, since they might need all their wits about them before we got back. The sail across was easily made. Obeying our captain's injunctions to keep within the prescribed hour, we did most of our work running, and succeeded in ascertaining what we wanted to know. On re-embarking, we soon perceived that his prognostication as to the weather was likely to be fulfilled. The sky had become entirely overcast, and, though no rain fell, ominous moanings of wind warned us not to linger. The tide had turned and was beginning to flow westward against the breeze. As it increased in its rate of flow, the surface of the firth began to curl and boil. Streaks of foam were whirled round in yeasty eddies, while here and there the water, as if in agony, would rear itself in swirling columns that burst into spray, which was swept along by the wind in clouds of spindrift. Not far off, we could see the merry men of May, a tumultuous group of breakers above a dangerous reef, surging up into sheets of foam-crested water that writhed and tossed themselves far up into the misty air. Our pilot sat at the helm watching every advancing billow and cleverly bringing the boat round in time to meet it. It was a difficult piece of navigation skillfully performed. We could then understand why the men were to be prohibited from tasting whiskey till they got back to Huna. But, arrived in safety, we cheerfully ordered the stipulated bottle for them. Orkney boatmen. Subsequently, on crossing over into the Orkney group, I had soon occasion to note the difference between the boatmen there and those with whom I was familiar in the west of Scotland. More adventurous and skilful than their Celtic fellow countrymen, they generally possess larger and stronger boats, which they kept in better trim. Some of their smaller boats are built with sharp sterns and exactly resemble the common type one sees in Norway. In the 18th century, as Boswell mentions, the people in the Inner Hebrides sometimes obtained their boats from Norway. The Orcadians, amongst other traces of their Scandinavian descent, seem to take to the water as naturally as the seals which they shoot. On several occasions, my Orkney boatmen piloted me along the base of cliffs and amongst rocks which the heavy Atlantic swell was breaking, where no sky boatman I ever met with would have ventured. No one can fully realize the grandeur of the great cliff of Hoy unless he can look up at it from below, as well as from the crest above. Its warm tints of bright yellow and red make it seem aglow with light even in dull weather, and from a distance it looks as if it caught sunbeams which are falling on no other part of the scene. Viewed from its upper edge, this cliff presents a wonderful picture of decay. The horizontal beds of sandstone have been split by the weather into long, deep vertical chasms and etched out into fantastic cusps and cupulas, alcoves and recesses. From the edge of the precipice, which rises 1,000 feet above the sea, one looks down on the long Atlantic rollers, seemingly diminished to mere ripples, and their heavy breakers to streaks of foam, while the surge, though it thunders against the rocks, cannot be heard so high. The Old Man of Hoy, which has been left standing as an isolated column in front of this great cliff, is the grandest natural obelisk in the British Islands, for it rises to a height of 450 feet above the waves that beat against its base. Swept by the salt-laden blasts from the ocean, Orkney and Shetland cannot boast of trees. Hedges of elder grow well enough when under the protection of stone walls, but are shorn off obliquely when they rise above them, as if a scythe or a billhook had cut them across. A group of low trees sheltered by the houses at Stromness appears to be the resort of all the birds within a compass of many miles. There is a story of an American traveller who landed at Kirkwall in the dark and, after a stroll before breakfast next morning, returned to the hotel amazed at the completeness of the clearing, which he supposed the inhabitants had made of their forests. To the geologist, the antiquary, and the lover of cliff scenery, the Orkney Islands offer much of great interest. Though it was in the first of these capacities that I was drawn to the islands, the standing stones, brochs and mounds, as well as the magnificent coast precipices, were soon found to have irresistible attractions. The Shetland Isles. Shetland, lying more remote from the rest of Britain, has preserved, even more than Orkney, traces of the Scandinavian occupation. One comes now and then to an Old Norse word in the language of the people, and so foreign are the topographical names that, in hearing them pronounced, one might imagine oneself to be among the fjords of Norway. To this day we may hear a Shetlander who is about to sail for the south say that he is going to Scotland, as if he regarded his own islands as part of another kingdom. On my first visit to Shetland, I spent some time on the mainland, chiefly on geological errands bent, but not without a glance at the scenery and antiquarian interests of the island. One of my excursions took me to Papastur, a small island lying to the west and exposed to the full fury of the Atlantic storms, which have tunnelled its cliffs with caverns and gullies. Some of these perforations have been continued until they open upward in cauldron-like holes on the surface of the moorland. During gales from the west, the sea is driven into these clefts with a noise like the firing of cannon and bursts out in sheets of spray from the cauldrons on the moor. On this island, as in so many other parts of Shetland, the want of fuel is a serious evil. The inhabitants have gradually cut away and burnt much of the thin coating of turf which covered the naked rock. Hence, over considerable areas, there is now no soil, only sheets of crumbling stone, which supports no vegetation and cannot be made to yield a crop of any kind. In the Shetland Isles. On the way back from Papastour to Lerwick, I availed myself of the kindly offered hospitality of one of the proprietors on the mainland. The lady of the house was unfortunately confined to bed, but her daughter and the governess did the honours of the house. This young lady was said to be descended from one of the daughters of the Shetland worthy, whose likeness Scott drew as Magnus Troil in The Pirate. At all events, she was a typical Shetlander, as much as at home on the water as on the land. Mounted on a strong pony, she used to scour the country far and near, picking her way across bog and stream in a region where roads were few. In her boat she had made acquaintance with every creek and cavern for miles along the coast on either side. Some time before my visit, a vessel with a cargo of teak had been wrecked in the neighbourhood, and such part of the wood as could be reached had been removed. But the young lady, in the true spirit of the wrecker, knew where every stray log was to be found. In each little voe and creek into which the waves had carried it, she had a huge dog which accompanied her on her rambles and, as one of the family, was admitted into the dining room at mealtime. During dinner, the animal, instinctively divining that I was fond of dogs and might be expected to be attentive to him, placed himself at my side, with his nose resting on the edge of the table, and his eyes directed toward my plate. Interested beyond measure in the talk of my young hostess, I forgot my four-footed friend for a little and, on turning to continue operations with knife and fork, found, to my astonishment, that my plate was empty, and that he was pleasantly looking at me, and licking his lips. In the course of a cruise in the Aster around the Shetland Islands, I enjoyed ample opportunities of becoming acquainted with the whole of the wonderful coast scenery of this archipelago. With a steam yacht, it is possible to keep close inshore and sail back and forward along the more interesting parts. In this way, I was enabled to see the great cliffs of Fowler well, and to watch the movements of its bonxies or great skuas. With the view of protecting these now rare and almost exterminated birds, the proprietor of the island many years ago gave strict orders to the natives not to molest them, nor take their eggs, and on no account to let any bird's egg collectors come and help themselves. He was on the steamer one day bound for Scotland when one of the passengers, entering into a conversation with him, began to talk of Fowler, and to complain of the incivility of the people of the island. The laird inquired in what way they had been discourteous to him. "Well, you see," said the birdman, "I am a dealer in birds' eggs, and I went to the island to obtain some eggs of the great skua. The natives refused to get me any, and when they saw me preparing to go and hunt for them myself, they gathered round and threatened to pitch me over the cliff into the sea." "And, by Jove," exclaimed the laird, "they would have done it too. They have my orders. I am the proprietor of Fowler." In the Shetland Isles. As the yacht steamed round St. Magnus Bay and past the extraordinary group of fantastic islets that rise out of its waters, we had the good luck to see a white-tailed eagle winging its way northward and pursued by a flock of large gulls. This bird is now almost extinct along our coasts. A few pairs are still left. One of these breeds near the top of a cliff 500 feet high, in a group of islets which is a favourite anchorage for the Aster. Last year, 1903, besides the two old birds, a third was seen. Rounding the far headland of Unst, the most northerly point of the British Islands, we ran up a flag to salute the lighthouse on that lonely spot. So seldom does any yacht pass there, and, judging from our experience, so few vessels of any kind come within saluting distance of the place, that the keeper, taken aback apparently at our courtesy, and not wishing to delay his return of it, seized a pair of white trousers that were drying on the parapet rail and waved them enthusiastically while his comrade ran to hoist the flag. One of the greatest obstacles to yachting in these northern seas during summer is the prevalence of fogs. In 2 cruises to the Faroe Islands, the Aster had to be navigated for most of the way in a dense white mist with a smooth sea below and a blue sky above. But when one end of the vessel was scarcely visible from the other, and the foghorn had to be kept constantly going. So excellently, however, had the course been laid, that after soundings had shown that land could not be far off, we heard the barking of a dog and the firing of a gun. In a few minutes the top of the Little Demon could be seen above the fog, and we entered the channel for which we had been steering. The Faroe Isles. At the time of one of our trips to Faroe, smallpox had been prevalent in Scotland, and when we ran into the sheltered inlet of Trangisvag, the yellow quarantine flag was up on the wooden building ashore, and a boat came off to warn us not to land until we had been inspected by the medical man of the place. In a little while he pulled alongside, and after some preliminary conversation, asked that the whole human contents of the yacht should be mustered on deck before him. So we all placed ourselves in a row while he marched along and inspected us. It was interesting to notice the amused and half-contemptuous faces of the crew of this performance, each man feeling himself as strong and well as youth, sea air and good food could make him. My host thought the official should not be allowed to leave without some refreshment, and called on the steward to bring it. The doctor selected a glass of whisky, evidently without knowing what it was, for before we could make any explanation, he tossed it off, as if it had been so much water. But not until it was well down his throat did he realize the strength of the liquor. He gave a few gasps while his eyes filled with water, and he had to make an effort to compose himself and go on with the conversation as if nothing had happened. If he had never tasted Talisker whiskey before, we believed he would not forget his first experience of it. So exactly do the Faroe Islands reproduce the scenery of the Inner Hebrides that it is difficult at first to believe we are not somehow back again under the cliffs of Skye or Mull. Green declivities descend from the interior of these islands to the edge of the cliffs, which then plunge sheer down into the sea. The precipices are built up of nearly level sheets of brown basalt, edged with narrow strips of grassy herbage, cleft into chasms and eaten out into tunnels and caves by the restless surge. From the horizontal bars of the great cliffs, the eye ranges upward to the brightly verdant slopes above, and marks dark brown ribs of rock running parallel with these bars in a series of terraces away up to the crests of the ridges and hills. Only in the little bays which here and there indent the ranges of formidable precipice does one catch sight of evidence of human occupation. But while the topography is so similar, the population presents a singular contrast to that of the Western Isles of Scotland. Everywhere it gives proofs of energy, industry, comfort, cleanliness, and civilization. Each little community, at the head of its cliff-girt inlet, has built a hamlet of neat wooden houses which, with their painted doors, trim windows, and clean white curtains, show that the inhabitants are well-to-do, and not without some of the luxuries of life. Fishing is the main industry, and all the inhabitants are more or less engaged in it, men, women, and children. The men go to sea and bring back the fish. The women look after it as it lies drying in the sun, cover it with tarpaulin if rain comes, and stack it up ready for export. There is usually a chief man or merchant who takes general charge of the trade, and arranges for the steamboats to come and carry off the piles of fish. Faroes and Western Isles. To return from such a scene to the west of Skye cannot but fill the heart with sadness as one passes inlet after inlet, either with no inhabitants or with only a handful of them, housed in squalid, miserable, dirty huts, too poor to provide themselves with good sea-going boats, too timid or too lazy and unenterprising to gather the harvest of the sea as the men do in Faroe, but content to live as their fathers have done, save that now they have become possessed by a greed for more land, which, when they get it, they will doubtless cultivate in the same unskilled and slovenly fashion. In the herring fishing, which is the chief industry amongst the Western Isles, The boats come largely from the east side of Scotland and are manned by the stalwart and active seamen of the shores of the Moray Firth and other parts of the coast. The subject of fish and fishing recalls some recollections of angling experiences on the mainland. In boyhood, I used sometimes to assist at a burning of the water, when all the shepherds, poachers and idlers of the district assembled to take part in the fun and excitement of spearing salmon or grilse. The gala water on these nights presented a singularly picturesque sight. The lurid glare and smoke of the torches, the cautious movements of the men in the river, the shouts of those on the bank as a successful leister that had transfixed a fish was handed over to them, and the chorus of shepherd's dogs that were among the most active and excited of the spectators. The account of the night exploits at Charlie's Hope in Guy Mannering is as truthful as it is graphic. Among the lakes of Sutherland, there is one not far from Bay and Graham, which, an enthusiastic angler assured me, consists of 3 parts fish and 1 water. Another sporting friend not to be outdone lauded the extraordinary abundance of game in his native island. "There is a stream there," he would say, "once so stocked with trout that I never failed to fill a big basket. But now the feathered game has become so abundant that though the fish are as plentiful as ever, I can hardly get any, for almost every time I cast my line, I hook a grouse in the air." A former well-known witty editor of an Edinburgh newspaper was fond of escaping to the banks of the Yarrow or the Ettrick for a few days' fishing. One Monday morning he was accosted by the clergyman who'd been preaching the day before, and who, though a stranger to him, asked a number of questions about his sport. The editor replied civilly to the battery of questions, and at last began to catechize in his turn. A fisher of men. "And are you too a fisher?" he asked. "Oh no, I have no time for angling. You see, I am a fisher of men." "And have you had much success in your line?" "Not nearly as much as I could wish." "Aye, I can believe that. I looked into your creel," the church, "yesterday, and there were very few fish in it." There is a story told of an amateur angler who, with an attendant, was fishing from the English side, the Carrum Burn, which at one part of the border separates the 2 kingdoms. His hook had caught under the opposite bank, and he was under the impression that it had been taken by a large fish which had run up from the Tweed. His old companion, however, disabused him dryly by remarking, "You hae got a big fish, nae doot. Ye hook it old Scotland." Those who are accustomed to salmon, which has been carried in ice a long distance and kept for some days before being eaten, do not always appreciate the newly killed fish, as it is given in Scotland, with its firm, flaky consistence and fresh curd. A Londoner, who had taken a house for the summer in Forfarshire, had made the acquaintance of the lessee of one of the salmon fisheries on the coast of that county, and asked him one day to be so good as to allow him to have a fish for a dinner party which he was about to give. A fine, fresh salmon was accordingly sent to the house. A few weeks afterward, the Englishman came down to the coast again, and after expressing his thanks for the fish, ventured to remark that somehow it was harder and more flaky than what he was accustomed to in London. He was about to give another dinner, he said, and would like another salmon. The lessee, promising that he should have one quite to his taste, went down to one of his men and gave the following order. "Sandy, you'll take that fish and hang it up in the sun all day. Then after breakfast tomorrow, you'll lay it on a stone and thump it hard all over with a heavy stick. Then hang it up in the sun again till the afternoon. And after that, send it up to Mr. The Londoner, in a few days, appeared to express his thanks for the fish, which he pronounced to be exactly what he liked, and what he was used to in the south. Trout and fishing rods. Trouting streams in this country and in Western America have distinct peculiarities. Some years ago I was rambling up Glen Speen and along the heathery and rocky banks of the River Treig with an American friend who had spent much of his life surveying the western territories of the United States. "What a fine stream," he remarked, "not to have trout in it." I assured him there were plenty of trout in all the streams of the district. "But how can that be?" he inquired. "There are no poles growing along the banks." He explained that in the far west, Providence appeared to have so arranged that fish need not be sought for in streams, on the margins of which no wood grew, such as would supply a fishing rod. A bear's den. The mention of sport in the Highland brings to recollection another illustration of the curious vitality of some stories and the singular transformations which they may undergo as they are passed on from mouth to mouth through successive generations. An old legend in the Northwest Highlands tells how two men set out to kill a wolf that was destroying the sheep of the crofters of Kintail. One of them entered the animal's den while the other stood on guard at the entrance. Soon afterward, the wolf returned and made for his cave, when the man at the entrance seized it by the tail as it got inside and held it fast. His companion within then called out, "One-eyed Gilchrist, who closed the hole?" The other answered, "If the rump tail should break, thy skull shall know that." Probably this tale was carried to Canada by some of the Highland emigrants and became naturalized and localized there, for it has come back in the following guise. Two Scotsmen in a mountainous part of the colony climbed up a rocky slope to the mouth of a narrow cave, into which one of them crawled to discover what might be inside. The other contented himself by lighting his pipe and sitting down outside, but had not been there above a minute or two when a huge she-bear came rushing up the declivity and made straight for the cave. Seeing the danger to his friend, he had presence of mind enough to seize the tail of the bear, just as the animal had got within the entrance, and to plant his feet firmly against the rock on each side. Presently a voice from the inner recesses shouted out, "Donald, Donald, fat be darken in the hole." To which Donald replied, "My faith, Angus, gin the tail break, you'll fin for be darken in the hole." End of chapter 10. Read by David Holmes.
Chapter 11 of Scottish Reminiscences. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Frazier. Scottish Reminiscences by Archibald Geikie. Chapter 11. Scottish shepherds and their dogs, a snowstorm amongst the southern uplands, Scottish inns of an old type, reminiscences of some Highland inns, revival of roadside inns by cyclists, Scottish drinking customs now obsolete. The shepherds in the pastoral uplands of the south of Scotland are a strong, active and intelligent race. I have spent many a happy day among them, living in their little shielings on the friendliest footing with them, their families and their dogs. The household at Tala Linfoot in Peeblesshire was a typical sample of one of these families. Watty Dalgleish, the shepherd there when I first went into the district, was becoming an elderly man, no longer able for the stiff climbs and long walks that were needed to look after the whole of his wide charge. His young and vigorous son was able to relieve him of the more distant ground which was shared with another man, not of the family, who slept in one of the outhouses. Watty's active wife and daughter looked well after the domestic concerns of the household. His laugh had a clear, hearty ring of a frank, honest and kindly nature. He delighted to recount his experience of field and fell, and his Doric was pure and racy. One evening I had come up from Tweedsmuir and described to him a man who I had seen at work there, planing a shutter which had been placed on trestles in the very middle of the road. This worthy wore large round-eyed spectacles, a tattered apron on the front of him, and a red tasselled blue bonnet on his head. The shepherd recognised the man from my description and at once asked, "And did he inquire, the inside out of you?" He had certainly put a good many questions. He turned out to be a kind of factotum down the valley of the Tweed, barber, cook, upholsterer, what you please, of whom I afterwards heard much. As among his avocations was that of paper-hanging, he was once employed by a proprietor in the Broughton parish to paper a bedroom. In the afternoon, when the master of the house had come to see how the work was getting on, he found that the paper had been stuck on the walls just as it came, without the selvages being cut off. "Tamas, Tamas," exclaimed the laird, "what is the meaning of this? Why have you not cut off these ugly borders?" Tamas looked at the laird for a moment through his great goggles, and then, with a toss of his head, remarked, "That may be your taste, sir, but on Tweenside we like it this way," and went on with his pasting. Watty Dalgleish had a collie which, like himself, was getting somewhat aged, no longer fit for the severer work on the hill. The dog would accompany him in his short rounds and return early in the afternoon to the cottage. Some hours later I would come back from my rambles, and as I descended the steep slope opposite and came within old Tweet's sight and hearing, he would signify his recognition of me by a loud barking, which I could always distinguish from other canine performances, for it showed neither surprise nor anger, but had an element of kindly welcome in it. As I drew nearer, the barking underwent a curious change into a sort of intermittent howl of delight, and as I came up to the enclosure, the dear old creature would burst into a loud guffaw. He was the only dog I ever knew that had what one might fairly call a true honest laugh, and how his tail would wag, as if it would surely be twisted off, while he marched in front of me to announce in his own way that a guest of the family had come back. Shepherd's dogs. There were so many dogs in the household that one could study the idiosyncrasies of canine nature on the basis of some breadth. It struck me then that perhaps there might be more truth than one had been inclined to suppose in Butler's facetious remark, "As some philosophers have well observed, beasts that converse with man take after him." Certainly there did appear to be that in that shepherd's shieling a curious similarity of disposition between the dogs and their respective masters. My old friend Tweed was a kind of four-footed duplicate of the honest Watty, down even to the hearty laugh. On the other hand, the stranger shepherd had a collie that closely reproduced his own characteristics. The man was sullen and taciturn, and did not mingle with the family, but sat apart and retired soon after to his own quarters. The dog usually lay below his master's chair, refused to fraternize with the other dogs, receiving them with a snarl or growl when they came too near, and marching off with the shepherd when he retired for the night. I tried hard to be on cordial terms with the man, and still harder to ingratiate myself with the dog, but was equally unsuccessful in both directions. The Tara Valley is narrow and deep, the hills rising steeply from 1,000 to 1,400 feet above the flat alluvial haw at the bottom, which is about 900 feet above the sea. It must be sadly changed now, when it has become the site of one of the great Edinburgh water reservoirs. But in the days of which I am speaking, it was a lonely, sequestered glen, silent save for the bleat of sheep or the bark of dogs. In wet weather, the wind drove up or down the defile, separating the rain into long vertical shafts, which chased each other like pale spectres. In the narrower tributary gorge of the Gameshope, these ghost-like forms are even more marked, hence they are known in the district as the White Men of Gameshope. Above Tala Linfoot, the ground rises steeply up into the heights around Loch Skene and the weird hollows of the White Coombe. With my early schoolfellow and colleague in the Geological Survey, the late Professor John Young of Glasgow University, I have wandered into every recess and over every summit of that fascinating ground. On one occasion, we extended our ramble to the Yarrow Valley, with the intention of spending the night under the hospitable roof of Tibby Shields, who was then in still vigorous old age. Next morning we found the ground buried under some 6 inches of snow which had continued to fall. As a return over the trackless hills was then impossible, we were shut up for several days, during which we shared in various domestic employments, among the rest in learning to churn butter. Tibby encouraged us in our labours by various recollections of Wilson, Hogg, and other personages of Nocte Ambrosini. Tibby Shields. When the storm ceased and the sun shone out again, the whole landscape was white up to the crests of the hills, save St. Mary's Loch and the Loch of Lowes, between which the little hostelry stands. These waters were still unfrozen, and wore a look of inky blackness, by contrast with the surrounding ground. One unlooked-for effect of the wintry coverings was to reveal the surface features of the hills with a clearness never before realized. These uplands in their ordinary guise are so rich in colour, and the distribution of the varying tints has so little relation to the forms of the ground, that most of the minor details of the topography are lost to the eye. But now that colour was wholly eliminated. Every little dimple and ridge stood out, marked by its delicate violet shadows in the pure white snow. One of the notabilities of this district was a widow of another shepherd who occupied the little cottage of Birkhill at the head of Moffatdale. She had not only lost her husband, but a son had been smothered in a snowdrift not many yards from her door. Yet she remained cheerful and contented, with a kindly welcome and a warm fireside for wayfarers who sought her hospitality. Many a time have I slept in the little box bed in her ben, and partaken of her scones and other good cheer. One of my colleagues in the survey, who made her house his station for weeks at a time, discovered that the grouse take some time to get accustomed to the dangers of a wire fence. Such a line of division between two sheep farms had been run up the hillside near Birkhill, and the grouse, when flying low, would strike against the wires and be killed on the spot. Coming down in the evening, he used to bring with him several brace of dead birds, decapitated or otherwise mangled, but nonetheless a welcome addition to his commissariat. The Southern Uplands. After my marriage, I had occasion to revisit Birkhill and brought my wife with me. Jenny gave her a kindly greeting and, in parting, offered her this piece of friendly advice. "Noo, my leddy, you'll mind never to anger him, and you'll see he aye has a pair of dry stockings to put on when he comes hame at night." Poor old soul. She had had some experience of stormy scenes under her own roof, and life in these uplands had taught her that wet boots are the common lot of humanity, and the beginnings of many ailments. No one who has sojourned for weeks and months among these pastoral hills can fail to have come more or less under their spell. They show none of the grandeur and ruggedness of the highlands. The hills, on the whole, have smooth, rounded outlines, save here and there, where some crag of grey rock protrudes from the pervading mantle of green bent and purple heath. Yet the topography is sufficiently varied not to become monotonous, while the slopes in every season of the year glow with colour spread over them like a delicate sheet of enamel. There is beauty enough in the landscape of itself to please, and even here or there to fascinate. Its attractions, however, are infinitely increased by the human associations which cling to every part of the surface, with a halo of legend, romance, and poetry. Meek loveliness is round it spread, a softness still and holy. The grace and forest charms decayed, and pastoral melancholy. The houses of Tibby Shields and Jenny Birkhill showed the simplest and most rudimentary form of inns. They varied little from the ordinary shepherd's cottages, the most notable difference being that they sold excisable liquors. They were at least clean, with homely comfort and simple but wholesome fare. The want of cleanliness in the Scottish hostelries, even those of the chief towns, in the previous century is continually referred to by English travellers in the country. Sidney Smith, while praising Scotland and its natives, among whom he made his home near the close of the 18th century, confessed that they certainly do not understand cleanliness. Scotch drink. The inns or change houses in country districts remain still in a state of grievous untidiness and squalor. To many a village and little town Scots lines might have applied. Baron o' Bucclivie, the muckle deevil drive ye, and to pieces rive ye, for biggin sic a town where there's neither man's meat, nor horse meat, nor a chair to sit down. Nevertheless, already before the railways had spread their network across the kingdom, when the country roads were more frequented than now by stagecoaches, post-carriages, and pedestrians, many modest and comfortable little inns had come into existence and were to be met with by the roadside. These have now, unhappily, in great measure disappeared, or have sunk into mere public houses, kept open only for the sake of selling drink. My impression is that the proportionally much more whisky is now consumed by the artisan and labouring classes than in those days when various kinds of light or heavy ale were in demand. The tipney of Burns' time, his reaming swats that drunk divinely, the ale that richly brown reams o'er the brink in glorious fame, were still familiar forms of Scotch drink. But nowadays the labourer no longer sighs for cheerful ale when he enters the public house. It is usually whisky that he calls for. In my boyhood, a custom still prevailed which I think must now be obsolete, that of placing a spelding or dried salt haddock beside the glass of ale ordered by a caller at a public house or roadside inn. Bitter beer had not yet come into vogue in Scotland. Instead of it, all the liquors supplied were of native brewing, from the light tipney, which was a refreshing and innocent drink, up to the strongest Edinburgh ale, a liquor which required to be quaffed with some moderation. When a few drops of it ran down the glass, they glued it so firmly to the table that some force was needed to pull it off. The salt fish was, of course, served that it might provoke thirst enough to require more liquid. Whisky and golf. Another recollection of these old days brings back the excise officers who used to be on the watch at the English frontier to examine the luggage of passengers from the north. One of the surviving relics of the Scottish independence was to be found in the inland revenue duties, which, as they differed on two sides of the border until they were equalised in 1855, led to a good deal of smuggling. Whisky was then contraband and liable to extra duty when taken into England. At that time, this liquor was hardly known south of the Tweed, save to the Scots who imported it from their native country. And now it has made its way everywhere and has almost completely supplanted the gin that previously filled its space. It is prescribed by the medical faculty as, on the whole, a safer drink than much of the wine that comes from abroad. The quantity of it made every year is enormously larger than it was 50 years ago. Not only is it to be found everywhere in this country, but on the continent, and indeed wherever English-speaking people travel. If one were asked to name the two most conspicuous gifts which Scotland had made in recent times to the United Kingdom, one could hardly go wrong with answering whisky and golf. There used to be, and probably still are, many quiet, unpretending, but remarkably comfortable little inns in Galloway. The innkeepers were also farmers, and probably in many cases their farms formed the chief and most profitable part of their avocations. Fresh farm produce was supplied to the guests with the amplest liberality. Excellent beef and mutton, fowls, eggs, butter, milk, and such cream as one seldom met with in other parts of the country. A notable reform of the last half-century in the Highlands has been seen in the improvement of inns. I can remember the primitive condition of some of them, which have been enlarged into what are now pompously called hotels. Many years ago I had occasion to spend a night or two in one of these antique and uncomfortable houses in Skye. One Sunday morning I was in bed and awake when the bedroom door was quietly opened, and by degrees a half-dressed female figure stealthily entered. She looked at the bed to see if I was still asleep, and as I kept my eyes half closed, she thought herself unobserved. Stepping gently across to the dining table, she opened my razor case, and having possessed herself of one of the razors, as quietly retreated. I lay conjecturing what use the landlady, for it was she, would make of the implement. Visions of murder floated through my mind, but after a time the door once more opened, and my hostess, as quietly as before, stalked across the room and replaced the razor in its case. She seemed too calm for a murderess, and there had been no noise in the house, but the razor had evidently served some definite purpose. I got up, dressed, and came down to breakfast. My host met me at the foot of the stairs with a smile on his face, which on the previous evening had been rough and razorable, but had now lost its stubbly beard of a week's growth. I then saw one use at least to which my razor had probably been put. Whether the old lady had any further private manipulations of her own in which the implement played a part, I have never found out. inns in Skye. One of the defects of the old Skye inns was the absence of any weights to the window sashes, and commonly also was the want of any means of keeping the windows open. The glass was seldom cleaned, though the outside surface was washed more or less by the battering of the rain. The doors, too, could not always be fastened, and the visitor who wished to secure privacy must have had to barricade the entrance by getting some chairs and his portmanteau piled up against the door. Even these precautions, however, were sometimes of no effect. I was once in an inn in Portree, where one of the guests, on awaking in the morning, found another head reposing on the pillow near him. His first impulse was to kick out the intruder, who was sound asleep, but on second thoughts he jumped out of bed and rapidly dressed. Before leaving the room, he recognized that the head in question was that of the waiter, who had evidently pushed the door open during the night and got into bed. After taking a walk for an hour, the tourist returned to the inn, which he found in great commotion. On inquiring of the landlord, he was told that their waiter, a most respectable and trustworthy man, had disappeared. He had left his clothes in his own room and must have gone out and drowned himself in the loch, for they had been searching for him everywhere, and he could not be found either in the house or anywhere else. If it were not the Sabbath, they would have the loch dragged for his body, but they would do that the next morning. The visitor, after expressing due sympathy with the distress of the household, asked whether they had looked into his bedroom. "Your bedroom?" exclaimed the host somewhat angrily, as if he thought fun were being made of him on such a solemn occasion. "Your bedroom? No, of course we haven't. What should make us look there?" "Well," said the guest, "you might at least try." And there, sure enough, was the somnolent waiter, still asleep, and happily unconscious of all the stir he had caused. It turned out that, unknown to the family at the inn who had recently engaged him, he was liable to the occasional fits of sleepwalking. All's well that ends well, but the only consolation that the injured waiter ever received from the landlord was the remark, "What a blessing it was your room. It might have ruined my business." Old Highland Inns. There is a small inn in one of the northwestern sea lochs, where in the year 1860 I spent a night with my old chief, Sir Roderick Merkerston. It was in a shocking state of neglect and dirt, with little more in the way of provisions than oatcakes, potatoes, and whisky. It boasted only one bedroom, which had 2 beds that did not appear to have been slept in for many a day. 20 years later I came back to the same inn, hoping that the general improvement would have reached that place too, but I found that as nothing had been done in the way of repair to it during the interval, it was more dilapidated and untidy than ever. I had as a travelling companion a well-known man of science, who, never having been up in that part of Scotland, was glad of the opportunity of seeing it. We occupied the same double-bedded room as I had formerly known. Awaking betimes in the morning, I lay for a while contemplating the ceiling and the undulations of the cracks in its plaster. There was a large downward bulge, like a full-bellied sail, right above my friend's head. As I was looking at it, this piece of plaster suddenly gave way and fell in mass upon him, with a shower of dust all over the bed. Of course he started up in great alarm, but fortunately he had received no serious injury. It was his first experience of a Highland inn of the old type. A distinct revival of the roadside inn can be traced to the wide spread of bicycle riding. Wheelmen appear to be drouthy cronies who are not sorry to halt for a few minutes at an inviting change-house, but many of them take up their quarters for a night at such places, and this demand for sleeping room has led to the resurrection of the little inns that had almost gone to decay. It is to be hoped that this revival will continue to spread, and that not only will the old inns come to life again, but that new and better houses of entertainment will be erected in parts of the country where the attractions are many, while the accommodation is but scant. An Irish publican in Scotland. From inns one naturally turns to drink, which forms the theme of so large a proportion of Scottish stories. It must be admitted that this prominence is a sad indication of the extent to which for generations past alcoholic liquors of all kinds have been consumed in the country. I used to imagine that the trade, that is, the calling of publican, was in the hands of Scotsmen, who were themselves entirely to blame not only for the drinking, but for the selling of whisky. On a visit to Antrim, however, I learned that others besides natives of Scotland have a share in the traffic. In driving out from Ballymena on an Irish car, my talkative Jarvie noticed me looking at the new villa that was in course of erection not far from the town. "That'll be a fine place, sir," he said. "That's Mr. O'Donnell, sir." "Who's Mr. O'Donnell?" I asked. "Oh, he was born in Ballymena and he left it when he was a boy. He went abroad and made his fortune, and now he's come back and he's bought the tenant right of the land, and he's putting up that house and them greenhouses and planting them trees and laying out the garden. Oh, it'll be a fine place, that will, sir." "You say he went abroad? Where did he go?" "To Scotland, sir." "To Scotland? And how did he make his fortune there?" "Keeping public houses, sir." The question is often asked why so much whisky should be consumed in Scotland. One explanation assigns as the reason the moist, chilly climate of the country, and this cause may perhaps be allowed to have some considerable share in producing the national habit. No small proportion of the spirit, especially in the Highlands, is drunk by men who are certainly not at all drunkards, and who can toss off their glass without being any the worse of it, if indeed they are not, as they themselves maintain, a good deal better. But it must be confessed that, especially amongst the working classes in the lowlands, tipsiness is a state of pleasure to be looked forward to with avidity, to be gained as rapidly and maintained as long as possible. To many wretched beings it offers a transient escape from the miseries of their life, and brings the only moments of comparative happiness which they ever enjoy. They live a double life, one part in the gloom and hardship of the workday world, and the other in the dreamland into which the whisky introduces them. The blacksmith expressed this view of life when remonstrated by his clergyman for drunkenness, asked if his reverend monitor had himself ever been overcome with drink, and on receiving a negative remark replied, "Ah, sir, if you was aince wrecked drink, you wouldna ever be sober again." Scottish drunkenness. The desire of getting quickly intoxicated is perhaps best illustrated amongst the miners in the great coalfields. Thus an Ayrshire collier was heard discoursing to his comrades about a novel way he had found of getting drunk more rapidly. "Just ye put 30 draps o' laudanum into your glass and you're fine a fou in 10 minutes. In the same county, a publican advertised the potent quality of his liquor he sold by placing in his window a paper with the announcement, "Drunk for 3 bawbees and mortal for 3d." The quality of the whisky is often bad, since much of what is sold is raw-grained spirit, sometimes adulterated with water and then strengthened with some cheap liquid that will give it pungency. There was some truth in the reply of the Highlander to the minister, who was warning him against excess and assuring him that whisky was a very bad thing. "Indeed, and it is, sir, specially bad whisky. The mere addition of water would do no harm, rather the reverse, but it would be detected at once by the experienced toper." "This is no a godly place at all, said the discontented labourer in the Perthshire Highlands. "They dinna preach the gospel here, and they water the whisky." Strangers are often astonished at the extent of the draughts and undiluted whisky which Highlanders can swallow without any apparent ill effects. Burt tells us in his time that in the 3rd decade of the 18th century, Highland gentlemen could take even 3 or 4 quarts at a sitting, and that in general the people that can pay the purchase drink without moderation. In the year 1860, in a walk from Kinlochhu through the mountains to Ullapool, I took with me as a guide an old shepherd who had lived there all his life. The distance, as I wished to go, amounted to 30 miles, most of rough, trackless ground, and among the refreshments for the journey a bottle of whisky was included. Not being used to the liquor, I hardly tasted it all day, but when we reached the ferry opposite Ullapool, Simon pitched the empty bottle into the loch. He had practically drunk the whole of its contents, and was as cool and collected as when we started in the morning. Assumed reluctance to drink. All over the Highlands, a glass serves as ready money payment for any small service rendered, such as when a driver has brought a guest to a farm or country house from some distance, or when a workman has completed his repairs and some miles to walk back to his home, or when a messenger has come from a neighbour and waits to take back your answer. A piper who has marched round behind the chairs of a dinner party at a great Highland laird's, blowing his pipe till it seems as if the windows should be broken, ends his performance by halting at the side of the lady of the house, to whom it is brought and from whom he receives a full glass of the native beverage. It is a characteristic feature of the Scot that, although usually ready for a glass of whisky, he feigns an unwillingness that it should be poured out for him, or at least deprecates that the glass should be filled to the top. As an illusion of this national habit, the story may be quoted of two Highlanders who were discussing the merits of a gentleman well known to them both. "Weel, Sandy, ye may say what ye like, but I think he canna be a nice man whatever." "But what ails ye at him, Donald?" "Weel, then, I'll just tell ye. I was at his hoose last week, and he would be pouring me out a glass of whisky. And of course I cried, 'Stop, stop!' And what do ye believe? He stopped. To prevent any such unwelcome arrest of the liquor, and at the same time to save face of the would-be participant, he has been known to arrange beforehand with the host or hostess that, while he is to protest as usual against the glass being poured out for him, his scruples are to be peremptorily overcome. "Ye maun gar me ticket." Should any untoward incident deprive a man of his glass plainly intended for him, his annoyance may find loud vent. Among curling circles there is a current anecdote of a well-known adept at roaring play, who used to be distinguished by a remarkable fur cap which covered not only his head but his ears. Appearing one day without his conspicuous headgear, he was at once questioned by his friends as to the cause of his disappearance. "Aye," he said sadly, "you'll never see that cap again. It's been the cause of a dreadful accident." "Accident?" exclaimed they. "Where? How? Have you been hurt?" "Well, I'll no just say I've been hurted, but you see, the Laird o' Dumbreck, they tell me, was a hint me, and he was offering me a glass of whisky, and I never heard him." Effects of whisky. Many stories have been told of the efforts of mistresses of households to avoid the bestowal of strong drink on those employed by them. One of these ladies had supplied a workman with a liberal dinner, but without any whisky or alcoholic liquor. Coming back, she found that he had proved a much less efficient trencherman than she was supposed he would be, and she rallied him on his bad appetite. His reply was, "Weel, mem, I canna eat mair, but it would do your heart good to see me a drink." A whole volume might be filled with the published anecdotes recording in more or less ludicrous form the effects of whisky. I will only give one or two, which I have never seen in print. A man who was wending his way homeward very unsteadily from a lengthened carouse was heard to address the whisky inside of him. "I could have carried it easier in a jar." The quantity of liquor he had consumed may be imagined from the size of the vessel he required to contain it. Sir Charles Lyell used to tell with great glee a story from his own country of Forfar, belonging to the days of deep potations, when it was the belief that drinking largely sobers us again. A party had met at a country house, and continued their debauch so long that the laird, Powrie by name, had fallen below the table, while most of the other guests had gone to sleep. 2 or 3 of them, however, who had managed to evade the deepest potations, resolved to play off a trick on the laird. One accordingly climbed up onto the roof of the old mansion, and at the risk of his neck reached the chimney of the dining-room, down which he roared in his loudest voice, "Powrie, Powrie, it is the day of judgment." Whereupon the laird was heard by those outside the door to raise himself on his elbow and hiccup out, "Hey, Lord forgie me and me foo." A drunken fellow was lying at the side of the road by a policeman, who asked him his name. The answer was, "My name is Norval, on the Grampian Hills." but Hex is on the door. An old Scottish toast. With the heavy drinking of those days, various connected customs have nearly or wholly disappeared. One still meets with old-fashioned gentlemen, especially at public dinners, who take wine with you, but the rounds of toasts and sentiments that must have been such an insufferable burden to our grandfathers and grandmothers have happily vanished. One of the oddest survivals of these toasts was one I heard proposed by the landlady of a little inn not far from the scene of the Battle of Drumclog, belonging to the type of landlord who takes his chirping pint and cracks his jokes. She welcomed her chance guests into her roomy and clean kitchen, with its bright coal fire flanked on either side by an empty armchair. Having to spend a night in her house, I was invited to one of these chairs, while she took that on the opposite side of the hearth, and her family attended to the household work. Honoured thus far, I knew my duty would be to call for something for the good of the house, and soon found that my worthy hostess was not unwilling to take part of my brew. Accordingly, I made her a glass of toddy of the strength and sweetness she preferred, which she accepted with the following preface. Here's to your folk, and our folk, and the folk that's been kind to your folk and our folk, and if our folk had I been as kind to folk as your folk been to our folk, there would I had been good folk i' the world, since folk been folk. The change of dinner customs, however, has led to the whimsical accidents of another kind from those old days of hard drinking. A story is told in Forfarshire of an inexperienced lad who was improvised to do duty at a dinner party and was instructed by the lady of the house as to what he was to do with the different wines, particularly as to the claret, of which one kind was to be served with dinner and the other, of better quality, with dessert. When the dessert came, she was dismayed to hear him begin at the far end of the table and ask each guest in a loud voice, "Port, sherry, or inferior claret?" End of chapter 11.